Hey, Todd, remember seeing you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, we're going to start our meeting here with our first presenters, but we're going to get Rosa to do the opening prayer. We were supposed to start a little bit later today, but we decided a couple of days ago that we were going to start right away, and not everybody got that message. Our MC is probably on his way, or our chair.
Stachalia. Sahyan. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for being with each and every one of us. Pray that you give us a good day and good words today. I pray that we walk away with good hearts. Again, thank you for protecting us and giving us strength to walk the red road and always be with our family and giving them strength and protecting them. Pray for the addictions, people that are addicted. Pray that you give them strength and be with them every step that they take. All my relations.
Thank you, Rosa. So the first presenters this morning, I'm going to hand it over to Cass. It's in the Saik'uz Stewardship and Infrastructure Projects.
Right. Well, Bandada Hunzu, everybody, good morning. So Jason Yarmish and myself will be presenting this morning. I gave Jason a shout out in my lands update yesterday. So Jason Yarmish is a biologist. He works with our Saik'uz First Nation, so Nodle, Saik'uz, and Stelako. And he also helps support Saik'uz in some of our land and resource department projects. So this morning, he's going to be giving an update on our Saik'uz stewardship projects that we've been working with Rio Tinto. And then afterwards, I'll be giving a short presentation on what we're calling the Need to infrastructure projects. So I'll hand it over to Jason. Yeah.
Okay. How's that for distance from the mic? I don't like these things. Good. All right. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. Cassandra, thanks for the introduction. The Three Nations, as mentioned by Cass, have been working with Rio Tinto for the last 5 years on a whole suite of monitoring projects. Because as we know, and we'll go next slide actually, we know that the river changed. Like I don't need to stand here and explain all of that to you. We know it's impacted all fish species. That's impacted your rights, yes?
Sorry, I'm going to be the chair today. So can everybody just keep it down? Remember David's reminders over the last few days. If you're going to have conversations, please go to the hallways. We have people on Zoom. Just want to be respectful of our presenter here. So please keep your conversations to a minimum. Thank you.
Thanks, Cass. And again, this isn't news, but we know that the changes in the river have affected your rights. And obviously the courts have agreed with that as well, even though maybe all the outcomes weren't what we expected. So next slide, please. So Rio Tinto basically has come to the table and decided to play nice, I guess, Cass, for lack of a better term, for now. And that's fine. We'll take their money and we'll spend it and we'll do some good work. Just carry on. What we realized was that we know the river changed, but understanding what's changed, where it's changed, what things are working still, what's broken, ultimately to move to a place where how can we improve the situation? Next slide. So this is just an example of one gravel bar area that I'll actually be talking about again, but just move through the 5 photos if you don't mind. So since 1947, that's how much the river has changed on this one corner. So if you can just walk it backwards slowly. So you can just sort of see how much it's changed. Yeah, just keep going, just so folks can get a sense of how much it's changed. This used to be a small gravel bar with a couple of off-channel side channels, and it turned into a field of grass. This has happened to every single island gravel bar complex on the upper Nechako. All the gravel side channels have been converted to grass and vegetation. Carrie, next slide. So we could see these changes. So then we wanted to just implement a program that did a few different things. Some of it is what we call baseline, just like collect water quality, get temperature data, fine. We had some questions. We have questions around how does Rio Tinto's operation affect migrating sockeye, cattle, what's changed on the physical landscape. And then we want to go and fix some things if we can, or at least trial some things. So next slide. So I was retained as a coordinator to work with the three nations and supported by Rio Tinto to kind of drive these projects. But this is we'll go back. So when we first got out on the ground and really started to look at these areas that we know Chinook will want to go into, like largely juvenile Chinook and every other fish, they've converted to grass, as I mentioned, and the gravel's still there, but it's underneath this layer of grass, and it's full of cattle. There's cattle all over the upper river that are just adding insult to injury. Next slide, please. So, like I said, the baseline since 2022, we've collected water quality and temperature data. The temperature data is not really very surprising from what we've seen, but the water quality, there's no doubt cattle in particular are contaminating the water. Like it's outside of regulatory government guidelines. Next slide, please. So this is a long list, and I apologize for it, but we have done a 60-year, 70-year analysis of changes using photos. We fly drones and figure out what's changed on the ground. We've documented the cattle impacts. We've got groundwater wells that are telling us about how water is moving. We've monitored temperature in Chinook red sites to see how they're being impacted. We've looked at how sand and sediment move through the system. So yeah, so we've done a lot of work on the sort of current state with respect to fish habitat. Next slide. And then on the fish side as well, we've had crews out since 2021 looking at the fish themselves. Where are we finding them? When do we find them there? We're using DNA techniques as well. So, you know, the staff have also gone out with the University of Northern BC a little bit to sort of learn what they're up to. We've been running sonar now since 2022 on the Vanderhoof and Notley River areas. And that has done two things. One, it's really starting to inform us on how fish move through the system, sockeye in particular, relative to how Rio Tinto manages their flow. And it's really, I think, going to start to help the nations make their own fisheries management decisions, that we don't have to, you know, ask permission from DFO. If the run is looking strong up here, we should be looking at having people out on the river fishing. So this is just another example of how fast the river changes. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with STMP, the summer temperature flows. The river is really low until July. It shoots up because Rio Tinto dumps a bunch of water, and then 4 weeks later, they shut the tap back off. Well, the problem we have is that the river during STMP moves out into all the old channels that are all full of vegetation. And when they shut the tap off, it like they leave all these Chinook behind. And like this one site alone, we did do some fish work and a bit of an estimation. Between 2 years, between 600 and 5,000 juvenile Chinook could have been left in this one site. That's a lot of baby fish. So yeah, just go through the next 3 slides. So that's 3 days later. It's same spot, and then that's another day later, and there's James standing there in a grass field. Probably isn't even getting his feet wet now. So what's happening is that we're finding the Chinook juveniles are just sitting in the grass while the water is cool and clear. They don't know that the tap's been shut off, and by the time they realize they want out, they're doomed. They're stuck in this grass field. I don't suspect this is happening throughout the upper Nechako. Our focus has been the Notley River confluence to Chislata Falls, because the only water really in that section comes from the dam. So whatever they do at the dam, 100% affects this section of the river. It doesn't get a lot better when you get below the Notley River because it's not a very big river, but at least there's a little bit more water coming in there. Next slide, please. So this is like the red line is the lowest point of the river, just as an example, through the biggest Chinook spawning area. So I don't know if you can see all the little yellow dots. Those are all known Chinook spawning sites in this section. It's probably where most Nechako Chinook spawn. For the whole run, most of them are right in this section. The red is where the Nechako spends 90% of its life now. It's just stuck in that little narrow single thread. There's very little for off-channel rearing for juvenile fish. The tributaries that come into this section have trouble even connecting to the river. And when we have STMP flow, all that yellow stuff suddenly fills up with water for 4 weeks. So that's a big piece of land that is part of this sort of perpetual fish killing machine. Next slide, please. The other thing, so this is the same section, same idea, all the yellow dots are all the Chinook spawning. The vegetation has changed. And between agricultural fields and invasive grass, and I'll talk about that more, but we have a lot of invasive reed canary grass in the Nechako Valley now, and it's on every old gravel bar and every old side channel, but cattle love to eat it. And so now we've got this valley bottom where all the Chinook spawn full of feed for cows. And as soon as STMP is over, all that grass pops up, similar to the previous photo that James was standing in the grass meadow. And then the cows move in. And then what do the cows do? They walk back and forth across the river through all these critical Chinook spawning sites. So we've really started to understand all the connections between flow, vegetation, changes to the habitat, other impacts like cattle. And cattle aren't a problem so much in other areas where farmers have fences and kind of work to keep cows out. This particular range tenure to date has basically had no provisions to keep cows out of the river. So the farmers are okay to let their cows walk back and forth across the river. They're not breaking any rules. Well, they're breaking some, but anyway, next slide. So just stop there. So the first photo up on the upper left, that's everywhere on the upper Nechako after STMP. That is fully grazed. There isn't an inch of ground that the cows haven't been on. When you move over to creeks like Swanson Creek, fully developed, so that's an agricultural field. But you can see the creek has moved into the field, and then the farmers allow their cattle to walk back and forth in there. But like this is what every side channel looks like after STMP. So even where fish may have got stuck in some of these bigger, deeper pools, if they could have survived the winter naturally, they certainly won't once cattle get in there. And cows not only are in there drinking and feeding, they're crapping and pissing in there. And so they're loading it with nutrients. So this is why the Nechako River itself, every time water flows through here, it's just like a big toilet bowl flush right into the river, right? And just loads the river with nutrients. So again, there's lots of reasons to work on the cattle issue. So as I said, like this is what we're finding, and it's really hard to put a number to it, but we've tried. The grass, when you get into the grass, you catch juvenile Chinook. And again, there's also rainbow trout and burbot and probably the odd coho, and we've caught even a few juvenile sockeye up in there. We've actually learned that there's probably another sockeye population up in the upper Nechako River itself. And then we go back after it's dry and find the occasional dead juvenile Chinook. So this is reed canary grass. Where it came from was probably agricultural seed mix. It's a one species that's put in, but just keep going. It's hard to kill it. It's impossible to remove it once it's there. Keep going. Cows love to eat it. Fish get stranded in it after STMP. I think there was one more. And then, as I said, the cattle are contaminating the water. So this is a real problem for us, and particularly for the fish up there. Keep going. I think the province has put a pause on that range tenure, Cass. Is that correct? They're maybe reviewing it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Um, okay, that's where we need to get those satellite ear tags on some of these cows. Uh, so this is kind of a perfect storm of problems, and the bottom line is it's how water is being managed out of the dam currently, right? That's creating this problem. Next slide, please. So there is an upside, and that is because of the 5 years of work we've been doing, we're starting to see where there are opportunities to make things a little bit better for fish. So we've actually gone back to the same site that we just showed. I just showed you that time series because it's a perfectly flat field. Like it's like something like 33,000 square meters. Like it's a pretty big field. So, you know, it's like what, 40,000 square yards. And it kills up to 5,000 fish. Part of the reason it's flat is because there's no freshet flows that are able to carve that out and keep the vegetation out of there. And so we went back into that site. And again, that's sort of what it was like in the 70s. Next photo. So then that's what it's like. It's basically like that now. So we came up with an idea to dig a few channels, main channels through the whole system. And then we refer to it as the herringbone structure, but this idea of just creating an opportunity that as the water level dropped, Chinook had somewhere to fall back to, that they weren't just stuck out in a soccer field. We also found groundwater in here. So this little blue channel kind of the bottom right is where we actually tied into a spring as well. So the water temperature when the Nechako is 20, in here it can be 5 to 10 degrees. Like it's way cooler in here. So we thought, all right, let's not get a bunch of engineers and stuff in here. Let's just use a few people that know what they're doing and think this will work. So carry on. So we brought in an excavator. Saik'uz sent a crew out of planters. And we just started digging channels to kind of align with that vision of connectivity and tying into the springs. So just pause there. So you can see like there's sticks everywhere. So there'd be new vegetation growing. These are willow cuttings. All the material that was excavated was put on the downstream side so it wouldn't wash right back in. And that's sort of what we ended up with. And so the idea, and this is just after it was constructed on a snowy day, so it really stands out. But, you know, like the cold water spring, you can see at the top, the sort of the vision of that herringbone structure. I mean, it really turned out just like the drawing. But all those little waves you see out in the Nechako there, those are all Chinook reds. And so, you know, and there's Chinook red spawning sites above here and below here. It's just, this is one of them. But if you think about being a baby Chinook without that off channel, they're stuck in the main Nechako River with all the predators, the mergansers, the grebes, the bull trout, the rainbow trout, the whitefish, suckerfish, and they have nowhere to go. And so the hope was that this might be somewhere where they could go and be away from a lot of those predators and give them a better chance. And then obviously not get killed in this grass soccer field. So next slide. Next one. So that's what it looks like basically today. It's functioning. There's flow year round. We dug it deep enough that it's always flowing. So it's just like, it's almost like mimicking like a creek or an old side channel. The willows have grown even more since that photo was taken. It's been subjected to 2 summer STMP flows. It floods, but because it's a big wide section of the river, it doesn't have a lot of energy. And next slide. So the crews have gone out and might recognize a couple folks in the photo, electrofished it. But here's what we found at the end of April, and this was really important. The one little Chinook fry in the top corner still has its yolk sac. So that fish has literally just come right out of the gravel in the main river and found its way into this side channel. I don't know if it came from the bottom or the top. To me, that's not relevant. These fish are so vulnerable at this age because they're not even great at swimming yet. And so for them to be able to get into this habitat where we have never caught bull trout or any other predators. We have never seen predatory birds in there. And, you know, this is probably better than a hatchery. We're kind of creating thousands of juvenile fish without interfering very much. So far, it's looking like a really successful pilot project and something that I think we're going to probably want to do a lot more of. It's a pretty low cost per sort of square area to do it, and the fact that it seems to have been working this far, like I said, they found thousands of juvenile Chinook in here this year, so it was, yeah, really promising. But those juvenile Chinook also seem to leave in June, and we're not quite sure where they disappear to, but we do know that they also go up into a lot of tributaries. So they may leave that main stem site we created and then go up into creeks like Swanson. The problem with Swanson is that's what the lower part of Swanson looks like for a good part of the year. There's lots of water in Swanson Creek, and in the bottom kilometer or two, it's all underground. So I'm not going to say Rio Tinto created this constraint, but the Nechako is lower today than it normally would have been. So maybe it would have backwatered. We also know we've had forest fires and logging and agricultural development that have probably put way more gravel into the creek. So crews went out in the spring and again this fall, and everywhere you see green little marks on the diagram, they basically planted vegetation in these sort of open gravel flats. The idea being it allows the creation of new gravel bars with vegetation and forces the channel to narrow up. So hopefully bringing the water back up to the surface. So next photo and the next photo. So yeah, so the first one in the corner wasn't that interesting. There's just where they planted. You can see the same planting in here. But even within just a few weeks of the work being done in the spring, when there's actual water coming over the surface, you can see just this side of the sticks, a lighter color in the gravel. That's because the creek is already starting to cut a channel down. So it was working almost immediately. So yeah, so we got the bottom kilometer done. Now we're just going to monitor it. If it works, we're going to be looking at a bunch of other creeks in the area as well, like Targe and others that we know salmon go up. Yeah. But as I said way back when, we know that baby Chinook are still stuck in the main river for a good part of the year because of the dam, because the rest of the water comes through the Chislata system. Unless a tree falls over in the upper Nechako, there's just no wood. And you know, baby salmon love wood on riverbanks. So in the 90s, Alcan, I guess it was Alcan of the day, and some consultants went and built a bunch of in-water brush piles for Chinook. Great. The problem is those brush piles are subjected to STMP flows. So it's not like a normal river. They sit there at low water and then they get smashed by, you know, 500-600 cubic meters a second. And then it's back down to 30 cubic meters a second. So, oh no, go back. So what's happened is this is the same site, all the wood's gone, but you just have these steel posts sticking out of the water, which from a boat perspective, they're just giant can openers. So these actually pose a risk to people as well. And they're doing nothing for Chinook. So we didn't want to go back and put wood on them. We know that a lot of work went into identifying these as areas that juvenile Chinook would use, but some of these structures within 1 year were gone. Others have, you know, there's a few of them that are still hanging in there with just new wood on them, but most are not. Next slide. So what we're going to try hopefully this year is to move away from wood and build some rock reefs, basically big coarse rock reefs, similar areas to the wood structures. We'll get those old steel piles out so people don't kill themselves in a boat. But the rock should be able to handle those higher STMP flows. We're going to build it at an elevation where at low water, you'll be able to see them. And at high water, you can take a boat over top of them. So there'll only be a few days of the year where they might be in that sort of transition zone as STMP ramps up or down. So we're not trying to make something dangerous for people or river users. And we'll see what happens. I'm pretty confident we'll see some Chinook use of this. And then we'll have to make a decision as to whether or not to squeeze out more dollars from Rio Tinto to build more of them. But let's try this first. Next slide. This one, I find this really fascinating. I could talk about it for another hour, and I'm not going to do that to you guys. This is the last day of the AGA. So But what's important is that this little bone called an otolith is inside, it's an inner ear bone. It's in every species of fish. They all have it. They grow from the moment they're like conceived to the second they die. So Chinook salmon, this bone will grow right until the second they die. So like a tree, it grows rings throughout their life. And so we can age fish. That's an easy one. We can literally look at it and go, that rainbow trout is 6 years old. That Chinook is 5 years old. That Chinook is 4 years old. But just like us, our bodies are built, fish bodies are built from the things they're exposed to. And what has been learned over the last number of years is that every river and creek in North America has its own fingerprint. It has its own levels of iron and magnesium and calcium, all these different minerals. And you put them together and it creates a fingerprint. And if a fish goes into a creek, even just for like a week or two, the fingerprint is left inside of this bone. So through some really hardcore, geeky science stuff that I barely understand, they can move across that structure and look at all the metals that come out on any given day, week, year, month, and go, oh, this fish left the main stem Nechaka River and went into Swanson Creek for 6 months based on the water chemistry. And then, oh, you know what? When it was 1 year old, it was down in the Fraser River. And at 1.5 years old, we can see it was in the estuary. And then the ocean piece is really easy because the ocean is really very different. And then we can see when they came back into freshwater and what they did. So right now, if we want to know if Chinook are using a creek, you have to go out and you have to go look for them. You have to find those Chinook in that creek. We don't have to do that anymore. We can get a water sample and look for DNA. We can get a carcass from anywhere in the river from, say, a Chinook, and actually mapped out everything it did in its whole life. And so why is that important? This is going to help us understand without physically going and looking. It'll confirm, are they in Greer Creek and Swanson Creek? And for how long? Are they spending a year in there or just a month in there? So this is a really interesting technique. For us to do it, we just have to go get the otoliths. We just have to find carcasses, collect fish, get the bones out. It is a lethal thing. So obviously we don't, out of a food fishery, great, but we're not just killing fish for the otoliths. Let's carry on a little bit more. So I think I just talked through this, that yeah, it's just really, it's a really powerful tool that we have now. It's a very new one. It's not many years old, but it is something we're going to employ. So we've got about 200 Chinook were done a few years ago. We've got another 50 Chinook underway right now, and a bunch of sockeye as well, because the upper Nechako has had sockeye in it for a long time, and yet DFO just has treated them like a stray population, and we've always figured that they're there for a reason. They seem a bit too intentional. I think that's where they want to be, and I think that's where they're from. And we have been catching juvenile sockeye, not many, but they're there, like 1-year-old babies in beaver ponds. So they came from somewhere, and they didn't swim up from the Stilaco. So yeah, I mentioned sonar a while ago. The nations have really taken this on, and while every program there's opportunity to do something different, we've really got it dialed in. The nation's staff, Saik'uz, Stilat, and Notley, they're running this. I barely help. I think I come out and help put some bolts in last spring. That's about it. It's technical, but it's not rocket science. Most of these young people on this crew, if they can use an iPhone, they can run this. Like, that's why I can't. I hate technology. I'd rather just drive the boat and help him get set up if Eric needs a hand. But what this is really doing is like I say, we're able to see how sockeye are responding to flow. We can't run it at the start of STMP because there's all this crap that comes down the river when they open up the floodgates. So that trips us up a bit. But the Nadina run typically, go ahead. Oh yeah. Yeah, it doesn't get higher, it gets faster too. No, they'll be okay. The willows can handle it. Yeah. There are, like, for the salmon species are already out when they drop that water. and the Chinook don't spawn till after that. So it's this little window. The problem, and we could talk a long time about STMP, and I think that might be closer to what you're going to talk about with NE2 or infrastructure updates, but the STMP flow was designed to help early Stewart sockeye primarily, or sockeye, migrating sockeye for temperature, but all the other fish species were never part of the conversation. And I think that's sort of the direction we're sort of moving towards, is that flows have to change so that people can get back on the river and do the things that they want to do, and we have to benefit all fish species somehow, right? To our best. And that may mean maybe they're like sockeye take a little bit of a hit, but we also have sturgeon and burbot and trout. Like, there are other reasons to change flow. We may not be able to get more water, but if we can get cooler water, if we can get water at a different time of year, like change the flow pattern back to what's more normal, that's a game changer potentially. So we have seen, I think the most interesting thing I've observed in the data from the sonar program in the last 4 years, though, is when the high flows are happening, and it's largely Nadina fish coming through at the high flow, they just move like within they go from Vanderhoof to Notley within a day and a half. Like, they just shoot right through the river, and there's sockeye swimming by all day long and all night long. There's no real pattern. As soon as we get to the third week of August, after the tap's been shut off and it drops back to 30 cubic meters per second, they seem to mostly migrate at night, and they just hold up in the day. Why does that matter? If the river is still really warm, because we're seeing that with climate change now, it's still really warm even after the cooling flows stop. If it takes 6 days to get to the Notley instead of 2, that's 4 more days of being stressed out in really warm water, right? So again, this is, lots of questions to answer, but we would never have known some of this without this great crew doing this work. I think the other thing is that it's allowing us to get numbers. So here's an interesting example from 2 years ago. The Nadina forecast from DFO, who I don't have a lot of faith in, I'll admit, and I don't know if anybody from DFO is here, but we'll have to fight it out in the back. They predicted 60,000 Nadina fish, and they said nobody's fishing. Then they upgraded that. Once some fish started swimming by their sonar counters in the lower Fraser, they changed that to 68,000 fish. I went to DFO managers on behalf of the nations and said to them, you might want to think about a little bit of an opening, even a few hundred fish for each community. We had already counted 80 or 90,000 fish past Vanderhoof, and they were still humming and hawing. The actual run was 130,000 fish. I think Stalaco got 40. That's it. So the sonar, even though Vanderhoof doesn't help much right now for Saik'uz from a planning perspective, because the fish are already here by the time we know what's happening. And that's a tweak we can make. I think we really want to move towards Finmore. There's just some other logistic issues, but that would at least give us a few days of notice. Go ahead, sorry. Sockeye. To fish. You can fish wherever you want, but
To put the sonar at Finmore.
yeah, so
Put the sonar at Finmore.
yeah. Up. Well, it counts everything.
For the people.
They don't cook.
They don't cook.
Like
temp-
in the daytime, they'll stay
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
To me, I would stay still if the water is hot
I think absolutely, because we know the Nechako,
and they're breathing.
the Nechako
Right.
changes a few degrees between
Yeah.
day and night. But
So,
also, if you think about places like Vanderhoof at the bridge,
Yeah.
where the water is only like 4
Way
inches
high.
deep, like every bird, eagle, bear that wants a salmon can see them now and get them, right? So I think it's just safer to move at night for temperature, and probably if you don't want to get eaten.
Yeah, okay. And other question I ask is a flow pattern.
Yep.
How has it changed when the release of water come out from the Kenny Dam? Does the flow change? Does it get faster, or
Yes.
what happens?
So they have sort of 3 operational targets. They have a winter target, which is 30 cubic meters per second. Like this, I'm trying to scale it. The Nechako pre-dam would probably never have been lower than 160 cubic meters per second. So we have to start with Rio Tinto has become very good at using the water. So 65% of the Nechako on an annual basis goes to power Kitimat. So we have 35% to work with here right now. So the volume overall is tiny. So winter flow about 30 cubic meters per second. If, you know, and then the nations and other reps like Brian Toth and Mark, and they've been pushing for what they call interim flow and a bit of a late winter, early spring pulse. They get an extra 20 cubic meters per second, maybe 40. So we've done some pulses of 50 to 70. 50 to 70 cubic meters a second. If you were standing there, you'd be struggling to see the difference. You know, the river might be an inch or two higher, but it's still something. It's like give something to these spring fish. Then when STMP hits at Skins Lake, what they have to do is they go from 30 cubic meters or 50 cubic meters a second to most years over 400 cubic meters per second. So the poor Chislata Nation and all their fish, it goes from a creek to like somebody opening up the fire hose on your face, right? And take some graves and ancestors with it every year. And then, you know, and they have to do that just to get the river moving fast enough to cool it, to get any benefit down in the Vanderhoof to Finmore area. And so they have these really erratic, big pulses of water in the hundreds of cubic meters a second throughout the July to early August. And then at the end of August or mid-August, they literally just go and they shut the gate and drop it right down, sometimes as low as 14 cubic meters a second, so that the Chislata Lake can drain out. And then they go back up to about 30 cubic meters a second, and we're back into that same cycle again. It's a very unnatural river pattern, right? Once a year, once to ramp up, then 4 weeks later, tap off. And so you know, the sonar is certainly showing us that there's the salmon are behaving a little differently around those processes. We also know when we look at air temperature and water temperature that maybe STMP worked in the 1980s, but we're still seeing days where the river is 24, 25, 26 degrees after, you know, into late August to early September. So
Related to climate change, that was a question. I want to make sure people online can hear.
absolutely, climate change has an effect. We've had low snowpacks 3 years in a row. Good news, the snowpacks right now are a lot higher than they've been in a few years. So that's good. But what probably isn't going to change much is that like Rio Tinto has been buying energy. They're probably going to transition to not needing to buy energy. They still have legal obligations for the river. So I don't, you know, we can push for some small changes today. Again, I think the Need to project, there's more going on to kind of make some more dramatic changes, but current state with what we've got, yeah, we're not going to see big differences in the short term without changing some things in the upper reservoir area. That makes sense. All good.
You know, when they release the water, couldn't they do it maybe like 4 times a year? Like spring, summer, fall, winter?
I think there's a lot of opportunity to do different things, but right now Rio Tinto has sort of a basic model that
Just
they
one a
operate
year.
to because
Two?
they
Well, they should go to 4. You should push for
it could
it.
be on the table, like absolutely. But I think the problem is that the summer temperature management program flows they released today
Mhm.
are a regulatory requirement that's imposed on them. So even
Okay.
if Rio Tinto said, "Hey, we agree, let's just do this differently," if the government said, "Oh, you're harming sockeye as per the original agreement," Rio Tinto could be liable. So for now, they're going to kind of have to toe the line on that.
Also, we can sue them if they don't do it
Yeah.
and bring it to court.
Well, you know what though? I think, and I said at the beginning, for whatever the motivators are, Rio Tinto's been playing nice because I actually think they also know there's a win for them changing the river, right? So lawyers are expensive, court systems, you know, we know that decisions don't necessarily change things on the ground. I think with at least today's context, we've got some momentum. to look at some changes. So and you're going to talk about that a little bit though, right? The infrastructure scopes today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about
Yeah.
just high level, but
High level, no,
yeah.
that's fine. So that what Cass is going to talk about is sort of starting to open that window to the sort of what could be without a litigative process. Yeah, yeah. And don't forget that the province of British Columbia and the government of Canada handed the car keys over to Rio Tinto. And I think that's sort of what the decision basically said was, yeah, Rio Tinto has skin in the game, but the crown governments have some too. So again, do you want to go to court or do we want to just come up with some projects that make sense and try and just shift the narrative, right? And Cheslata, I think, is very on board with that as well, right? They see the benefits to a changed world.
Jason, we had a couple of questions over here. So
Sorry, yeah.
one from Shanna and one from Rosa.
Apologies for my back being turned to you.
That's okay. So I had this idea and it honestly just came out of my mouth one day when I was talking to people. And I even talked to, I don't know, I was just kind of putting the idea out into the universe. And it was because we have such a big power of social media and because a lot of things have happened, like the taking down of the Klamath Dam in Washington, for example. And that is, I believe, they have treaty lands there, right?
Yep.
And so we don't have treaty lands here. Being unceded, what I was thinking is that we could do sort of like, whether it's called government to government with Cheslata, where we just take a bunch of shovels, dip them in aluminum just for, for symbolism, and just start digging channels. We could, people would come from Germany to grab a shovel. We could create a huge momentum using social media, honestly. And it could be just starting as like, oh, well, we're just going to dig around the dam.
Yep.
We're just going to create our own channels. We've got these geologists that have volunteered for us. We've got people coming from all over the world. It's like going to be a huge event. And it could even just be symbolic at first, but it would cause a lot of movement. So, and
Yep.
there's a lot of men around the area that have machinery that said, I'll come with my machines.
Yeah.
Anyways, so that was just the idea that I had. And I'm not sure what Cassandra's going to talk about, but.
Yeah, I hear you. And, some of the work that has been done in Washington and Oregon State it's beyond impressive, with what not just what they've done physically, but how fast fish have sort of really responded positively to that. One of the weirdest catch-22s we have right now, though, is all these other rivers around us are warming due to climate change. We look at rivers like the Endako River, which is dewatering and very, very warm. For the Endako, the solution is basically a small dam where you can actually store more water at Burns Lake and then release it when the fish actually need it. I am not advocating for the Kinney Dam. However, a new release facility at a Kinney Dam and take it. So the Cheslata system warms the river 2 to 4 degrees in the summer months. So if you drop 17-degree water at the Skins Lake, it's potentially 20 to 21 degrees by the time it gets back to the Nechako. That's moving into sublethal effect on fish. So if you move that release facility to Kinney Dam, it's only got to go through 7 kilometers of canyon, but it still be the same temperature. So you're getting a temperature benefit without flooding out graves and ancestors and doing all that other horrible stuff. Sadly, Kinney Dam actually gives us a climate resiliency tool that we actually don't have in most other places. And it's going to be the weirdest thing when we actually, 50 years from now, for a lot of salmon rivers, we might be looking at dams of smaller scale, but ways to manipulate the system to benefit fish. I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, I hear you loud and clear on that. I think in a perfect world, that just wouldn't have happened, right? But if it's the sort of devil that's there for now, we could potentially, by changing the way it's operated, make a big difference. The other piece, and again, this is sort of more what I think Cass was going with, but okay, if we had other power projects, so if the nations wanted to build wind turbines and solar, that reservoir can be a battery to support the system. But the more power we generate from wind and other greener power sources, the less water that may be required to be used up for power generation at a place like Camano. So we could actually we could put even more water down the river with this other sort of opportunity that could be out there for the nations. Again, not my place to say what the right path is. But yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because it's there, right? So who else? Somebody else had a question.
This is Rosa. It's amazing how beaver can understand water. You know, they can create the dams because there's no water. But anyway, I like the idea of the rock structure along the creek or water anyway, at the river, because the cows can't step over it. You know, the trees that they put in there, the cows can just step over it and go in the water anyway. So with rocks, they avoid it. So I like the idea. The otolith that you were talking about, has there been any studies before the salmon spawns and after the salmon spawns, if there's any stress indicators on the otolith that they can recognize in any reports, like if what is the cause? You know, I know we can't be that good at it, but it's something that you can see the stress level in the salmon right before they spawn and while they're going to the spawning grounds.
Yep.
Yeah.
The otolith might be limited on that, Rosa. However, I know the university has also been looking at both juvenile and adult Chinook, and they've got some research projects that look at the effects of temperature on their physical health. Here's the funny thing, though. UMBC had a great project. The nations, I think, up here were all on board with supporting them and getting this work done. Fisheries and Oceans Canada said, no, you can't do it because you might stress the fish out. Well, our argument is they're already stressed out. So if for us to learn how to fix the problem, we have to study it while they're maybe stressed, their head's just in the clouds on that one. So I think we're going to have to revisit that at some point. But there are, yes, Rosa, there are people that want to do it. There's little bits and pieces being done, but it's also looking at things like their fat, like how fat are they and how healthy are those fats? And are they the right kind of fats? And are they in a warm water system, but finding cool water? Like, are they seeking out little sites that are cooler? Like, so the university and academia has got some ideas around that, but this regulatory piece has been a weird hiccup, to be honest with you. But yeah, good question. So yeah, I think these were just a couple photos of the sonar site. So this is an older version of the Notley one. The weir is the same. We just moved it this last year. That's the one in Vanderhoof. It sits out there for about 50 days. But this is what we actually count. So if you want to just click it one more time, it should play a little clip. Yeah. So those are sockeye. And you can tell they're sockeye because you can actually, by their tail beats, you can tell they're sockeye. The ones at the top are Chinook, partly because they're bigger and they move more from the middle of their body. They actually have very different swimming behavior. And so the crew will count, like, I think this year, 60,000 of those. Like, it's boring as heck. But anyway, it creates work. I think we can use technology one of these days to do that part, because I think the crew is kind of mind numbing for them. But you do see interesting things. We do see sturgeon and beavers and ducks and other odd things kind of moving back and forth. But this technology is so good that we can actually pause it and measure the length of the fish to confirm it's a Chinook versus a sockeye. Rainbow trout don't swim the same way, so we can tell what they are. So you can really tease out the species. But again, it's just a tool, and similar to a counting fence or a weir, back in the day, you'd have a weir and you had people around that would know what was coming through. this allows us to basically see what's coming through all the time without having to sit there on the riverbank all the time.
Jason, I just want to acknowledge that we bring on Veronica Barfoot every summer. And so she's the person who counts them. Yeah.
It's the sonar is a real team effort. You know, we need a boat to get people back and forth to one of the sites. We've got people that have to download these things and maintain them, keep the generator running. We now have power at Notley, which is really nice. We don't have a generator. But yeah, no, I think they have a lot of fun doing it, except reviewing the files. I think the rest of the day, it's a great way to spend your summers out on the water and all that. This work, you know, we have these pots of money from Rio Tinto. I've always made sure that we have a few dollars at the bottom to just sort of say the whatevers. So like, we just never know what might pop up that might be of value. And so we've actually, Notley and Stellatin, we went out and set 150-foot nets under the ice. So it was the first time the crew had ever used a jigger board for walking nets out under the ice. It was really cold. It was like minus 25, I think, that day. David came out and took a few photos. The exercise was just doing it. I think Stellatin's planning on going out. I've been bugging them to get out soon. But, you know, that was something that Rio Tinto just kicked a bit of money in. Well, I think it was just to support me. But yeah, so the Saik'uz or Stellatin crew now is like fully set up to fish under the ice. We had a gillnet workshop last year. I think Saik'uz, Notley, and Stellatin had folks attend that. Gitsan have, you know, Gitsan at least are still fishing. So they have people that still make nets and maintain nets and know how to hang nets. And so they came out and spent a week, and all I heard were really positive things. I think everybody had a lot of fun just learning to make nets. I did hear that people now want a net mending workshop. You know, so we have a net and it's broken. How do we advance that? But that was a really good one. And this year, when we heard there were lots of sockeye and people weren't ready to fish, I did what I could and got 2 nets for each community, just standard sockeye nets, you know, help wherever. I know I think they all got put out, but I don't know what the return on that investment was, but I'm glad people were able to get out. I think this is close to the end of my presentation, but this to me is what's really important. That capacity, I see this as sovereignty for the nations, right? Like these young people are growing and doing more. It's to me, it's very heartwarming. So, you know, like I said, the crews are doing all the work on the sonar. There's nobody else really making it happen. You know, Eric and James, they're getting in boat time, like 50 days plus just on this alone, right? Yeah, do you have a question?
You know, when you talk about Kenny Dam, they say they're going to do dredging of Tatsa Narrows. What does dredging mean?
Dig a hole.
They're going to make it deeper?
Yes.
Oh,
That's simple.
I'll be talking about that a bit in my presentation right after this. Yeah.
Yeah, I know terminology is horrible. It's unfair. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I said it in a video and I wanted to make sure I knew what I knew it was something like digging, but I thought, you're not going to dig it, are you?
Yeah. So one day, if somebody has to build a new outhouse somewhere, you can ask them to go and dredge a new outhouse wall, right?
Yeah. So I'll just add to what Maureen was saying. We had what's called a pencil sketch made by Rio Tinto. And so it's kind of like a little cartoon graphic to communicate what the projects are I'm going to be talking about next. It's not ready for today, but we had Maureen narrate it, which was really great because it was just kind of like an AI NATO voice, I guess. So it's going to be ready, I think, next week for the Natural Resource Forum. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to bring it to the next community engagement we have on the projects.
Yeah, thanks. So the bottom line is the crew have been doing lots of things. There's at least 8 or 10 people between the 3 nations that are out there routinely working on these elements. You can't help but learn if you're doing things out there. And a really capable bunch. And I'm so proud of all of them for all the things that I see them doing today that, they've learned, and I just appreciate being a part of that. And also just use of certifications. It used to kill my soul when people would be ticketed out the roof and never have any work to use them. everybody's using those certifications, whatever they are, you know, boats and electrofishing and environmental monitoring. So yeah, it's just really nice to see people actually putting some of those sort of learned things to work. So next slide, I think that's it. Yep. It's Cass and Rodney doing a canoe paddle last year on the Upper Nechaco. So no, any other questions though, I'm happy to answer them. I'll stick around today too. I know it's a lot. It was quite a bit of a brain dump for me. I could have done this. I could have spent 3 hours on this, to be honest with you. So I'll be here if people have more questions or want to just chat through the day. So yeah, thanks.
I'll give you back your mic. I have to do my presentation still, so yeah. Thank
Thank you, Jason. We have part 2 by Cassandra Turbite, or the second chapter.
Just wait for the presentation to load. Awesome. So thank you, Jason, for that presentation. And I thought it was really important for Jason to come here and give an overview of some of the stewardship work that we've been doing collaboratively with our neighboring communities on the Nechaco, and really kind of help set the stage for this next presentation, where I'm going to talk about NE2, our water infrastructure projects. So next slide, please. So originally I was intending to have Jasmine, but it's just me. So hi, introduction, the land and resource manager. And I'm going to go over a bit over the NE2 infrastructure project. So there's 2 that Maureen kind of hinted to, and Jason as well in his presentation. There's the Kenny Dam Release Facility, and then also what's called the TATSA. I don't know if we'll say dredge anymore. I think it's a trigger word for some people. So it's just the TATSA Narrows project. Yeah. Next slide. So the context, and I'll just start with, so our Nechaco First Nation, Saik'uz, Stalaco, and Nodle, along with the carrier, our Cheslata Carrier Nation and Rio Tinto, are in the early stages, is what's called an order of magnitude. And later in the presentation, I'll show the different slides that show the different stages of the study and how we get to actually building these projects. But really to understand the viability of the NE2. So NE2 is our water in Daketh, which includes the Kenny Dam Release Facility. And then I think instead of TATSA, we're calling it increased live storage within the Nechaco Reservoir, and as well as cultural and environmental restoration projects. I know Priscilla on day 1 talked about how the 5 parties in January 2025, so 1 year ago today, we signed an infrastructure agreement to work together and to progress and execute the pre-feasibility study of these projects. And so when we think about these projects and what it means to our communities, ultimately it's what the court case was about. You know, it's about bringing water back to the Nechaco. Like I said, Jason set a lot of the context for that. And this is, you know, really what Rio Tinto should have done when they built the dam. It was part of what was being studied, but they made political decisions at the time not to do the Kenny Dam Release Facility, unfortunately. But here we are now, 70 years later, and now it is being seriously looked at in collaboration, in partnership with our communities. And I think that speaks a lot to some of the work that Rio Tinto has done and some of the thinking they've done around reconciliation. So ultimately, the objectives of the project are to improve the livelihood of communities and the environment, enhance the long-term ecological health of the ecosystem, help to preserve areas of cultural and historical significance, and traditional harvesting. And so Cheslata is a critical part of this as well in protecting their grave sites, improving fish and salmon habitat, and then to support adaptive climate management and resilience of the Nechaco Reservoir, and including to sustain economic activity in the region. So this next slide here, for those of you who don't know what the entire Nechaco Reservoir is, it does incorporate, you know, the Kenny Dam there in the bottom right-hand corner. the Nechako Reservoir, which is all the series of those lakes there, Utsuk, Tetichuk, Natalkuz, Utsa, and then Cheslada Lake there. That is where, so we have the Kenny Dam, the water flows backwards, but it also flows through Cheslada Lake there. And that is where Murray Lake is and Cheslada Falls. That's kind of where the Skins Lake spillway there up there. That's where the water is released from currently. And the water also flows all the way to Camano at the very end, right before the tunnel to the powerhouse. That's called Tatsa Lake. And there's a bit of a pinch point there that I'll be talking about. And there's been a bit of foreshadowing around the dredge and the context of that and what that means. So just to kind of situate ourselves with the whole region. So the Nechako Reservoir and the facilities, you know, it encompasses a huge part of the province. It's 14,000 square kilometers and 900 square kilometers of surface water area. And the entire area is a complex and culturally sensitive fisheries context. So in the bottom, we have the Kenny Dam here. On the top right-hand corner there, that's the Skins Lake spillway. So that is all the water that flows to Cheslada Falls there, and then into the Nechako River. And in the bottom there, there's just a picture of some people, probably on Cheslada Lake, I think, and some of the people from Cheslada. This next picture is what is Tatsa Narrows. So the top left hand up there, that's Tatsa Lake, and that's where the tunnel to feed in through the mountain to Camano is on the opposite end of this. But this is the area where we're looking at different solutions to have more water on the opposite side of the reservoir. And that'll allow them to have more water for their Camano powerhouse there. So the next picture kind of gives you a bit of an idea on what we're talking about when I say that there is a pinch point, at Tatsa Narrows. So there's a bit of some land there that kind of prevents water from flowing into Tatsa Lake, which is a really deep lake. And obviously this is within the benefit of Rio Tinto, but they're not going anywhere with the Camano powerhouse and their smelter in Kitimat there. So this is just a solution that's been talked about for many, many years now. When I say the dredge is like a trigger word, it came up in the past, and I know there's people who live on the reservoir who are concerned about, well, if there's more water in Tatsa and not water on the reservoir, that's going to impact their infrastructure that they have. So all their like water pipes that they have to the lake, all their decks, what are those things called? Yeah, wharfs, those types of things that they've built on the reservoir. So this is a project where right now we are engaging with the communities, but we are going to have to do broader stakeholder engagement and talking with everybody who's going to be affected by these projects. The next slide, we all know the Kenny Dam and what that looks like. And this next picture is just an idea of the concept of what the Kenny Dam release facility will be. It's an initial kind of engineering drawing, and there's more work that we need to do. But the concept of it is that there'll be a cold water intake in the reservoir, and the water will flow down to that 7-kilometer kind of canyon that Jason was talking about that's currently dewatered and has been for the last 70 years. Another project that's on this is the NE2 powerhouse. So this is a project that is being facilitated by the Nechako First Nations and Cheslada. And so this is separate from the scope of work that I'm talking about here with the infrastructure projects, but it is being developed kind of in tandem because it involves impacts to the dam, but it is a concept that our nations have put forward to generate a bit of electricity on our end as well and to get some of that economic benefit while we're making changes to the dam. Next slide, please. So this is the slide that I was talking about. So Rio Tinto, when they build projects, they have all these different stages that they go through. So they go from a concept to the order of magnitude, which we've been in the last year. And it was in the spring last year, a bunch of us went to Prince George and we sat in a room with a bunch of people, a bunch of engineers, and had conversations about what the projects mean and what we would like to see moving forward. And that's something that Rio Tinto has never, ever done before. They've never invited First Nations into the room to develop these types of projects together at this stage. So when I say I feel like this is a really big step for Rio Tinto to involve us and try to make amends through reconciliation, this is what I'm talking about. Right now, we are almost in the pre-feasibility stage. So by the end of this quarter in 2026, we'll be going into that phase. And there's a bunch of field work that we have prepped up for this field season as well. So as I said, yes, we're still in the very early stages. And we're going to be continuing to host community meetings over the next year to continue to share information and gather feedback as we continue to develop the project. And with that, I'll just say Snetchalthaya. Me and Jasmine are the main representatives for Saik'uz on this file. But we also work with Jason and Brian Toth and Mark Dunn, and we have a great team of people helping to support us. So thanks, and I'll take questions. And maybe Jason can help me answer questions if I need it.
I was just wondering, during like after the construction of the dam, has anybody like any of the nations ever done like a study of like this is a minimum water flow that we need just for everything to be good for all the wildlife? Like, you know, so you could crank the tap just a little bit to keep a continuous flow of a minimum good water level?
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit about it and then I'll maybe let Jason finish. But I think they did look a lot at that, especially in the court case. And that was like as we know, the court case was a huge part of it. It was never about compensation. It was never about money from Rio Tinto. It was about getting those natural flows back. And so they had different flows that they had looked at. And I think like with the projects that Jason's talking about, a large part of that was, okay, we know these are the different flows. This is what we would like to see. Like, let's see how fish are going to respond to it. So that is a huge part of the projects that Jason's been helping oversee. And I'll let you add anything else.
So yeah, I think if you'll forgive me, I'll just walk it back a little bit. That there are, as Cassandra mentioned, there really are three really big elements tied to this project. The work at Tatsa Narrows to create more storage in the reservoir, and I'll explain the rationale behind that. That Rio Tinto could do that today. They might even argue they have the license that allows them to do it. But if they did that, it would certainly help them with their operations and give them a little more certainty, especially in a drought year. It does not help the Chislata people, does not help with their gravesite issues, and it certainly doesn't help the fish that get blasted every summer by these STMP flows. Nor does Tatsa help the Nechako nations and the Nechako River and its health, because all we've done is create more storage in the reservoir. So the four nations, I think, will not accept Tatsa independently of the other two work scopes. So Chislata, we have to shut down Skins Lake. Skins Lake is done. There's no sort of intermediate step where there's the option to dump water once every 20 years, because that one every 20 years will wash out grave sites and it'll hurt fish again. So let's restore the Murray Chislata system. So we're going to kill off Skins Lake. Kinney Dam release facility allows us to at least get cooler water right off the bat into the Nechako. Even if it's the same surface water, it's going to be 2 to 4 degrees cooler in the summer. Because it's 2 to 4 degrees cooler, then those summer temperature flows that they normally dump at the wrong time of year, we might be able to start having a dialogue about shifting that and making the river look more like it should in the spring, right? With a spring pulse. We still have to be sensitive to the sockeye. Like, I'm not writing them off either, but yeah, so the three parts together start to make this project really viable from a whole bunch of reasons. The storage in the reservoir right now, and Cassandra had that diagram where he showed this little tiny hump at Tatsa. What it really does is it means that Rio Tinto is stuck doing everything they need to do at the very, very top of the reservoir. So if we had more storage in the reservoir, we actually had a couple of wet springs a few years ago. We would have had more room to store that water to get through the drought we just had. So if we want to change the way we manage flow, especially in drought years, we need some certainty. There's more money in the bank, more water in the bank for us to play around with until we get a good winter and a good summer and a good rain event or two, right? To kind of fill it back up. So we have to stop managing the reservoir at the top. It's not feasible. And it really doesn't help us do the things we want to down on the Nechako. We need more storage in there. So I think, does that answer your question? Sort of not. So yes, there have been studies. They've done some interim flows, like even with what water is there today, they have been trying to release a little bit more in the spring. But again, in the spring, Rio Tinto is constantly watching rain, snow, and reservoir levels in that very narrow margin. So they have to be really careful not to dump a bunch of water in the spring, and then it turns out we're back into another drought scenario, and then that puts the whole reservoir.
It is. We know that around 21 degrees, like 60% of the fish die off. And so it's not just the water that's coming through, but it's the temperature of water, and allowing more water can help control that water temperature. Like he's been saying, it can make a difference of 2 to 4 degrees, right? So if you like go to Riverside in the summertime and you go swimming, it's like 21 degrees before STMP, right? You can go swimming and it's basically like having a bath. But that 2 to 4 degree difference makes a huge difference for fish. And that's really what we're working towards.
More of a generalized comment than anything else. About 15 years ago, there was a report done, but that report was never released to the public. What I would like to see is that report, what you're talking about today, be released into a report so that the band membership can see what exactly is going on with what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Do you know what the work was? Oh, I'm just curious. Do you know who did the work, or like who drove it, or what it was exactly they were looking at?
The exact same stuff you're talking about now, that report never really came out. So I would definitely love to see the report on everything you're talking about today.
Cone. Oh, but that was eventually released, or was some of that? Yeah, it was released. Yeah. Yeah, could have been the Cohen Commission report. Yeah, we can find that.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, with the fluctuating temperature of the water flow within our watershed and how it's affected by the release from these reservoirs, how much stress does that put on the salmon that goes through our streams?
Lots.
Well, yeah, you can answer this. So Cassandra just mentioned that, when you're in water that's sort of 19 degrees or cooler, you're probably still in a fairly safe zone. But for every even half a degree above 19, as you head up the scale just towards 20, 21 degrees, you very quickly get into what they call sublethal effects. So these fish are stressed. they might make it to the spawning grounds in Nadina or Stilaco, but instead of 2,000 eggs that are viable, there's 500 eggs that are viable. That they put 2,000 eggs in the gravel and they only produce 50 fry. Like those stresses sort of build up to the sort of next generation. And then you kind of cross this threshold where they start getting sick and dying at even 21, 22 degrees. You're now moving into lethal effects. Now, 5 minutes in 20-degree water or 22-degree water isn't the issue. It's a sort of continuous presence in that hot water, right? So really warm water in the Chaco, and then it gets even worse because they might spend a day in the Notley River before they move into Fraser Lake. So it could get even worse for them. The Notley can even be 25, 26 degrees. Now it's scary hot. The good news is when they get into Fraser Lake, they're going to go deep, find cold water. That'll actually help them. They can heal a little bit. But if they pop back up into the Stilaco and it's really warm, it's just another insult to injury. But like Cass mentioned, like once you start getting into 22-degree water, you can see over half your run just die somewhere en route. And these fish are spending 22 days, give or take, just in the Fraser to get here, right? And the Fraser can be, especially the lower Fraser can be well over 20 degrees as well, right? So it's that sort of continuous presence. So this STMP flow, when they release it, absolutely does bring the temperature down a little bit. But even I think the last few years, they're managing it around the 20 mark. Like they're just getting to the 20 mark, but they're going over it some days now, right? So, and then as I think I mentioned earlier, when STMP stops, probably because of climate change and less water in the rivers, et cetera, I've seen spikes as high as 25, 26 degrees after STMP's done. So STMP to some degree is not working anymore, right? So something's got to change, right? And that's what I think these infrastructure projects can support. That answer your question.
I think as the other day too, as mentioned about water and the rivers and creeks and the farmers along there have an impact on that. Because the one slide there that you showed where there was like a water channel being diverted into and towards the land, and I think you mentioned that that's just the creek cutting into there. That actually looked like an actual excavator dug like a waterway into the farmer's field there. I was just wondering, like, eventually, how are you guys going to, or the whole thing, how are you guys going to approach the farmers and talk to them? And once you've talked to them, what are you guys going to do? Slap them on the wrist or give out fines? And as far as mitigating that too, like, wouldn't a good idea, like if farmers around creeks or rivers maybe just put cattle guards along like before the bank, so then the cows get deterred from walking down into that waterway? Because right now I think farmers just look at it as like, free water that the animals could go in there and do their thing, and to them they think it's not bothering anything, but really it is.
So I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, are aware too that Saik'uz Nation has signed an MOU with the Cattlemen's Association. That's a positive because I think they are very keen on collaborating on projects that actually help. I looked up the price of fencing because I was curious in the province of BC. What does it cost? $15,000 to $20,000 a kilometer to build fence. So now farmers can cut that cost because they're out there with their 45 children and whatever out pounding fence posts, but they still have a huge. That's why they have so many kids. But that's in part, that's part of the reason, right? It's not just the huge cost of building these fences and the time it takes, and it's time that's taken away from other things. You have to maintain those fences, right? And so there's just this huge ongoing cost. We've been talking about that though, that again, did Rio Tinto make the cows go in the river and wreck the bank? No, but is there an opportunity to start working with the farmers, and maybe through this MOU that could be an option too, to sort of build dugouts away from the creeks that have water? Because we get it, farmers, cows need water. And what I've heard from Rodney and Cass is like Saik'uz isn't opposed to people farming cows, but it's got to be done better and in a lot of areas. And so Fencing is an option that we've talked about. You can do other things to discourage cows from getting down into certain places, but it's just funny. I was going to talk to Rodney about this today. Olds College in Alberta, it's the farm school, and I think you went to Olds College, so you probably have some certificate on your wall. They're actually using just like dog shock collars with a perimeter fence. They're doing it on cows. So if the cow walks outside of where you want them to go, they get electrocuted. And I mean, it actually is really interesting because then you don't have to spend money on fences. And if you want to move your cows somewhere else, you don't have to build another set of fences to use a different area. So I actually want to, and you can even put like satellite tags on their ears and track what they're using and what they're doing. I think we should start that. Because the province doesn't even believe us when we talk about the Upper Nechako. They just say, cows aren't a big problem up there. But we show them pictures and we talk to them because what they do is they go, well, the range tenure is like 20,000 acres. It's only like one cow per 50 acres. But the cows aren't living on that big piece of ground. They're all living right on the river bottom where all the invasive grass is growing and there's lots of cool water to drink. And so they're all concentrated along these really sensitive areas like creeks and rivers. So this idea of like a satellite shock collar actually to me is quite an interesting one to explore. They're about $1,000 a collar per cow. But again, does Rio Tinto maybe have an interest in buying some and even trial it? I think there's lots of opportunity to look at it. But fencing is absolutely another option. It's just how do we get there? So
yeah, and the Cattlemen Association, they're also worried about the drought that's happening right now. So, the approach we're taking is Saik'uz and the Cattlemen and the region all come together and make a decision on what to do. We fence it, we supply water to the cows so they're not right on the river. We come together collaboratively with each other and make a decision so the government, DFO, don't make those decisions when they're not even out on the land. When I go fishing, I see berries come out of the ground, out of the trees. That's for me time to go fishing, whether there's no fish or lots of fish. They can't take that right away from me. And I report to Cora or to whoever and say how much I caught. Maybe I caught one sturgeon, cut it out and release it. I always give those numbers out. For me to be out on the land is only extra muscle for chief and council and for any government negotiations we have with Vanderhoof, with the region, with DFO. So it only makes strength that way. So yeah.
The other piece I just wanted to address in Wade's comment there was around, like, what are we going to do about the farmers? Are we going to sue them? And just, a reminder that we're operating within this provincial system, right? And they have their own laws and regulations. And so, yes, we do talk to the province about these things. We don't have our own way to sue the farmers. But one of the biggest issues is the whole ranged act, the whole range tenure system. Like, it allows the cows to do those things. And we've made a little bit of progress. He had mentioned with the big HSP farm down the Kenny Dam. They had a range tenure that was going to be renewed. We were bringing these issues to the province using the data that the crew have collected. There's water quality data that has high levels of E. coli from the cows, like visual erosion areas where they've been coming into the river, pictures of them in the river eating the canary grass. And all it allowed was for them to say, okay, well, we're not going to renew it for a 5 to 10 year range use plan. We'll renew it for 2 years and we'll work with you guys to continue monitoring, right? But the crew does, like, when they're out on the territory, they look for these things and they bring them to me. We report them to the province. We try to see if there's any kind of infractions or things that people are doing to break the law. There's been a few cases where we've been able to get some remediation done in the territory based off some of the things that farmers have done. But for the most part, we get we get responses that, what they're doing is legal. So I think the big push and part of my presentation that we were having yesterday is working more on a government to government basis to have like a table where we're working with the province to really address like the Range Act in general.
Question here.
Yeah.
You talked about the Kenny Dam release facility. It's gonna stop Skins Lake to be used anymore, right? And when that water comes out, how does it go down to meet it in Chaco? This is where I'm trying to put it in my mind.
Can we put that map back up for my presentation? It's not the best map, but
And will when they do this new release form, is the water here at our creek gonna increase or decrease?
don't think it's going to affect Stony Creek.
Well, right
unfortunately.
now it's
Yeah,
affected it.
he
It's so
has-
shallow,
yes.
you can walk across it without even gumboots.
Yeah. So, yeah, at Skins Lake Spillway, they're gonna like decommission it, but there's still gonna be enough flows to keep that original creek going because it was a like a meandering creek. It existed before. It wasn't like a lake system that they have now. So what we're talking about is where the Kenny Dam is and to Cheslata Falls, right? That's where the Nachaco River originally flowed before the dam was put in. So when we put the Kenny Dam release facility into the dam, it'll allow water to flow from between the Kenny Dam to Cheslata Falls. And so Cheslata Falls, as it is today, might look very different at that time. It may not be a huge waterfall like it is today.
Just from Skins Lake where they built that release facility through that section at the top never connected. There was nothing there. They literally built the gate, dug a partial hole, and then put probably 800 or 1,000 cubic meters a second through, and it just went through the forest and it carved it out and made a creek basically till it hit bedrock. And so it's we shouldn't feel too bad about shutting it down, except there's now some fish that use this channel. So we probably want a little bit of water, and Cheslata wants that, and that's fine. And the lake system can use that, but it'll be a very, very small bit of water that will go out of there, and probably not a gate or anything. It's just going to be like a siphon, like a big giant garden hose, just siphoning water over the dam and gives them a little bit of water. So.
10 cubic feet.
I just had for pronunciation, it would be nay, not knee too.
Okay.
And nay too should be one word because nay isn't a word on its own. It's always attached to something else, either at the end of a word like dakethne,
Yeah.
or at the beginning. Just
Yeah. David, do you know a little bit about how that came to?
Oh, okay.
Nay too.
Okay. And then the other one was sometimes like the diagrams are really good, but if any of people are like me, a diagram, it takes me a little while to attach the information and translate to a diagram unless I've made the diagram myself. But so it would be nice to correlate some of the artists in the community and youth to do explanations of what you guys have shared with us as far as kind of disseminating information through art and through projects that get us hands-on. I mean, I don't mind helping with that. That's why I'm suggesting it too. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is the otolith, is that what it's called? I don't know if I pronounced that right, but can that measure also, like it said it can measure metals, but can it also measure environmental like pesticides, if there's microplastics or anything else in the system? Especially I'm thinking if we start saying certain like Roundup and things like that are not going to be allowed on the land in the future, can we measure through that information pathway with the otolith?
I mean, living organisms pick up contaminants, right? I cannot answer your question now about, I don't see microplastics in an otolith just because of the way it's formed. But that doesn't mean that microplastics wouldn't show up in some other way in a fish's tissue if you went looking for it. As far as other chemical precursors go, it's a maybe. I think it would probably depend on what's in the Roundup or what's in the product. We certainly know things like PCBs are traceable in sockeye. They do pick up PCB largely from the marine area, just because we haven't had PCBs here for a long time. Sockeye only lived for 4 years too, right? It's the char species that live for 50 years. It's the sturgeon that live for 100, 150 years that have a big opportunity to pick that up throughout their life and accumulate that, like mercury and other things. A sockeye, it only has 4 years to pull that off, right? And so those things usually don't show up in alarming levels, but it doesn't mean they're not there. But I'm going to actually go ask somebody about that, about the other contaminants in otoliths, because now I'm curious.
And I just want to thank you for the other suggestion. We often do talk about like how do we get youth involved, and it's something that we aspire to do, but with all of our busy day, not trying to make excuses, but we talk about it a lot. And so I hope this is the year we can actually make movement on that youth involvement. And I just want to say too that if anybody here has, youth who are like keenly interested in these topics around land and water and fish, like please bring them to me. I would be happy to mentor some of our youth. And I mentioned that yesterday in my presentation, and I was really hopeful that I might have got a summer student last year, but it's hard to get youth engaged in some of these topics, but I'm definitely willing to take somebody under my wing or two or whoever.
I was just curious too, as to the fish. Does any of you guys do any like testing on the actual fish for like cancer causing agents or anything in particular to that? Because my dad brought something up a little while ago that just kind of made the light bulb go off in my head. Was like a lot of people from Notley pass from cancer and that. And from Notley, in a perspective, they do a lot of fishing. They do a lot of eating. They practically live in that river throughout the spring and summer. So I was just wondering if there is anything like that going on with the fish in the area.
Have we done it up here? I'm not aware of that. That doesn't mean that we can't. And that's one of the things that, again, we remind DFO of this. There's a whole bunch of reasons why food fisheries should happen, but people putting hands on fish gets us odorless. People, if we want to do tissue sampling, there's no better time to do it than with the fish that people are going to eat. I do know about 8 or 9 years ago, give or take, Hatsul down at Soda Creek had the same kind of question, like, is it safe to eat my fish? It was sort of the very basic question. And of course, they have Gibraltar Mine right there in their front yard. And Gibraltar, I don't know what they're really like to work with. I've never worked with them, but I think at least at that point, they were playing pretty nice. So they actually did a project where they took salmon from the dip net fishery and tested them for a whole bunch of contaminant things. And my recollection of the results were there was nothing to be worried about. Like the fish, because again, they only live for 4 years, right? So they have 1 year usually in a lake, and lakes in the interior are still in pretty good shape. They're not perfect, but they're still in pretty good shape. They go down the Fraser, they're within weeks, they're out of the Fraser system and they're into the estuary. In the ocean, they definitely are picking some things up, like trace elements of PCBs, which are not a good, PCBs aren't a good thing, but researchy types have looked at sort of levels of those things. And so at least at Hatsul, and of course, those are the same fish you'd be eating here, depending on the run. I don't recall them ever saying there are any red flags from that work. And I'm not sure that work was ever really made public. I think the nation did that with Gibraltar. So I'm not, I just was aware of it. But yeah. So, I think somebody made a comment to me. I worked on Williston Reservoir with a gentleman who was an advisor to the United Nations on indigenous consumption of food, like particularly fish and mercury contamination and other things. And he said to me, people are so worried about mercury levels in fish, like places like Williston. He said, Nobody eats so much fish that they could ever get sick from an elevated mercury level in Williston. Williston is similar to Stewart Lake, Trombler Lake. They all have elevated levels of mercury. His point was most people eat fish and moose and other things, but he said if they're switching from the occasional fish in Williston for McDonald's, he said that's worse. Like he said, so I tell people go eat some fish. Like he said, don't avoid it, right? Because it cannot be as bad as some of these other highly processed foods. So that's what I do now. Like I eat lake trout out of Williston all the time. I'm like, yeah, that's all I needed to hear. So, oh, there's a question back.
Avoid McDonald's. Okay. Yes, with regards to the project, has there been any meaningful research done with regards to capital projects within the project's system and how environmental accidents that would be introduced more fervently to these waterways and how the effects of that would be to the fish and vegetation within the tributaries?
So are you talking about the risks of actually constructing the work or more the operation of the work?
Major projects that would affect the waterways that the Nechaka Reservoir with the increase of flow.
Okay.
How will that affect? Has there been consideration with regards to secondary issues introduced of contaminants to these systems and how they would adversely affect fish and vegetation
that's
within the streams and tributaries?
Yeah. So you're asking the right question, and it's going to be one of those, like there's going to be 100 more of those questions like that have to be answered. So right now we're still at this sort of very big picture future, like what's the future state? Like if we could, in a perfect world, recognizing we're still constrained, we're not taking the dam down, what can we do to make things better than they are today? So that's what these 3 work scopes are really focusing on. But we do know that reservoirs in particular, Williston is one really good example, had a mercury issue. The mercury issue is getting better. And that's what actually happens around. These are things I've learned from that mercury fish guy. Every dam built on the planet has a big spike in mercury. It's a very normal outcome of a dam, but it's only for about 20 or 30 years and it peaks and then it goes back down to some new baseline again. It drops back off the end. So it gets better. Williston, we've seen that the fish are way better today than they used to be. But if we change things in the reservoir and how it operates, there is a risk that we will see a bump again in mercury. The question is how much, right? So that's a question that has to be looked at. Rewatering of the old canyon, I don't think there's diesel locomotives and logging trucks and garbage in there, but we're going to have to make sure that before we run water in a canyon that hasn't seen much water for 70 years, that there isn't an output that's negative, right? Maybe we have to get an excavator to walk through there and clean it before we work, right? The Chislata system, if we decommission Skins Lake, we're really just shutting off that big tap. So I wouldn't expect a big negative output from the Chislata because what they're really trying to do is stabilize the system, right? Because right now we probably are getting elevated mercury every time they push a bunch of water through there, right? Because it creates bank erosion and sort of stirs it all up again. So there might be some wins and some losses depending on how it balances out, but it'll be that sort of next step in our sort of future state investigations. Like, what are all the questions on the table that we have to answer for the nations and the communities to be comfortable with advancing this work. And some of the neighboring nations as well, right, have to be, comfortable with what's being proposed.
I'll just add that because I think it is considered a major project, we are going to have to do an environmental assessment for them. So I had mentioned we're starting like baseline studies this summer. And we are anticipating it's going to be an Indigenous-led environmental assessment. So we're going to keep coming back to community. And I think the benefit of having an Indigenous-led environmental assessment is we can ask these questions. It's not going to just be standard what they would ask in any other type of project, right? So we have the ability to ask these questions. So thank you, Benji.
All right, so lots of dialogue on this. Brings us close to 11. We'll have one more question from the floor and then we'll transition on to health.
So their chief and council has been talking to, is it Camano?
Rio Tinto.
Rio
Yeah.
Tinto. And what is that? Is there any agreement or disagreements between Rio Tinto and SFN?
Well, right now we have the infrastructure project, and so that agreement sets out a framework for us to work together. Also, if there's disagreements, like channels for us to be able to have those conversations. And the infrastructure agreement is until we get to pre-feasibility, which will be at the end of this quarter. So that's March. So yeah, pretty soon we're going to have to start leadership discussions on what the next part of our relationship looks like as we advance these studies. But so far, I think it's been pretty good. The team at Rio Tinto really understands our perspectives, and yeah, no real issues at this point to report on. So
So the other thing is, has it been discussed, SFN with Rio Tinto about the release of the dam and how it's damaging the creeks, the lakes, Kelkuchek, and what it's doing to the fish?
yeah.
This has been going on for how many years? And it just seems like it's like it's going in circles.
Yeah, it has been a huge part in the discussions that we've had with Rio Tinto. So before, we can work with any type of industry proponent, there is that relationship building that needs to happen, right? They need to understand where we're coming from. And I think they got some of that through the court case, but also through the discussions that we've had in working together for the last 4 or 5 years now. And when we started the discussions on these infrastructure projects, I had mentioned about a year ago, we all met in Prince George to talk about the order of magnitude. And we spent a whole morning, we really took over the agenda, and we spent time talking to the different engineers and the consultants who were working on this to really explain all of these things. So I think I gave about a 20-minute presentation from a Saik'uz perspective and went on Google Earth, and I made sure I explained to everybody like how the dam has impacted our people and our waterways. And then also through the Nechako film that's been released this year, that's also been a really good tool for us to talk to Rio Tinto executives at higher levels. So they brought some of their like international team, people who work in Australia and Canada and the United States, to have these conversations with them. And the film has been a really great tool, and it impacts people like on an emotional level. So yeah, I think we're in a good place with Rio Tinto right now. And honestly, it's like a breath of fresh air for me, because in some of our other files, it's really difficult to work with people right now. So yeah, I'm happy that right now the relationship is okay.
So the other thing I would like to suggest is that when the frontline workers, such as yourself and your team, that work with all of this for SFN, can interested members be able to attend like 1 or 2 with you with these big meetings? Because I find it very important if we're going to elaborate more on this, because many of our members, they don't understand the jargon and they don't understand the big talk. They don't understand the big words. And it would be real great to give our community members membership the opportunity to attend these big meetings That's including chief and council too. So it would give them that opportunity to see if they want to get into that industry or that with DFO or MFO or, so Ministry of Forests, Department of Oceans, so things like that. It's something that community members should be able to attend.
Yep. Thanks, Cecilia.
Natalia.
We haven't done too much in our department on it, but Priscilla was just mentioning that to me that we have the delegate program. So for the next year, we can put some thought about that on maybe some key meetings that we can open up to that delegate program. And then, yeah, I think this summer we can probably do a field trip out to the Upper Nechako, maybe check out some of the monitoring scopes that are happening to get ready for this. Yeah, and we can go down to Cheslada. They're really, really great and love to share all the information that they have as well. So thank you for that feedback, Cecilia. We have been trying to do some of that work, like with the TGOC. That's why we brought them to the sonar every year. But I think that's a good suggestion to maybe open it up to some other community members who may not be a part of that group. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks.
Just in closing, that if if you're out on the land and if you go fishing, you're a part of that backing. You're giving information back to Cassandra, to Chief and Council. Like even if you don't have a place to fish, you could come out and go to Wedgwood with me and Randy. Like whether we're fishing, hunting, we're doing that stuff out on the land. We're getting healthier. Like if we fix this river issue, then we might alleviate the health part of our organization. There'd be less people sick. There'd be more physical people out there. But I encourage everybody to go out and pick berries, do our traditional stuff. So nobody can't say we're not doing that. We're not being Native people.
Thank you for the presentation, Cassandra and Jason. And so on that note, just on the fishing note, yeah, I'm going to switch to health now, Cecilia. So I'm going to close this portion off. One thing I did learn today after about 41 years of working with the Rio Tinto Alcan file, I started as a researcher. Jason mentioned today about farmers. Remember he was talking about farmers. So if you become a farmer, you're going to have 45 children. I guess, maybe that's why not many of our people are farmers. So yeah, that's you could buy a bus or form your own band, right? Good one, Jason. Anyways, that topic there, the fisheries is going to be ongoing. The major project that Cassandra talked about is going to be like years in the making, but very fruitful once it becomes reality. So that's one thing that came out of the court case, not a direct action of the court case, but a pressure from the court case. So had the Saik'uz and Saik'uz had not gone through with the court case, the project would probably never have happened. We probably wouldn't even be talking about it. Jason probably wouldn't be here presenting today on any of the other issues. So let's keep that in mind. Lastly, on fishing, Saik'uz members, with the court case, you can fish anywhere in the Nechako watershed for any fish that you want. So that's one of the other things that the court case laid out for Saik'uz and Saik'uz. So in case you didn't know, now you know. Also, and very helpful that Jason, informed us about being a farmer. On that note, so we'll transition to health. Jordan is around here. Okay, yeah, there she comes. Yes. We're going to do the health topic today for the next half an hour, and then switch on to prevention with Miranda. I think Miranda's around. Oh, there you are. How you doing, Miranda? Nearly excellent? Okay, good.
Good morning. I'm going to invite Rosa McIntosh to come up and brush us off before we get started our presentation this morning. So you just wait 1 second. We'll get started shortly. Merci, Rosa. Thank you. Bendata Hunzu. My name is Jordan Cranmer. I am the interim health manager for Saik'uz First Nation. My mom is Jody Thompson, and I have to hold this. My mother is Jody Thompson, and my maternal grandmother is Burl Thompson. My biological father is Gord Cranmer, and my chosen or stepfather is Douglas Short. I have a lot of parental love in my world. My sisters are Georgia and Isabella Cranmer, and my fiance is Mitch Sorensen. Next slide, please. I'll give you a little bit about me before I get started. These are some lovely pictures of my family and people who I hold in very high regard. I was born in Smithers. I grew up in Burns Lake, and we moved to Vanderhoof in 2011, where I lived at the Potlatch House for a summer until my parents found another place for us to live. That was when Pearl was running the Potlatch House. I've been here for 2 years in this role, and I am so completely and incredibly grateful for all of the trust that you have put in me to support the community in health and wellness. I have been taught so many beautiful lessons and granted so many amazing opportunities for beautiful relationships and support and love along the way. And I walk in gratitude for that every single day, and I will carry that with me. I have the absolute privilege of working with these amazing folks here beside me. We're missing Emily Isidore today, who's diligently working with a client. We're also missing Rudy Paul, who is over at the health center supporting with the team over there. Soraya is our janitor at the health center, and she's at the back of the room. She does an amazing job of making sure that we're kept functional every single day. We have Jason Vickers, Lydia Poole, Sabrina David, Raylene Moore, and Lindsay Antoine as part of our team. But we also have an amazing group of care providers that I'm lucky to work with every day at the health center. Our homemakers diligently provide services to the community every single day. And so I really want to focus today with my update on how amazing and strong this team is and how dedicated they are to support the community. With that, at the end of the month, I will be stepping away from my position as interim health manager, and I will be leaving you in the beautiful and very capable hands of this amazing team here. They have been instrumental in the success of our programs and will continue to raise up some of the amazing work that I feel that we've done as a team. So with that, I'd like to transition into my presentation and leave you guys with some of the most, what I think, are the most inspirational stories that I have to share this year, and things that I will forever be grateful for and have to look forward to. So to start this morning, we're going to go over our land-based healing programs. Jason Vickers is our land-based healing coordinator. At the beginning of the year, he worked alongside Justin Tanner, who did an amazing job in supporting the land-based healing programs. Unfortunately, Justin is no longer part of the team, but some of his work still carries through in what we do today. Jason's work is to support our clients on multiple levels, but primarily getting back to the land and making sure that we're prioritizing health and wellness for all aspects, supporting the whole person. Jason works with our providers in doing referrals for land-based healing work. So just as Mel said earlier in the week, you can approach Jason, you can give him a call or a text, and plan your trip out to the land, and make sure that you're able to access ceremony, hunting, fishing, berry picking, collecting water from the spring. And Jason also does some other really amazing work, especially with the youth and community. Jason provides day trips to perform these activities on the land and help members reconnect. But he also escorted youth to Nanaimo with James Thomas to participate in the Young Warriors Camp there, and then in turn hosted a Young Warriors Camp on Saik'uz territory this year. The health and prevention departments work very closely, especially as Jason connects the programs. And so Culture Camp was another big program that we held this year at Touchnook. On the earlier slide was a photo of me, and you can see some of our activities there. Jason also hosts weekly healing fires at the Healing Fire Arbor. These are meant to be an opportunity for community members to connect over a meal, to have conversation, share connection. And these were happening on Mondays, and now they're happening every Thursday at 5 p.m. Jason also led our team hosting the Prince George Healing Fire this year in December, which was a great success. We had many community members from Saik'uz come out and join us at the Healing Fire in Prince George. And it was a great opportunity to connect with those who are living off reserve, but also who are living on the streets in downtown Prince George. And then in addition to this, Jason works very closely with all of our other departments within the health umbrella. So he's working very closely with Raylene and with Lydia and with Lindsay to make sure that our clients are well supported in all aspects of their healing. So you'll notice that at the Arbor, there is a windbreak also that has recently been built. And this has come from feedback from the elders that the Arbor is very cold in the wintertime and the wind blows through there. So that work has been done to kind of make that a little bit easier to access in the wintertime. Secondly, we have elders programming. Krista John is our elders coordinator. She's currently on leave as of this year, and we're coordinating with HR to bring in a temporary position for her leave. Regular programming for this department includes Krista's weekly elders teas at the Elder Center on Tuesdays starting at noon, which give a great place for community members and staff to connect with the elders, to ask questions, but also just to create that space for connection, which is really important in our work. Krista also facilitates monthly elders luncheons in Prince George, as well as events that are happening throughout the year that bring the elders out to participate in activities. This year that included, of course, her weekly bingo on Monday nights, but also the Canada Elders Gathering in Edmonton, Nikosley Elders Tea, berry canning workshops, fitness and walking groups with Tara Tom, as well as the LeJac reunion in Prince George. This year, Health also contributed some funding towards elders bonuses at Christmas time. Next slide, please. This picture of Fafa is my most favorite in the whole world. If I could make it my screensaver, I would. Lydia and Raylene are our addictions wellness workers in the community, and they are two of some of the most amazing women and courageous people that I know. Their work extends far beyond the hours that they put in from 8:30 to 4. They are available for community members. They will go to your house to make sure that you're okay. And that kind of work doesn't go unnoticed. It doesn't end with office hours. And so our community members that are exploring options of early stage recovery, planning, contemplating getting sober, contemplating options for their addictions and their family members' addictions, as well as considering those next steps, the detox, the treatment, the wellness and cultural connection. Lydia and Raylene are here to support with that. And I am incredibly proud of the work that they've done this year. We have seen a really steady increase in community members attending treatment. And we have seen a really, really good outcome with community members finishing their treatment programs and inspiring other people in their sobriety. This year, we made a purpose of intentionally purchasing cakes for people's sobriety. When we knew about your days, however long you had been sober, that was a really important time for us to take and celebrate with people in their journeys. And it brought us these little moments of coming together and celebrating, which has been so important for our mental health as a team, but also just uplifting people in community that are doing that hard work to protect themselves and their families. Lydia hosts Celebrate Recovery, which is now moved to Monday nights at the Elders Center starting at 4 p.m. And Raylene hosts a recovery outreach program every Wednesday evening that provides outreach support to community members who are in their addiction and recovery, as well as an increasing number of elders as we increase our ability to do kind of a Meals on Wheels program, essentially. This work has been in response to trying to meet people where they're at, meet them in their homes, reach out to folks that are struggling and might not be able to make it over to the health center, and also provide a warm meal and some connection. And we're doing our best to expand that program to include more elders and more community members with those meals. Additionally, we have been hosting it has alternated, but bi-weekly or monthly community harm reduction breakfast, which has been a breakfast at the health center, brings folks together, allows another point of connection, conversation, and harm reduction products if anybody needs them. We could not be doing that as successfully as we have been without Sabrina's support. Sabrina will be in the health center cooking breakfast at 7 a.m. and you'll walk into the smell of bacon and people start calling at 8 o'clock and are wondering when breakfast will be there. And our staff come in and interact with community members. And that's just been a beautiful point of connection, something that we've really celebrated this year. Additionally, in collaboration with CSFS, we have supported clients in attending some day treatment and post-treatment programming. And we have some more of that coming up at the end of January, beginning of February. So if you've been to treatment and you're interested in keeping those ideas fresh and keeping on top of your sobriety in that way, please reach out to Raylene and Lydia. We're here to help you with that. And these ladies have also done an amazing job of putting on events throughout the year. So we've seen a great turnout for Overdose Awareness Day, for some NADAP days, which included a lot of wellness activities for community members, Suicide Prevention Day, and of course, Blue Christmas. And so these ladies have really put in so much work and effort to support folks, and I'm just incredibly grateful to even know them. Next slide, please. So next we have our community health representative planning or programming, sorry. Lindsay Antoine is our CHR, and it's her role to support clients in their health and wellness needs across the board. So Lindsay works very closely with all of us. She's always very busy running around trying to make sure that people are getting to their appointments, are getting their medical supplies. She's coordinating the homemaker's schedule. She's navigating client requests for prescription and medical supply reimbursement and making sure that those get handed over to me. And she's also helping with programming like the women's group every Tuesday evening. She focuses on a really wide range of community supports and is just always there to jump in. I think a lot of you have Lindsay saved as probably your emergency contact. And I should probably put her as mine. But Lindsay is amazing and does really, really sincere, dedicated, honest work for the community. And so if you have a health question, if you need a home visit, if you need some Insure or some Depends or help ordering an e-brace, she's your gal. So the other thing to mention is that Lindsay is also my point of contact when I'm away from the office. And so she has a very good understanding of the management of the health center and how things work on a day-to-day basis. And so she's really knowledgeable in that way. Next slide, please. So here are some other photos of our programming, and I just kind of want to highlight the importance of our men's and women's group and community. Albert has put in a ton of hours for the health department in the last year. I'm pretty sure he screens my calls now when he probably should. I am just incredibly grateful for the work that the men's group does to help the health department. When we have after hours emergencies, when someone needs a wellness check, when we need something done, they're there. Albert offered the men's group to paint my house this year. I genuinely cannot express how grateful we are for their work. And yeah, those hours don't go unnoticed. And they also, like Cora said yesterday, are not paid hours. They're volunteer time that the men's group does to support the community. And so we are very dedicated and feel very fortunate to be able to support them in their goals. We support the weekly catering of the men's group meetings, but if there are other requests that the men's group has activities they want to do or events that they want to attend, then the health department is here to support in that. Additionally, Lindsay Antoine has been supporting from a staff point of view, helping with the women's group. And so this year they've made ribbon skirts, attended Take Back the Night events in Prince George for women's safety. They've done dinners, made beaded ornaments around the holidays, and they've done a lot more activities that are really trying to facilitate that connection and well-being and wellness, lifting women up in community. The Strong Women, Strong Communities events this year really reflected how important the women in community are as leaders and as people who hold their families together. And so that's been a big priority for us, is trying to support those women's group meetings and make sure that that connection is facilitated on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So our care providers in the health center are an incredibly close-knit team as well. We're very grateful for the work that they do. And so I'm going to kind of run through the list of folks that support community members. Adam Armstrong and Lindsay Pickarainen are our two mental health therapists. They're in the office Monday through Thursday and provide excellent support to the clients in clinic. But they also do at-home sessions and are on call for emergency situations. So if I give them a ring, they're going to come out into community within the hour. And that is really great support to have, especially considering some of the really serious emergencies and crisis that we've had in community in the last year. Matt Cardinal is our physical therapist, and he works in the health center every Friday, helping clients recover from injuries, increase their mobility, and improve their physical health. Mac also has access to the gym at the multiplex. And so if you're interested in working on an old injury, increasing your ability to maybe move that shoulder that's a little bit stuck, he is the person to reach out to. We're also working closely with the CSFS physical education team and Jeremiah Prince to help increase access to the Saik'uz gym and start to help people develop plans for their health and wellness through fitness planning. So that's been an area that we're doing a lot of planning and workshopping on, trying to make sure that, if your provider says, hey, some fitness might be a really good idea for you, that we have a plan in place and those supports to get you to the gym and get you doing those activities. The prevention team, we'll probably get into this a little bit more, but they support Mary McDonald to provide youth mental health support in the health center as well. And we work collaboratively with the youth center in Vanderhoof to support youth mental health that's a little bit closer to school. So kids can go into that center and receive mental health supports and then go back to school afterwards. Selena Case also works frequently within the health center to provide maternal health supports to our clients. And we have bi-monthly visits from the CSFS Jordan's principal worker for applications that are ongoing as well. Chen is our foot care nurse at the health center, and she's in every 6 weeks to provide care to those that are either receiving recommendations from their provider that they need some foot care support, or have dropped in and said that they're having issues and they'd like to get on that list. So if you're struggling with foot care, with foot health, please reach out to the health center. That's something that we can provide to you. That service is a bit more dedicated towards community members that have diagnosis or health impacts that impact their foot care, as well as elders. But if that's something that you're struggling with, please don't hesitate to tell us. And additionally, we have Leah Healy in the office every other Tuesday to provide sexual violence support work services. So for anyone who's ever experienced historical or recent sexual violence, Leah is there to provide support to you. Next slide, please. So Steph Sutton at the back of the room is our community health nurse. I'm very excited to say that this year we had Steph join the team. We also had Jackie John join the team as our care aide full-time in Saik'uz. And for the first time, Saik'uz has full-time nursing hours, which is a huge accomplishment. Prior to Steph joining the team, we had nursing Monday through Thursday, and now we have nursing 5 days a week and probably more with all of the hours that she puts in. So these ladies are amazing. Truly, truly, truly wonderful people, people that you can trust, and have put a ton of effort into making sure that we're back on track with nursing programming in the community. Stephanie and Jackie have been working really hard to ensure that immunizations rates are up in community. Our tuberculosis education tracking is regular. Our sexually transmitted infection education and tracking are regular. And the day-to-day operations of primary care and ongoing regular care like wound care, home visits, things like that are being done on a very consistent basis. And that does worlds for us within the health center, but also just for community in general. Steph has also supported us with an increased primary care education, specifically with communicable or contagious diseases. So she's really helped us within the health center to spread her knowledge, spread her education, help us really understand as a team some things that we might be up against and how best to respond. And she's always open to visits and questions when she's not with clients. And so if you have questions about something that you're wondering about with your health or your wellness, please access Steph. Another really important accomplishment that Steph has made this year is that she has helped the health center become a registered harm reduction supply site. And so now we have very consistent harm reduction supplies in the health center. And we have a team of folks that are very well versed and trained in harm reduction supplies. So Steph or Raylene can provide you really excellent care on getting those supplies and what you might need to be a little bit safer. Together with Stephanie, Jackie, Lindsay, and the medical office assistant, as well as the physician team, we meet regularly to talk about complex cases and try to provide the best care that we can for community members. So we're regularly connecting and trying to make the services that we provide better for you. And that couldn't be done without our physicians and specialists within the clinic. So the health center has 2 physicians that work in the office approximately 8 to 10 days per month. Dr. Danette Dockin and Dr. Suzanne Campbell are accepting clients and are also working very hard to try and get the clinic to a point where we might be able to host a drop-in day. I know that that is very important for community members to have that option. And we have just been trying to increase our capacity that way for quite some time. With our support from the primary care team, we've hosted a cardiology, so a heart health clinic this year, a podorthist clinic, so a foot care doctor came into the health center. We had an optometry or an eye clinic, and we also had a pediatric health clinic, so kids and babies health clinic. And we're actively working as a team to try and bring more specialists into community. But when we can't do this, we have really open collaborative relationships with Nudley and Stalaco. And so when there's specialists that are visiting their clinics, we have the option to send clients there as well. Next slide, please. So another aspect of the services that we provide to community are our patient travel and health benefits programming. So our Carrie-Sakani Family Services Office in Vanderhoof actually manages the Saik'uz patient travel program. However, that program is FNHA provided. So FNHA makes the guidelines for patient travel and CSFS administers it. So if you have a patient travel appointment and you have written confirmation of that and you have a vehicle and you can drive that vehicle, you can go to the CSFS office in Vanderhoof and they'll issue you your patient travel. So your meals, your gas, and a hotel if needed. However, one of the big gaps in this program is that if you don't have a vehicle or you don't have access to drive that vehicle or an escort, then you don't qualify for that patient travel. Additionally, if you are doing a trip to Vanderhoof, that doesn't qualify for the patient travel program either. So next slide, please. One of the things that we've done to try and address this issue is we've hired Emily Isidore as our driver within the health center. So Emily is primarily focused on driving elders and those who have appointments scheduled for those who don't qualify for patient travel. And I really do want to express that this program is not funded by CSFS or FNHA. The nation actually goes out and we do grant applications to find this money. So it's not a guarantee, but it's something that we see is very important to community and making sure that we have access, that community members aren't missing appointments because they can't get into town. So if you need help getting to an appointment, please call the health center. I'm happy to help arrange that, whether that's through the Vanderhoof office at Carrier-Sacani or through Emily, our driver. Emily is an amazing support in this role. It has been lovely to have her join the team and to provide support as an elder in community as well. And she has really found a way to support clients in processing what they might be up against when they go to those appointments. Sometimes folks are nervous, and that's completely understandable. And having Emily as part of the team has been really valuable in making sure that our clients and the community are supported in going to those appointments. Another important note is that the Saik'uz health staff, so those of us who are employed by the nation, we don't have access to your medical records. So when you call asking about health benefits, what you might be eligible for through Blue Cross or PharmaCare, so those are your two insurance providers that cover prescriptions or medical supplies, we're not able to just see that, but we can help you in getting that information. So as long as you're willing to maybe sit on a three-way call with us or give us permission to call FNHA or Blue Cross on your behalf, then we can help you sort out what it is that you need support for. And if those prescriptions or medical supplies aren't covered, then we work together as a team to figure out why and to help you with a reimbursement process if we're able. So you can always come and approach me about those things, and I'll do my very best to help. And if you have questions about your medical benefit coverage, I would really encourage folks to download the Blue Cross app, figure out what you're eligible for, and get really familiar with your insurance plan. But keep in mind that there are often other ways that we can find you support for what you're needing. Next slide, please. Our Homemakers program is one that provides really amazing service to community, but it's also one that we really struggled to keep fully staffed. So if you or someone you know is interested in providing homemaking services, please reach out to us because we're always looking for somebody who's interested in supporting community members with cleaning the home, making sure that it's tidy, helping with some meal prep, and doing some of those day-to-day tasks that are difficult for folks. Our homemakers are Vera Antoine, Wendy Antoine, Peggy Phillips, Joyce Teed, Linda Todd, and Shailene Thomas. The program is run in collaboration with Chantel Murray and the SA department because that funding is actually administered to the nation through Indigenous Services Canada. To qualify for a homemaker, you have to meet the medical requirements that are set out by Indigenous Services Canada. But we work in collaboration with Steph, our nurse, to try and get that paperwork done for you as quickly as possible. And then we put a homemaker into that place. So if you're interested in joining that team, I would really encourage you to reach out to myself or Marie, and we can explore some options there. Next slide, please. And another aspect that I wanted to touch on just briefly are some of our partner organizations and relationships. So, as many of you know, the majority of health funding comes from Carrie Family Services and the First Nations Health Authority, as well as Indigenous Services Canada. But there are also lots of small grants that we apply for as a department to make sure that we can run small events, keep things like the patient travel program up and running. And so this year we've partnered with United Way BC, and they have supported with funding to help with the transportation of elders. And so that's taken a huge weight off of our shoulders, knowing that there's funding for Emily to do the work that's so incredibly needed. But we also have some amazing on the ground partners that provide services in community free of charge because we are part of their mandate for service. So John Togi, who many of you know, is the community paramedic, and he is in community every Tuesday. He does a lot of home visits. If you want your blood sugar checked, if you need your blood pressure checked, or if you just want to connect with him, he's a really amazing opportunity that we have in community for another one-on-one health connection. Additionally, we have Libby McVeigh, who comes in from the Northern Health Vanderhoof Medical Office. And she provides social work services for medical needs in the health center once a month. So if you have disability paperwork or things like that that need to be addressed, Libby is your gal. And I'm really proud of the relationships that we've invested in over the last 2 years. I think that it's really easy to have very tricky, struggling relationships in the field of health because of how important the needs are to community and how unique they are in each community. And so that's something that I've invested a lot of time in, especially this year, is trying to develop healthy, collaborative, constructive relationships that ultimately benefit you guys. Next slide. Oh, perfect. That's great. So this year, I don't have to tell anybody in this room that there have been some incredibly significant losses. Things that have shaken us and that have really impacted our team. And I just want to acknowledge that doesn't go away, that doesn't stop, that hurt is something that we carry. And we're always here to help and talk with that. This year, searching for Ronnie, trying to support families in their grief has been one of my biggest struggles and a place where I have immense gratitude for the trust that you've put in me. I'm very grateful that community members feel confident to reach out to me and know that I'm there to provide that service. So I want to reiterate that if you're struggling or if your family members are struggling, we're here for you. You can come in, you can have a cup of coffee and sit in our offices and just talk, because sometimes that connection is all we need to just take that one step into the next day. Additionally, we've had some public health emergencies, and I've been very involved with Emergency Operations Committee planning things in the past year to make sure that health is there to support you if we ever were in an event of an evacuation or an emergency, that we're integrated into that process so that we can help. So that's another area where I've spent a lot of time and effort this year. Next slide, please. So Sabrina and Rudy are our two folks that are in the health center pretty consistently. They're your first faces that you're going to meet and the welcome that you're going to receive into that space. And I am so grateful for the two of them and everything that they do to make people feel welcome and appreciated and supported. neither Rudy or Sabrina's work ends with the health center or at the front door. If there's an emergency, Sabrina's the first one waiting in the passenger seat of my car to respond. Rudy is the first person to give me a hug if I look like I've had a sad day, or to ask the team how they're doing. And so those supports that we have within the health center and making us feel welcome and supported are integral to the work that we do. Rudy joined the team this year as our security guard and maintenance worker, and he joined after the short shutdown that we experienced because of some security issues in the health center. We're very grateful to have him on the team, and it's really amazing how functional that role is in supporting us just on even an emotional basis. So we're very grateful for him. We're always very grateful to celebrate when staff have been with us for a while as well. Sabrina's been here a year, so that's an incredibly exciting addition to the team as well. And we're very grateful for all of her help, especially jumping in with programming. This year, we also integrated panic buttons into the security operations at the health center. So when we have security emergencies and concerns for our health and safety, we have an option to alert somebody for some help. So these things are what we've focused on a little bit more within the health center, just to make sure that we are doing the best job we can of supporting the community, but also keeping ourselves and our well-being safe. I know that the health center build is a hot topic as well. And believe me, I am ready for it to be completed. Cora and I have spent a ton of time in the last year working on all of the nitty-gritty little details around the health center. And we are now expecting it to be completed in the fall. At the health fair at the end of the month, on the from the 26th, 27th, and 28th, we have Unison, the architectural company, coming in to do a presentation and update on that work. So they can provide you more of a fulsome update, but I just want you to know that we're making sure that this is done right the first time, and some of that is the reason that there have been so many delays. And it's very important to us that we make sure that that space is exactly what we need it to be, so we can get in there, boots on the ground, and work as efficiently as possible during that move. We're also working with a local artist to develop the sign for the new building, as well as the elders and Deborah regarding the name for the new health center. We're very grateful for the speakers and the elders and community members that have attended the community engagement sessions throughout the year and helped us workshop some names and then bring those back to the linguist Bill Poser and Deborah to have some review over. And hopefully we'll do a formal community vote soon. Next slide, please. So another area of focus, usually if my door is closed, this is what I'm working on. I spent a lot of time this year helping the health department and the overall operations with financial management within the health department. Reporting has been a really big area of undertaking for us. And I can now confidently say that we're in good standing with all of our health contribution agreements. Our reporting is up to date. And we're actively living in the present now financially with the department. So our reporting is for current spending. And that has taken a lot of work and a lot of patience on part of this team for letting me close my doors and my blinds and just work on that. And so I'm very grateful for that and that accomplishment. Next slide, please. And then finally, another area that I've been dedicating my time this year is my role within the PET committee. So I know a lot of folks have questions about why I'm involved in this process. And I just want to kind of reiterate that when your pets are healthy, you are healthy, when you feel connected to your animals, you feel connected to community. And so everything is very relational in that way. And this was an area that I'm also very passionate about. I worked in a vet clinic for some time growing up. And so with the support from Shelby, April, my mom, Lester, and Linda McDonald, we have really helped this year make sure that our furry community members are happy and healthy to the best of our ability. Unfortunately, this year there was no funding that came in for a pet vet clinic. And so that was an area that we saw a gap in for especially spays and neuters and community. However, within this year, we have raised funds to help support with run lines being purchased for aggressive dogs. We've responded to numerous reports of aggressive animals through incident report systems. We've been managing pet food donations that come in through the band office with April's help. We have offered training classes and pet first aid. And with community members' request, we have helped to rehome over 60 cats and 20 dogs. So that's a large number of pets. And I really want to reiterate that those aren't people's pets that we're taking out of their homes. These are litters of puppies or kittens that folks are coming to us saying, I need help. And so we're doing our best to help them navigate that situation and provide as much emergency vet support as we can within the financial means for that. So with that, next slide, please. You might have questions about this picture, so do I. And so I want to open the floor to questions and just thank you all for your patience. I know that's a lot of information in a very short time. If you have questions throughout the day, I'll be here. I see Cora and I see Stephen.
So I'll go to Stephen here first.
I got a fully loaded question for you, and I'm going to be expecting a straight up answer. The reason why drivers like Jackie and Emily aren't being funded, the reason why I ask that is because your board of directors sit around for 5 minutes inside a meeting and make over $2,500 for just 5 minutes of a meeting. But be careful with how you answer that question, because you can be brought up on charges of racial profiling, discrimination, and racism.
Okay, so we'll go to the next question. Cora, back here.
So, Jordan, I know you don't have any control over the funding, so just wanted to reiterate that. So Jordan is a Saik'uz staff member, just to be very, very clear. She works for the community. But Jordan, I wanted to ask, thank you for your presentation. Can you tell us the time frame of the pet committee and how many animals? So how long did it take for you to acquire that many animals?
Certainly. Thanks for the question. So it's actually been an incredibly short time frame. Earlier this spring, we were charged with the task of creating a terms of reference for the pet committee. And April was amazing in kickstarting that process and getting us a draft. But it came from community requests of needing help managing aggressive pets, as well as just the general population and health and wellness of pets. And so during this time in the past 7 months, not even, we have developed a terms of reference, have that approved and signed off by chief and council, have then changed and drafted a new one that met new needs and different needs. We have created a warning system for aggressive pets. So when we have community reports, incident reports coming in, April takes those and grades them on a system of how severe they are. And then she brings that to pet committee meetings. And we write warning letters to the community, helping to address that situation, whether people need run lines, whether people need some support with training, or whether they're open to exploring a surrender of that pet. And so this has been a really short time frame. I'm pretty sure my fiance is pretty tired of puppies being in the basement. But it's been a real blessing. And we have worked so closely and so quickly in the past 6 months. And so these 60 cats really are in the past 4 months. And that is really due to Shelby's support with trapping cats, rehoming them, and helping people manage kind of the colonies, especially out at Laketown. I believe we pulled a total of 16 and then an additional 5 more from Laketown due to community requests. And the dogs have been over that time frame too. So we've been hard at work. And that's kind of the time frame there. Thanks, Cora.
I have a question about something that I've been learning over the past, especially year, is around like kind of a worldwide pandemic of parasites. We had processes and ways in our people, like poplar. I haven't learned all of these yet. I've been using more sort of naturopathic Western ways of dealing with things because a lot of mental health issues, for example, can be linked to Toxoplasma gondii, which it comes from cats, and 22% of the world has Toxoplasma gondii. And so I'm wondering if over the next course, if you haven't already done that kind of research, if some of that, because you go to the doctors and they're not even talking about it. There's also yeast pandemics. There's 72 different kinds of yeast you can have in your body. We have a cousin who passed away from yeast in her blood. So there's things like that. I've had yeast in my joints, and my naturopath cleared that so that my mobility was positively affected. That happened about 10 years ago. And so even when we have our community meetings, if we're thinking about diabetes, if we're thinking about traditional foods, if we're thinking about integrating kind of a lot of these, you know, departments and groups that we have working for us and ideas into that full holistic lifestyle. And also, you know, maybe we have like what, I don't know, cleansing clubs or something. There's also ways to detox zeolite from your body, spike proteins that came a lot from COVID from your body and from the vaccines. So I've been learning a bit about this, just, you know, Instagram and stuff like that, but I've felt positive effects for myself using some of these processes. And then I learn a lot at Ave Maria because the people there can teach us a lot about those kinds of things. So I just wanted to mention that. And then for off reserve, I'm not sure. I'm just learning now the pathways towards what kind of funding we get, what kind. And so maybe we'll be able to work a little bit better because sometimes I haven't asked for help that I've needed because I've been told it's only on reserve, but nobody has told me, but go talk to this person. So that kind of integration is also necessary because every door should be an open door when somebody needs help. But I mean, you guys are like super busy. So, but there needs to be some kind of a flow chart or something that we put in all the departments so that when somebody comes in, the people of staff and the people can be given something. Okay, well, if I come into health, but it's kind of a social development issue, then here, we'll connect you over here, kind of a thing. And then the final one was relational wellness has been shown to be a huge factor in physical wellness and mental health wellness. You know, some of the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, for example, in showing that it's not just the traumas we experience, but our response to the traumas. And I know many of you are very learned in that. But that's one thing that I think how we relate, even how we relate in these meetings, you know, we can say the truth without being disrespectful because that's creating trauma in the room. And so I really appreciated what I heard from Cora yesterday or on Tuesday. I was online, so I just heard it online. And just some of that work that people are doing, I'm doing it right now to create some healing in our relations with each other.
Thank you for that. So after you answer that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item. So we'll cap it at that. But you're going to be around the rest of the day, okay?
Thank
Connect
you.
with you then.
Yeah, great. Thanks. I'll just answer briefly the question that I can. In regards to parasite cleansing, I don't have knowledge there, and that might be a really good opportunity to connect with the nurse. But that's definitely a really good point, and I'll spend some time working on that. And then, yeah, I completely agree in terms of relational wellness and building up our relationships and supporting one another. And creating that knowledge translation about how you can access services, especially as an off-reserve member. As health manager, it is my role, and it's our team's role to support members on the whole. So if any members have concerns in relation to their health and wellness, the door is open to connect with me. And I can help people navigate the systems of FNHA and CSFS where they might be able to receive additional services as well.
Thank you for that. Health Center, you did a good job. All the staff, perfect jobs, right? Lots of work, lots of work. And been informed that lunch will be about 25 minutes or so. That's 25 Yinka Dene minutes, right? 25 Yinka Dene minutes. So on that note, we'll get the next presentation, and that is prevention. And we'll get the team up here. Okay, so we'll have your attention now, and I'll give Miranda the floor.
Hi, everybody. As you may all know me, or if you don't know me, my name is Miranda Louie. I come from the Frog Clan. My parents are Martin and Nancy Louie. My grandparents are Morris and Evelyn Louie and Katie and Lawrence Stump. I'm partially from like Notley. I've was raised in Notley, Witten, and I spent a lot of my childhood as well with my Chilcotin family alongside my Chilcotin heritage pieces in the Anaheim community of Cledinco. It's one of the biggest communities in the Chilcotin. So I'm a little bit nervous today. I'm not usually this nervous, but I feel there's like, I had to follow Jordan and she's amazing. That's scary. Thanks, Jordan. So the prevention program is made up to keep children in the care of the family members in community or with someone close to the family that the child knows. So that's like been a real big piece of how we practice and how we do the work here in Saik'uz. And we have been working with like numerous families throughout the years. Oh, next slide. So this is some of the things that we do, and it's attend court regarding children and family, or sorry, something popped up. To attend court regarding Child and Family Community Services Act, attend meetings for families working with the social worker under this act, support reconnection for children in care, support family well-being with the support of the Child and Care Wellness Committee or Child Wellness Committee, and support community events for families. So this year we've actually have a large number of families that were able to be reconnected with their children that are in care, that are not living in Saik'uz. We have children from Edmonton, the Lower Mainland. We connect with children in Calgary and as far as Mississippi for reaching out to them and making sure that they know that they're Saik'uz members and that they are loved by Saik'uz, like Saik'uz First Nation. So, or we start, and if they don't know any information, we try to get the elders to do some teachings. We do weekly or monthly Pro-D Day visits to Prince George, and we have the children in care in Prince George that meet with our elders in Prince George. So it's a big part of what is really reconnecting the children back to Saik'uz. And we've also helped families visit children in their, we brought a family to Edmonton to visit the children in Edmonton that are in care in Edmonton. We brought a family to the Lower Mainland alongside of with help from MCFD to ensure that they're doing their parts. And again, what is prevention? This is done through supporting family to reduce the risk and safety concerns for families that need the support. The programs available for these supports are the band designates and the youth workers. And currently we only have one youth worker. So some of the future of what we're looking at, and it will go into the pieces of why I'm nervous. But the Saik'uz First Nation and Caris County Family Services has signed an agreement where the nation will start the process of C3 delegation services. We have already been working on the planning regarding those services with the guidance of the elders at the Child Wellness Committee, and a draft plan went to Chief and Council in November, and this will be updated as we work towards a C3 delegation process. So if you have a question about that, C3 includes voluntary services, includes extended family plans, and voluntary care agreements. And this is something that Mary and Warner came to community last year, met with Chief and Council, said we believe Saik'uz is ready, and they're supporting that goal alongside of the nation. So part of this process is ensuring that the nation has a social worker who can lead the team through this process, and Saik'uz has already been taking steps towards this goal and currently working on securing a data system to keep our records. And we have been just trying to deal with the cloud or getting the actual so we're making a decision. Again, it has to come with Chief and Council because it is quite costly. So we have been working on the pieces around that. And for me, I don't have my social work degree. And when you're working in a team, and as closely as our team is right today, you see everybody's strengths, everybody's weaknesses, everybody's pieces of themselves, and you get to know them and know where they're at in their hearts. And knowing that we needed to go to a C3 delegation, I had met with Chief and Council about 2.5 months ago in Vancouver, and I made a decision to leave the role as a prevention manager at that time, and that decision didn't come lightly because of the care and the love that I have from Saik'uz and the care that I have for the community myself. But I didn't want to say goodbye. but I also wanted to make sure that we need those pieces, and Saik'uz needs those pieces that I can't carry. So you know when you care, like you have to pass the baton when you're going into a race sometimes, and we'll be making change. Like we made some changes within the prevention program. Lila Weeb, she had to go and send something off. She's had to leave because I told her we're going to present after lunch. She's going to be taking over the role as a prevention manager in my like as of Monday next week. I will, and Ursula is still going to be our band designate rep. So there is going to be some changes. We are going to be needing some pieces for us, and just making sure that that piece is taken care of. After my meeting, we had like a really beautiful like engagement session back in early November as well, with Lincoln. Lincoln came here, and I think this whole room was filled for our jurisdiction pieces. And that night I drove home, like really feeling like really happy. My heart was very happy. My heart was happy for the nation. The nation got to speak to Cariasikani regarding their jurisdiction. It was one of the most beautiful like engagement sessions I've ever attended. In all of the years of me doing engagement through First Nations Health Authority prior to coming to Saik'uz, I just, that night was powerful. And I never in a million years dreamed that night like that would turn into a tragedy for me. My brother was murdered, and that's what I went home to that night. And with the support of the team, with the support of the elders that I have here, and with the support of Cora and the chief and council, they helped me to take a step and to do some healing, and I'm still doing that right now. Because a part of that is I took my nephew into my care, like right the next week after my brother was murdered. So, it was a very heavy heart that I had to take this time, and without Lila standing up and being able to continue the work that needed to get done, supporting the families that needed to be supported, I don't think, I felt like things would have been just really falling apart for the nation, and that really doesn't, I was really scared. But it was like one of the hardest things of knowing that our children are hurting. They're put into organizations that are meant to help them, and it causes more damage and it causes more hurt to these children, and my nephew being one of them. And despite everything, I stood and I fought in court by myself to get him out of jail and bring him home to my home. And he lives with me, and he's about 17, and he's like a child again. And the love and support that I could provide to him is allowing me to be an auntie, and being able to step away from the management role is going to be able to give me the time, because there's going to be a lot of court hearings. There's going to be a lot of time where I need support. So I'm thankful for the nation for giving me that space, and to Priscilla for always being somebody to listen to me when I feel like I'm falling apart or if I'm not doing the right thing. Priscilla's always stood by me. Rodney, Regina, Mel, everybody, I honor all of you here in Saik'uz, because I know what it feels like when you lose somebody and when there's a loss as tragic as the one I went into. And the night it happened, I phoned Cora, and she came without a question. She came right to Notley, and she sat with me till after midnight. I was shaking. I was like, I didn't even know who I was. And it was one of the hardest things that I've ever faced in my life. And I faced a lot. I was in a coma. I've had numerous losses in the last 2 years, but this one was different. This was my baby brother. So with that, I did accept the role as a jurisdiction coordinator so I could continue to work with the nation. And it's only 3 days a week, so it gives me the space at home to be with my family and to take care of my nephew, to go to court, and just to be present. But at the same time, still not giving up on the dream that Saik'uz had given me, not breaking promises to the elders, because the elders made sure that I was going to stand here alongside of them as we walked that jurisdiction pathway right to the end. Many, I didn't forget the promises that I made. So without all of you elders, it would have been a rough few months. But thank you all for really being here and standing to support us. I really honor Saik'uz with all my heart. So again, so if we go back to to the presentation, some of our youth workers, we only have one youth worker currently. They provide the supports to the youth to set goals and support youth activities, culture camp, Halloween, one-on-one support, the Children in Care Christmas, Pro D Days in Prince George, and they're currently supporting 24 youth in and around the community. And that's not and they're doing pizza parties once a month at the school now. They're trying to get more involved in the school because some of our kids don't like to go to school. So having them present in the school is really helping the kids want to go to school. So that's been really nice to see Dina doing that. Dina isn't here today. She's doing some healing work this week, and she's hoping, she was really sad she couldn't be here, but she is away. The band designate reps, which would be Lila and Ursula, they work to support families to stay together and are supporting families outside of the territory, province, and even outside of the country. We're currently working with 43 families and 56 children in care. That's a lot. That's a large number for the minimal staff we have, but these elders help us pick up the slack, or if we have a question, we could just phone one of them and say, hey, I think I phoned Marilyn more than once at 6 o'clock at night just to get some advice and to have that support. I phone Maureen. I usually phone Cheryl too, but she's having a bit of a space to heal. And Linda, these ladies really hold up the community and the children here. And they really believe in the vision for the nation. So we do have a position available. So you could email your resume to the HR worker, Marie. So if you would like to join our team and help support the youth of Saik'uz, please send your resume to us so we could start getting more people on our team. Keisha Thomas is our prevention administrative assistant. So Keisha's over there. So she's the one that helps me manage my life. If I could take her home with me, I would, but I think her daughter won't like that. Postings are also going out for a band designate rep because Lila will be going into the management role. So we do need another band designate rep. And again, I will be moving into the jurisdiction pieces. This is some of the elders that we have in our jurisdiction role. They are elders that have dealt with children in care. Their families have faced it. These elders came from a background of child and family services already. Many started the child wellness back in 1976. And she tells me all of her stories, the first agreements that Saik'uz had with the province and with the feds. That was a powerful thing to happen way back in those days. So technically, the Child Wellness Committee is going to be 50 years old this year. So we will be planning a celebration to honor all of those years of commitment that the Child Wellness Committee has done and worked for Saik'uz. Um, so she also, I've been working with these group of elders, and we again want to like see like that the jurisdiction um, committee, and they have like the Saik'uz law in the dialect of the nation, and having the nation members' voices heard for the developmental of the legislation. And we do like have that partnership with Carrier Sakani as we walk this pathway, and working with Lincoln Halgren. He's here. He's writing. So Lincoln is one of the ones that came. Like if you haven't been to one of the meetings with Lincoln, if you ever see him coming, like, and you want to know what's happening with the laws, please, like, he's a face that you're going to have to get to know a lot of. Thanks, Lincoln. And we are guided by our elders that sit within the Child Wellness Committee. We meet once a week on Thursdays, and we support preventing children going into care and supporting families' wellness. Prevention support is crucial to families when putting a request forward. So please include supporting documents when you are doing requests. And there is a prevention request email that I forgot to put in the slide, but oh, it is here, preventionrequests@saik'uz.com. So if you do have a request for prevention, please send it to this so that way it doesn't get missed in the, because what I found last year is like somebody will text me a request, they'll email me a request, and then they'll send Lila a request. And so it was just getting lost in the transitions. So prevention.request@saik'uz.com is the best way to put your prevention request forward. And I believe we serviced like a lot of families this year around groceries, bill support, a lot of different pieces that we had to come, like families were needing support from. And these are the contacts for the community. And I would like to thank everybody. So we were able to help 133 clients this year with food security. That's just like a small number of the things that we do. And I'd like to thank everybody. And not to forget that we do have a male in our committee, and he's hiding in the back over there, Jeremiah. Jeremiah does sit on the committee, and he helps like bring a voice about the men and making sure that the men are being supported. And it's like we're not just focusing on the moms, we focus on the single dads as well. And he helps bring that voice to the table, what their mental health needs are, like if they need support, if they want to, go do sports activities, like we really try to support like our men's mental health and like as best possible. And I will go into questions, but please be mindful, I cannot answer questions directly related to client services or a specific client because I will be breaching client confidentiality. So if you have a question, that is like a specific question about one client, please ask me to the side, as if we bring it up here, it's breaching that client's confidentiality to our program.
So questions from the high level rather than specific individuals. So we have time for, I'm going to say 3 comments or questions from the floor. Then we have to go for lunch because it's calling our names every day. So I'll take 2 or 3. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Here we go.
I'd just like to thank the prevention and the work that they do. Like me personally, they helped me and my son go to hockey camp last summer because my son has been playing minor hockey since U7, and it's something that he's good at and he wants to get better. And it was quite the task to go from Saik'uz all the way to Kelowna because that was 800 kilometers. I had 2 kids with me. I did it by myself. There was a lot of lunch making in the morning. I had to go to the grocery store, grab containers, lunch stuff, make sandwiches, and it was hard work. But they really helped me make that happen, to push my kids to do things in sports and learn team playing and communication and all that. And I'd just like to thank the prevention community in helping me do that for my children. Thank you.
There's a bouquet for you guys. Excellent work. All right, I'll go for another call. Okay. There's number 2. I'll go for 3.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Whistler. I'm Saik'uz First Nations. I would like to just say you guys are doing a great job. I know your job is hard, and all the children that you're helping, and that even the ones that were hiding in the bush, you guys have helped. I'd just like to say merci.
Hi, I'm Darlene Barfoot, and I'm from Saik'uz First Nation. I'm a Grassland. My saying is that to you, you ladies, I don't know how you do it, but thank you very much for all the hard work you've done for our nation. And I'm so proud of you all for the work you've done. We wouldn't have been anywhere without you. But thank you very much.
So on that note, 3 bouquets. That's incredible. That's a hat trick in hockey. I'll give the mic to the chief.
Just going to reiterate some of those positive comments. Yesterday, not everybody was here, but we had a young dad that his kids were in care, 3 girls, and he's had them in his custody, single dad for 4 years. And our wellness committee played a really big part in that. And that's the work that they do. And that's the, what's it called? No, like the good news stories. That's another word, but I like a very good news story. Yeah, bouquets, another big bouquet. Thank you for all the work that you do, Masi.
I want to thank you, Miranda, and the whole child wellness committee. Before I got on to council, I was in a huge battle for my grandson, trying to protect him from the very people that are supposed to keep him safe, his mother and MCFD. Grateful to you, Linda, Marilyn, Miranda, and the whole committee, for being there for me right from the get-go. My grandson is now in my care, safe. Thankful for you guys, and to Allison. I don't know if Allison is here in the community, but Allison was a big part of that too, listening to me rant, rave, cry. Thank you for the work.
Good. I earlier said that this is going to be it, but for sure this last speaker will be it, okay? Stand up.
Hi, my name is David Green. I'm a Saik'uz band member. I just wanted to say thank you to the prevention team. It's very important work you do to keep the community together.
So there's just like a long string of bouquets here, and it's testimony to the hard work, dedication of the committee, and the work in the ladies who've been here for 50 years of rock and roll. Right? Excellent. So Marilyn, I'll give you the last word, then we'll have to do a prayer and on to lunch.
I started in '85, and I was living in Prince Rupert, and I was recruited by Minnie and Mabel. I met with them, and they asked me if I could come to work in Saik'uz and child welfare, and I said yes. And I came home, and I've been at work with all the different groups we've had in the child welfare. Want to my main co-workers was Cheryl. And um, Cheryl, she had a kind heart. She had an open heart, and she worked with our people. As difficult as it was, you know, in that time, frontline work wasn't easy. Sometimes I'd go to someone's house and they didn't want to talk about child welfare. They would slam the door in my face and I'd still go back there. I'd say, would you rather talk to me or talk to the ministry? Then they'd open their door and I'd go in and sit with them. And in those days, it was, if they weren't attending school and they were just at home and they weren't doing any school work, it was up to the child welfare to go to that home and ask questions as to why that child is not attending school. And you know, that's not easy work. And in those days too, we had no funding at all. But Minnie was telling me about how she would find money to help families, to help if they were out of groceries, if they were having hardships, any type of hardships, she would find the funds. She would borrow from this program to different programs to help the people. And the elders liked that because that was the old way. You always helped your people. You never see them go without. They were there to help. So she learned well from her mother, who was also part of the child welfare years ago. And the same with Mary. Mary, I used to sit with her and she'd say, it's hard work. Don't give up, just keep going. She said, someday it'll pay off for you because you're doing that. That was volunteer work because we sat on that committee. And the same with Madeleine. Madeleine was also very encouraging. And Sophie was the one that she said, don't give up. She said, we don't want to lose our children. Don't give up. Just keep working. And she would encourage us in the child welfare to do the best job for our families, the families that needed help through the courts, through the ministry, and through any planning that if we could leave the children with the families rather than see them go off the reserve. And today with the clan house coming to the reserve, that we're going to have a clan house. You know, that's long overdue. That it'll be a place where the children will be there until we settle with the different parties or the ministry as to the best plan for that Saik'uz child so that they stay in the community and they stay with relatives or they stay with families. So that's a long ways from where, you know, when the elders sat on the community. And where they always voiced their opinion. We always looked to them for knowledge because they were the ones that had the big families and they were the ones that they raised their family and they gave ways to give us ideas on how to raise the children traditionally rather than have the children go out and learn the Western way, not our ways. And they'd come home strangers for for me, that's a bonus today. That's what the clan house will bring to our community. And I just would like to give Cheryl praise for all the work she's done. She's still working, but she's just on a med leave. But I'd like her to say a few words to close it.
I think about the work that I did, and I started with Kearse County Tribal Council when Eddie John signed the agreement with Claude Richmond. And I never knew that I could work in a role like this for this many years. But I believe, like, with the support from elders, and I had good supervisors in that, that's how I was able to make it. And a lot of times, like, we would go out on calls 2 by 2 to support one another and see how we can best help the situation. And it's amazing to see how far we've come, and that this jurisdiction it's important work, and that our children with the clan house will be in community. And for me, I believe, like, all of our children, like, they need to learn who they are and where they come from, and how they do that is going to potlatches and trying to learn to sing and drum and be on the land. And when you're on the land, then you have more of you can handle things in a good way. When life kind of throws you curveballs, and our children are our future, and we really need to help them. And I thank Miranda for the work that you did for our community. You're always on the phone going home and in the morning. And you worked hard for us. And I appreciate that. And I'm glad you're taking the time for yourself. And thank you to the elders for all the work that you do for us. And sometimes, long time ago, I remember just going to see an elder and just sitting with them, like with Mary or Sophie and Madeline. And that's how I was able to fill my cup. And we had a lot of fun together. And anyways, thank you. And it's good to see all this coming to pass now. And it was good to see yesterday what happened for our band member. And that was really good. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we really have to wind this down, but before I do, I have a couple things to mention. There's lots of love and support, and more bouquets coming from online. Lots of hands up, thumbs up. So I know you can't read it, but they're loving you right now. Okay, the committee, they're loving you. So I do have one more person who would like to express some gratitude to the committee here, and then we'll go on to Maureen to bring us into a prayer for lunch.
Hello, my name's Carrie Palmer, and I just wanted to thank all of you so much for
for those of you who don't know my story, my daughter was in foster care for 9.5 years, and she's been in my care for a few years now. And with the help of Miranda and Lila and Ursula, who helped do pickups and drop offs, and Maureen, who would do childcare for me while I worked full time at the health center. I just wanted to thank you all so much, and to all the letters that I sent to Chief and Council asking for their support to help return her home. Thank you.
Excellent testimony. Lots of little victories make us feel good. Maureen.
Make you feel good? You're good. I love you all. You know, you're supposed to acknowledge that to someone. You never know what that person is going through during the day or in the evening or maybe early in the morning. Sometimes they're thinking of something bad, and when you tell them, I love you, they appreciate it. They remember who you are and that someone cares about them. Okay, Tsiao means stand up. The Netso Ninia, or take out your hat, put it on the ladap. Bacha Yecha, Donicha, and Buzi Pendone. Masine ba andi tsayi ne goniai. Masine ba andi at and pe plada chada. That's ayi. Ula bless his or her hand. Masine ba andi khanai ne goniai. Masine ba etla nina honde as masi. Masine ba andi tataya jan. Masine ba tsiao ne negoniai. Bacha yecha donicha mbuzi pendone.
All right, so thank you. There's two places that you could line up for lunch that are both the same. Elders first, and there's the rest of us later. But before you go there, there's also shellfish in some of the dishes. So if you have an allergy, that is, yeah, that's to inform you that you should not eat it then.
Just going to let everybody know that there will not be dinner tonight. We're probably going to finish a bit early today, and there's no dinner tonight. So make sure you eat lots.
lunch, and then we'll get on with the rest of the agenda today. All right, so 2 minutes is up. Looks like Claudia has some announcement to make. So we're going to have the Carriers County Family Services folks come up here. Warner Adam is going to start us off. Chief Executive Officer of the Carriers County Family Services, and then Mike Bote, Mary TG, et cetera, et cetera. Lincoln as well. And so just another announcement just before we start is that we're going to do the door prizes right after this presentation. So if you're hang tight for the door prize presentation, you may be rewarded. So let's have some quiet and the conversations, wind it down and turn it off. If you want to have more conversations, the great wide open outside is there. Thank you for that. And now I will give the floor over to Warner Adam.
Masai David. Denise Zakaze Skyze Masih no Disney di attend Anawat Naznelke Jebahayet Eltek. Chief and Counsel anyway, Masai Habadasni Ditsani no Hadini. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, hereditary chiefs, children of hereditary chiefs, chief and council, and members. Thank you very much for inviting us here to provide to you an update of the important work that we've been doing not only for Saik'uz, but for 11 nations within the Carrier-Sakani traditional territory. Today I was, you have to bear with me, I have a little bit of a sinus issue happening with me. So today I was listening with the health report, and I am so impressed about the advancement that Saik'uz has made in health. So kudos and congratulations to the health team. I also heard the historical context about when Child and Family Services started. And believe it or not, I was around at that time, and it was like 40 years ago. Before that, David was talking about some of the land use planning and governance. David and I were teenagers, I think, when we were community development workers over 40 years ago. So definitely, as First Nations people, we have come a long way. So give yourselves a hand for that. It's a great pleasure for me to be standing here in Saik'uz simply because your Saik'uz Eku were the leaders in child and family services. You've heard Minnie and Mabel were the eyes and legs of the elders that really shook the ground for child and family services, and they came from this community. My mentor was the late Selina John. Selina was the first elder advisor at Carrier-Sakani Family Services, which started at the Tribal Council, morphed into Northern Native Family Services, and now called Carrier-Sakani Family Services. And over the 40 years, I've witnessed tremendous growth, but I also witnessed a lot of hardships. I've witnessed a lot of challenges, but you know what? Because it is who we are, where we come from, what our values are that were taught to us by our ancestors is what makes us strong today. Really important in this day and age of technology, it seems to me that we need to pay more attention to the young generation because there's a lot of competing interests. Not only is our language really important that we keep, but also our customs, our traditions, how we were raised, what are the teachings of the potlatch system, love, respect, sharing, and all those values that we really need to instill among the youth. Equally important is we need to really start repaying attention to our spirituality. I think many of our elders, our ancestors, held the importance of spirituality. And of course, that was impacted by residential schools, but we've come to terms with that. I think that has taught us a lot to become unified as one big family in all our nations. And in all our nations, we have all special gifts that we can share because of the resilience, because of our teachings, and because we're all interrelated. So David and I were talking at previous assemblies. There were usually a lot of challenges placed before leadership. And I just wanted to say to you that in this time of new era, the leaders are extremely busy, not only rebuilding our communities, but interfacing with government, both provincial and federal government, and industry to make sure that our environment and resources are protected, but there's also revenue sharing. So kudos to our leadership of the day, which brings me to really acknowledge your chief, Priscilla. Priscilla is our president at CSFS and has done a wonderful job at supporting the work that we do. So thank you, Priscilla. You have a wonderful chief. And I know the work of the chief is really hard because my brother has been chief on and off, and he tells me some of the challenges that he struggles with trying to keep up with the demands and needs of the community. But if we all support each other, we all treat ourselves as relatives, the job will be much easier. So before I move on, I want to acknowledge Cheryl Casimir, who was one of the first family care workers. Grace Duncan was her supervisor, and Vandelar, sorry. What did I say? Casimir. She's my other Cheryl friends. I have many Cheryl friends. Cheryl Vandelar. I think, Cheryl, there was probably 4 of you that started, right? Annette Casimir, Cheryl, Alice Cabral, and all them that were the first family care workers about 30 years ago when Ed John and Claude Richmond signed the agreement, and I was their boss, and I'm still their boss today. So, Cheryl, thank you so much for your dedication, your wisdom, and we'll still count on you to help us in moving forward this important work that we do. Just a little appreciation. Also, I want to acknowledge Marilyn Vickers. Marilyn has been wonderful in providing us guidance at Carrier County Family Services because we have an important task that was bestowed upon us by all of the chief and councils is to advance the governance in child and family services, which Miranda referred to as jurisdiction. That job is huge. There are many dependencies in establishing our own law, our overarching laws, but also regulations that would reflect the values of Saik'uz, that would reflect the values of Stalatin, and reflect the values of all the other nations that we work for. So under that portfolio, we, as well as all the other portfolios, CSFS provides services and advice to 11 of our nations. So it's a huge undertaking. So Marilyn is always reminding us of some of the practices that we have in raising children, in making sure that we build strong families and building strong communities. So Marilyn Vickers, Marilyn usually gets cold at our meetings, so hopefully this will provide some warmth. Masai, Marilyn. So many of you know that CSFS has been around for over 35 years, and it was born because the elders saw the need to ensure that we train ourselves, that we provide the services not only in health, child and family services, but also legal. And recently we just got the housing portfolio too. So our job is not only direct services, but also advocacy, training and development and research. So Dr. Travis Hollick is not here, so I've agreed to deliver his report. He and his team are at a planning session this week. So health services, mental health and wellness program provides addictions recovery program, the ARP program, which is housed at Ormond Lake, child and youth mental health, providing services to children up to 12, I think, Mary, is it? Community basic mental health services and mental health support services. So in speaking to some of our physicians that come to our community, the doctors told us that mental health is a huge need in many of our communities. And we are going to be making sure that we pay attention to how we could indigenize the mental health program. At present, the mental health program is based on Western philosophies. It's based on NITO or Boston ways of doing things. And what I want for that program to do is to work with communities, identify your wise elders so that they could help and assist our mental health team, providing culturally appropriate services to members that require mental health services. Coupled with that, most of you know, we are building a treatment center at Tachek Lake. All of the mental health services and the addiction services will be provided out of the Tachek Lake Healing Center. And the Healing Center is most significant, and I am so happy that it's located in the heart of Saik'uz territory. And it's a remembrance to me of the great Saik'uz that you had leading this charge. So I can't wait for that healing center to be open. It's supposed to be open last year, but of course, with the course of construction, there's always hiccups. So we get backlog with catching up to some of the trades. Similar, you've heard that there were some delays with constructing your health center. It's the same thing that we're experiencing. So I'm targeting next November so that the doors can open. And to me, that facility is going to be grounded in Carrier and Sekani ways of knowing of how to provide services, Carrier and Sekani ways of healing. So I'm quite excited to really wait for those doors to open. Because many of our people struggle with addictions and there is no avenue for them except for what we do have at Ormond Lake or other treatment centers across British Columbia. And those treatment centers are usually really full and difficult to get members in. So the healing center is going to have 10 detox beds. Currently, many of our people go to the hospital to get detox, but they are required to stay sober for 4 days before they are even admitted. And within those 4 days, our people don't wait. They go back to the streets, they go back to the cycle of addiction. Whereas for us, we will invite them as soon as they're ready, detox them, and then bring them into the next building, which is up to a 6-week or more treatment services. So there's some statistics in the pamphlet, in the booklet, but I'm not going to go through them. But the visits for mental health is up to 4,568. So that's quite a huge workload. And it's not only for Saik'uz, but it's right across our territory. Some of the highlights include 3rd annual Strength in Solidarity, all-male event in Saik'uz, I Am Women's event in Stella, an all-female event, and the Ormond Lake Camp. Again, culture as the core, including the Atsu program. Really important to make sure that we get our grandmothers and aunties involved in the healing journey. Marilyn Jensen started this program, and it's its 3rd year in operation. Uplifts community strengths by connecting children and youth with grandmothers from all nations we serve. Mentors share traditions, language, and cultural teachings. And of course, the Atsu program is going to continue to grow. We also have land-based initiatives such as wellness fires. And again, kudos to Chief Priscilla. A couple of years ago, she called me and said, Warner, we need to do something about all these, all our members in Prince George. They have no place to go. They have no food and they're on the streets. They go into the shelters. The shelters only allow them overnight stays and they're back out on the street. So Priscilla said, let's have a healing fire and make some sandwiches and soup. How long ago was that, Chief? 5 years ago. So, and yesterday I understand that there was about 800 people in attendance. So it's growing. So thank you, Chief Priscilla, for your care and insight and not forgetting the people on the streets. So the province also came to us and asked if we wanted to have a sobering house. So we get a little bit of money so that people on the streets in Prince George have a place to crash when they need to get sobered up. So we offer that as well in Prince George. So the withdrawal management program, CSFS Substance Abuse and Addiction Services team provides medically supervised detox and withdrawal management for people to safely and comfortably withdraw from alcohol. Again, I talked about earlier that there are so many rules and regulations around detoxing. We want to have a low barrier approach. So we're still working with Northern Health to have a detox unit here in Vanderhoof so we can start in advance of our healing center that will open next November. So again, the next slide demonstrates the number of patients that have gone through the services for withdrawal management. So slowly but surely, members are starting to use the membership or the withdrawal management program. I spoke about the sobering center. Again, the sobering center referrals are received from the RCMP so that people intoxicated on our streets in Prince George are not incarcerated, but we take them to the sobering center and try to connect them with other services that are available. Health promotion and physical activity, which sometimes we all need, particularly myself because I'm growing a belly. So we have Marlena, or not Marlena, Amy coming to communities to help stimulate physical activity so that those of us that want to lose weight or have some clarity of mind can participate in some of these physical activities, exercising, walking, and building support groups. So they have skating exercises, promote hockey tournament, and working with women and community in promotion of physical activity. And again, you have the statistics around physical activity. I'm not sure if IT is keeping up with me, but it's the last slide. There we go. There's some of the statistics that demonstrates the amount of work that Amy and her team performs in all of our communities. Next slide is primary care services. Earlier today, your health manager, Jordan, mentioned the need for more doctors and specialists. Several years ago, I think in 2012, we approached Northern Health Authority and advised them that we need more primary care services in our communities. Prior to that, Yakuche and Takla, and I believe Fort Babine only had minimal doctors' visits. Today, we have 13 family physicians and 13 visiting specialists for all our communities. So when Jordan talked about the specialists, they come from an agreement that we made at CSFS with Northern Health. So we have made eight medical office assistants who basically provide supports to our doctors. We have 4 nursing practitioners and 3 registered nurses and 2 social workers within the primary care. So the total encounters, next slide, for primary care was 44,497 people. And there's a breakdown of the different type of visits that were made. Next slide. Okay, I can't see these slides, but you could probably read them. So in terms of the brown one, what we are seeing, visits by the health conditions. So cardiac conditions is quite high. Mental health, as I mentioned, diabetes, chronic respiratory, arthritis, chronic pain, STD, chronic kidney disease, and cancer are some of the conditions that our specialists are servicing in many of our communities. Next slide. Okay, there is the reasons for accessing healthcare services. 0 to 6 is immunization and checkups and baby clinics. Age 7 to 12, consult with mental health. Again, I can't read this, so I'm just going to allow you to review that, and you have copies of the report. So really, since 2012, our primary care program is one of the best in British Columbia. Many of the non-First Nations people can't even access a family doctor, but we at least have some doctors that come to community to ensure that our community health and proper services are provided. Community health, next slide. So Jordan's principle is something new that just came on the horizon 5 years ago, Mary? Yeah, about 5 years ago. And that was born because of the discriminatory policies that Indigenous Services Canada had on First Nations Child and Family Services. And Dr. Cindy Blackstock, who used to work at Carissa County Family Services several years ago, championed a human rights case, which she won, which opened the purses of the government to finally have some resources so that many of our families that need essential services are provided those funds to access services. And Mary TG is on the board nationally with Cindy Blackstock, and she's been quite instrumental in advancing the file around Jordan's principle and the Canadian human rights case. So again, Jordan's principle is a legal order that Indigenous Services Canada must provide. So we don't make the decisions around approvals or denials. It goes to Indigenous Services Canada, and all we do is process payments. And in British Columbia, it's a dismal situation, which we are constantly after the government of improving. We have so many holdbacks in the system, in the queue, that are not getting the attention that it deserves. And we, with the leadership, will be pushing ISC to improve the systems and services to process some of these requests made by our people. So for instance, in Jordan's principle, 783 individual applications were submitted. 241 were approved, 5 denied, 26 escalated to Ottawa. When the BC Indigenous Services Canada Indian agents don't make a decision, they send that to Ottawa for final approval. And there's 511 requests that are still in a waiting list. Okay, Jordan's principle by category. Most of it is in health services. So basic health services that children require, it's about 67% of the requests. Health supports on reserve, 21%. Education off reserve, 6%. Social and cultural off reserve is 3%. Social and cultural on reserve is 2%. And education on reserve is 1%. So these statistics to me demonstrate that Canada has not done enough to really increase the funding in health services or in education services. Mary will probably provide an overview of what Caring for Our Children Society Canada is doing to address some of these systemic barriers to reform Indigenous Services Canada so that they do a better job. Next slide is Health and Social Services Advocacy and Indigenous Patient Liaison. In the health and social services advocacy, because many of our people who go through government provided services usually get denied, or if they experience some issues with the hospitals or doctors' offices, we have Pauline Gregg that provides advocacy work for clients in Prince George. So in terms of, next slide, the statistics, medical transportations, again, is a huge concern. And I was listening to the presentation from your health staff today. FNHA unilaterally has changed those policies that limit or restrict access to medical transportation. Back in the day, if a person was in Prince George to go to seek a doctor's appointment, they would be provided with taxi vouchers. Saik'uz, if you had to members going to seek doctor's services in Vanderhoof, that was paid for. So I'm not quite sure why they deleted that piece of assistance, but I definitely will look into that. Again, some of the concerns are primary care services and medical planning, housing and food services, specialists and primary care services, traditional counseling, hospital services, Jordan's Principle, child welfare, and other services are what makes up some of the advocacy work that Pauline has been working on. And again, Dorothy Williams is a member of the Lake Baby Nation. She is a new patient liaison worker at the Prince George Hospital. So if your members are in the hospital, please ensure that Dorothy is aware. She usually checks the dossier to see if any of our members are admitted, and she provides some visits and services to them as well. Next slide. Looking ahead, so what are we going to do? Today, I mentioned that Travis's team and senior management are in a planning session. And what I asked them to do is to really focus on children with complex care needs, autism, skeletal issues that children require services for, is lacking in services. So what I would like to do is develop a strategy and submit a proposal to Jordan's Principal to have a team of child specialists that could work with complex need. One of my goal is to establish a child development center in Prince George where we could have specialists in Prince George deployed to all of our communities. Because right now it's really difficult to access specialists that are experts in complex care for children. Most of them are situated in Vancouver. And some of the kids are on a wait list to be assessed. Because they are so busy, some of these children are on the wait list for up to 4 years. So there's a huge gap of development that we're missing. So with the Child Development Center in Prince George, we hope to close that gap. And then these services would then be transported to community. The other, we've heard loud and clear, is that we have a lot of programs and services for women. We need to step up around providing supports for men's wellness. So we are developing that program as well. I spoke about the toxic drugs. The toxic drugs we saw coming around the horizon in 2016, and that's when I alerted the chiefs. And the chiefs did pass, what is that called? Emergency. State of emergency.
Guys. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say it, but you know what I was going to say, right? Let's stay quiet and listen to the presentation. Because the guys online, it's very hard for them to hear when there's lots of chatter happening. Thank you.
Toxic drugs, that has hit every community and every walks of life, not only in Carissa County Territory, not only in British Columbia, but right across Canada, if not the world. However, the statistics demonstrate that it is First Nations people that are the ones that suffer immensely around the toxic drugs. The people that we lose, most of them are Indigenous people from our communities, and we need to develop some kind of a strategy to really reverse those trends. And I think we need to really start with the young generation. And to me, I think it's really important that we provide services and programs for the young generation. And of course, chronic disease management. Earlier, I read a list of all the aches and pains that the specialists provide. We want to develop a strategy as to how we can work with community to service those patients, but to ensure that there are preventative services made available. The research addressing health is cardiovascular, heart research. How could we improve our heart health in all of our communities, kidney screening, ensuring that our kidneys are functioning properly, bone health, ensuring that our bones are strong so that when we get to Mary's age, we can still dance like a juvenile. And birth journey. So those are 4 research projects that will be unfolding as we move forward. Next slide. A publication will be coming forth thanks to Melanie Labatch, who has played an instrumental role in collecting stories from the elders from all of our territories. And when I was reading the manuscript, it's truly demonstrates the resilience of our ancestors and our elders today. So that book will be launched in September. It's an excellent book. And I think that book will serve not only as an educational tool, but as a reminder to the young generation of the importance of where our elders came from and where they've been. Community nursing services and mobile diabetes telemedicine clinic. And that's Matthew Summerskill is the executive director. And today I heard that Saik'uz finally got a full equivalent of nursing, and that's thanks to Matthew. So there's a significant increase in nursing services in your community. And nursing is a foundational program at CSFS. So it's dedicated registered nursing and care aid. You heard that Saik'uz is now providing 5 days a week of nursing. So your nursing staff, next slide. Next. There you go. Stephanie Sutton and Jacqueline John is a care aide. So thanks for those 2 working in the nursing station along with your health team. Again, next slide, nursing leadership is Matthew Summerskill, Executive Director. Shauna Brooke is the Director of Nursing. Both nurses are very committed to elevating the standards of nursing in all of our communities and expanding the nursing to support community needs and to build capacity in our community. Many times we try to recruit from the outside, but it's very difficult to recruit nurses. So what I would like in the future, like what Mary has started in her program for Child and Family Services, is to certify and educate our people to become social workers. I'd like to have a similar program for nursing so that we get nursing coming from our own communities. Melody is an example of going through a very rigorous training program for nursing. So next slide, improving care. Foot care, case example in Saik'uz, care is closer to home. Foot care is provided every 6 weeks in the community, particularly for diabetics and the elders. And Matthew's motto is ensuring prevention and education in community. You probably see him around your community more often. Next slide provides an overview of the total encounters in nursing for Saik'uz. So you can see in 2024, there was just under 1,500 patients that were received. The next year in 2025, there's almost 3,000. So that's how much the nursing services has improved in Saik'uz. The next slide provides you with indication of the blood sugar trends. CSFS clients with diabetes in touch with the mobile diabetes clinic. So one, we're doing more testing. The blood sugar count is down, which is good. It means lower risk of heart attack, blindness, and kidney failure. So really important to ensure that when you're a diabetic, that you maintain contact with the mobile diabetes clinic through your nurse at the health center. Because if you don't take care of it, it leads to other complications. Next slide. So CSFS is always tell my staff that we need to strive for excellence. We need to go over and above the services that mainstream has and the staff does a wonderful job in keeping that motto. So more nursing support in community equal better outcomes, better access to medication, ensuring that there are proper medications being prescribed. Because in the olden days, when I used to check my grandma's medicine bag, she had probably like 50 types of medication. And to me, I don't think 50 types of medication is building a healthy body. So very important to ensure that you talk to your nurses around the type of medications that you are receiving, and always double check. Next slide is the mobile diabetes clinic. Again, since last year, there's been 50% increase in medication specialists, authority approvals, more A1C testing being performed, more nurses in community, and an improved day-to-day human connection. Next slide, goals moving forward. In nursing, Travis and Matthew will be looking at cancer, the rates of cancer in our communities. There are several forms of cancer. Some of it could be biological, some of it could be environmental, but we don't know what the causes are. So hopefully out of this research, we will know what the causes are and provide better supports to our patients with cancer. I certainly saw so many of our people that were overtaken by cancer, and it's not a very pleasant journey at end of life. And if we know how to support our patients with cancer, I think they would have a better journey to their final resting place. Again, ensuring that we have proper data, because data and reports will provide us with the landscape of what we are looking for and what we are looking at, so we can provide preventative planning. Expanded nursing and service delivery, particularly for the aging population. Many of our communities, we have many elders, but there are really no places for the elders. And our next strategy is to look at some sort of resource, whether it be a long-term care operated by First Nations, or what are the home care requirements. So we will be working on that as well. And then again, I spoke to partnering with colleges and universities to grow our own in the medical profession. So that concludes the report in health, and the health team will owe me a lot of money for delivering their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Warner. So we'll go with 3 comments or questions from the floor. If you have any for Warner on the health report. 2, I see.
I was just listening to Jordan's presentation earlier, and she was talking about the barriers for specialists within community. And I just wanted to know how we can limit the barriers for our members having to travel to neighboring communities to see these specialists and bringing them here to our community.
Yes, I noted that. I will be following up with Travis in terms of how to increase physicians' time. Part of the challenge is that we only have 6 general practitioners, and they're spread throughout the territory. So we'll just try and make do with more time and negotiate with Northern Health to increase the hours for physicians and try to recruit more physicians. One of our physicians, Dr. Screenas, who was providing services out west, retired. So we're going to be squeezed even that much more. So we'll do more recruiting.
So Warner, here's an anonymous question. Why is CSFS encouraging members to receive the COVID shot?
It's a COVID shot is mandated by the provincial government, and as a health service organization, it is our responsibility to ensure that the shots are readily available to those that want it. So we're not pushing it. We're pushing the importance of ensuring that members who are fragile have COVID. And I know that there are different opinions and conspiracy, but our decision is based on scientific evidence by those that were charged with the responsibility by law around COVID shots. And when I look back, like 100 years ago, before we were all, some of us weren't even born, I think it was the influenza or the smallpox that really took its toll on many of the nations. Some of the nations' population dwindled down to 10%. So I'm not an expert. It's just what we were told by our health experts, and we just want to make sure that we provide the best possible resource that we can.
Thank you, Warner. So I said 3. Maureen, you'll be the third question or commenter, and then we'll move on to the next presentation.
You know, with the COVID shot, I got 3. Why are they trying to make us take some more? I'm healthy and I don't need it no more. And that's my point of view. The buck stops right here when you go 3 shots. To me, it affects your body, you know, when you eat. When I eat before, I never used to get runny nose. Now when I eat, I gotta wipe my nose after, or a few minutes after I eat my meal. It affects your body, and to me, I think 3 is fine. Don't go above it. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's good choice. That's your personal choice, Maureen. And just in terms of the specialists, we can provide, our specialists can provide telehealth as well. So if you need specialists consults, go to the clinic, and there's a room there that is set up where you can talk to the doctor through video conferencing.
So Warner, thank you for that so far. There is still a room for a couple more questions or comments.
Melanie.
Because we're going so fast and efficient, we have more time for comments and questions.
Thank you. Warner, I was really excited to hear about working with Vanderhoof to do detox. I don't know, I haven't heard about that before. So can you just maybe share the timeline, fingers crossed? And then now that the treatment center date is pushed to November, does that mean that Ormond Lake will be a go again to provide services?
Correct.
Okay, but
Yeah.
just about the detox
The
stuff. that's
detox
interesting.
center is hot off the the press, hot off the press. So we just negotiated space with Northern Health for the Vanderhoof Clinic. And I'll get Travis to come and meet with the health staff to ensure that you have your input as well. So it just, I think Travis has been working on it for 2 months, and they finally came to some kind of an agreement.
Okay, last call for a comment or question. We have one right here.
Hello. I would just like to throw special thanks out to Dr. Campbell for taking on what she does in her role, because I'm from Prince George and I've only been here 7 months. I'm from here, but at the same time, I got more medical help here in 7 months than I have in the last 40 fucking years in PG.
Thank you very much. I'm sure our doctors will appreciate that message without the F. But that demonstrates to us that, you know, this program is working. It's more available and accessible for our members, if not in person, but through telehealth as well. Ms. Saichaw.
Strong testimony.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, strong testimony. Thank you, Warner. Mike, I think you're next.
Hadi dinisay Saik'uz First Say Mike Botis at name. I have the very difficult task of following Warner, so that's my disclaimer. I am Mike Bote. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Carrier Secani Family Services. It's a new role that was created last year to provide support for strengthening our operations. So in a nutshell, my mandate is to help Warner with operations so he can focus more in helping Lincoln with jurisdiction, which is our North Star. So the departments I oversee are justice, child and family well-being, human resource, communications, IT, and housing, capital, and infrastructure. Okay, so I'm a very visual person. So in terms of walking you through my presentation, I'll start with this one. So this is essentially a map of where we are in terms of our child and family services, what the transition looks like, and where we are going. On the far left, that's the current state. As mentioned earlier by Miranda, she was talking about C3. They're in their journey of achieving C3. Beyond that, Cares County Family Services is also delegated for C4. I will talk more about what C3 and C4, what they mean in subsequent slides, but I'll focus more on what we don't have right now. What we don't have right now is child protection. In the delegation matrix, that's called C6. So that's what we're working towards, what we are really working hard. In the middle, you can see, that's where we are. We are doing our best to expand our delegation to C6 so that we can also do child protection. And on the far right will be the focus of Lincoln's presentation. That's where we are heading, the jurisdiction. That's where we will have our own laws, where child safety reflects carrier and Sekani values. Next slide, please. One slide back. Okay, so now current state. So as I've mentioned, we're currently delegated as C3 and C4. What we don't have is Child Protection Authority, and that means Cares County Family Services cannot investigate abuse or neglect, remove a child when necessary, or seek court orders. So all those functions right now, we are relying on MCFD. And that comes with significant problems, which we all know. That's why we have our children fall through the cracks. Next slide, please. So this is the child and family programs in a page. I will talk through 2 of the 4 different program areas, and then Mary and Gwen will talk about 2 program areas as well. In our presentations, we will highlight the outcomes, the difference that our programs are making. Next slide. Especially as we prepare for C6. So C6 is a very complex delegation when we're talking about child safety, potential child removals. That's very complex. And that requires a structure and capacity that would allow us to effectively deliver the services. And because of that, you will see here, for many, many years, Mary has been leading the entire child and family services, all of the portfolios. And then last year, we split it into 2. So we have Mary still leading policy and external relations, which focuses on high-level advocacy, youth, early childhood, and community-based services. And then the new department that was created is called Child and Family Wellbeing, which will be responsible for off-reserve prevention services, the delegated services that we now have up to C4, and the future Child Protection Unit, or C6. Next slide. So this is the newly created Child and Family Wellbeing Department. The executive director is Cheryl Thomas. And this new department will drive the expansion of our delegation to C6 Child Protection. The teams under Cheryl include off-reserve prevention services, guardianship and resource services, and child safety, where the C6 Child Protection team will be under. Next slide. Now we're going to talk about prevention services. So Miranda already talked extensively on the prevention services that she was leading before, but Curiosity Family Services, in collaboration with Saik'uz, is also delivering prevention services. So in a nutshell, as already described by Miranda, prevention is focused on early action. So it's focused on helping to stabilize our families before crisis so that we can prevent child removals. So there are many different programs that Curiosity Family Services offer under prevention services. But in the interest of time, I'll just pick two programs to explain. So one is the family preservation, wraparound supports, and family empowerment, which provides intensive in-home support, parenting guidance, life skills, and advocacy. We also have the Bridging to Employment, which reduces economic stress by supporting job readiness, childcare, and transportation. So these programs are delivered across Prince George, Fort St. James, Burns Lake, and Vanderhoof. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about delegated services. So again, as I've mentioned, we are delegated up to C4. And it's a core statutory function of CSFS. What that means is that we are authorized under the Child, Family, and Community Service Act, or CFCSA, to assume the following services. So we provide guardianship services, wherein we can act as legal guardian for children and youth from birth to age 19. Currently, we have 14 Saik'uz members who are receiving these services. When it comes to post-majority services, wherein we support young adults from 19 to 27 as they transition out of care, we focus on housing stability, life skills, education, and employment. Currently, we have 12 Saik'uz community members receiving these services. And the next one, which I would focus on, is foster parent and resource services, wherein we recruit, train, and support a range of culturally appropriate care homes, ensuring children and youth receive safe, stable, and nurturing care. And this is important, especially that we don't have the child protection functions right now. Yes, we don't have the ability to do assessments. Yes, we don't have the ability to make child safety or child removal decisions, but we are in a position where we can place these children in culturally appropriate homes. And that's our goal. Currently, we have 8 foster parent or out-of-care providers that are Saik'uz members. And our goal is to increase that number. Next slide, please. At the heart of the work that we do, why we are doing what we are doing is to keep our children safely with their families. And that's why service outcomes matter. And this is one of the most important service outcomes. So the slide shows the number of children who were able to remain safely with their families through our prevention and therapeutic work. So you will notice there's a big dip in 2020, 2021 because of COVID restrictions that affected staffing and capacity. But you can see here, from 2022 onwards, there's a clear upward trend following the introduction of intensive family therapeutic services and parents and children act together or pact. Today, over 120 children per year are staying connected to family compared to just 40 5 years ago. That's a threefold increase. Next slide, please. So this one is the most recent data that we have. So it's from September to November 2025. So in the 3-month data, which is showing some of the key outcomes here. So the most important outcome is how many children did we prevent from being removed? In just 3 months, 26 children were prevented from entering care through intensive family therapeutic services, and then 33 were prevented from entering care through family preservation services. Equally important, 58 children who were already in care under MCFD were safely returned to their families just during this period. So one thing that thank you. One thing that we're wanting to do is to improve our reporting of our outcomes on a nation-specific level. We're not there yet. We're working with our teams and IT in providing a Saik'uz-specific report. But what we have right now are outcomes per geography. So I would like to point your attention to the outcomes for Vanderhoof, which is the service area closest to Saik'uz. So you can see that we have 34 active family preservation clients, and then 177 unique client contacts, and 68 family empowerment visits. So although it's not in this graphical statistics, I've got some data from our prevention services manager, Naomi Lohid, and I got this information that right now, the family preservation team is currently supporting 18 Saik'uz community members, while the family empowerment team is providing services to 5 Saik'uz families, wherein 1 visit contract concluded on December 24, following the child's return to their mother. So that's a good outcome again. Also, prevention efforts have averted the entry of 4 children into care and supported reunification of 5 children who were returned from out-of-care placements to their parent. Next slide, please. Okay, now let's focus on the transition state. So this is where we are. We are still delivering all of the services that we have up to C4 while we are expanding to C6. So essentially, we are building the plane as we fly it. So we are doing both. Which takes us to my updates on what's going on with our C6 or child protection expansion to date. So we are preparing to assume C6 Child Protection Authority starting. The goal before was 2025. There have been some delays because of our dealings with Ministry of Children and Family Development, but we are looking at expanding this year, 2026. So expansion will begin with phase 1 nations, or we call them the hands up nations in Prince George, Vanderhoof, and Burns Lake. So hands up means we asked each of the chief and council of the 11 nations we serve if they were willing to be a part of the first phase of the expansion. So meaning, once we get our C6 delegation, did they want to be included in the first batch, in the first group of nations who would implement? So next slide, please. So these are the 5 nations who have put their hand up. So special acknowledgement to Saik'uz First Nation Chief and Council for leading the way in this important work. And along with Saik'uz, we have Cheslara, Lake Babine, Nadle, and Nitayban. Next slide, please. So as I've mentioned, this will be a phased approach. And the goal is to be thoughtful, to be intentional, where we're only starting with the 5 nations and we're only starting with the 3 communities, urban communities. But within 3 years, our goal is to roll it out across 11 nations and across all the communities that we serve. And the final goal is by 2030, we will deliver full intervention services under our Courier and Sekani law. So at that point, we will not be under the provincial government anymore. We will be governed by our own laws. Next slide. So as I've mentioned, it's a 3-year phase transition of C6 services. And the guiding principle is least intrusive, least disruptive model of care, which means as much as possible, we would prefer that the children will stay with their families, with their relatives, with their loved ones. So as much as possible. And Marilyn Vickers mentioned another option that we will have in the future is the clan houses. So instead of placing them in strangers' homes, the clan houses can serve as a refuge if there are no other options available. And then lastly, I'm acknowledging that the C6 Child Protection Delegation expansion is still underway. That work will continue, but child safety cannot wait. So what's important right now is for Courier Sekani Family Services and Saik'uz to be on the same page, to collaborate, to work together. And to that end, we have developed a draft Saik'uz Child and Family Wellbeing Operations Plan, which will provide clarity on how services are delivered, how decisions are made, and how we move forward together. That has been forwarded to the Chief and Council members and will be discussed at our next meeting on Friday, January 23rd. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mike. The end of your presentation, which brings us to the beginning of questions and comments from the floor, if there's any. Comments or questions from the floor? Marilyn, coming at you.
The last issue you talked about, what we've been doing is we've been working with families and already placing them with families and going to court under that C-54 bills. We transfer the custody over to the families with the help of lawyers. So we've been doing that for quite a while. So, but we're still willing to work with whatever other capacity that's provided through the transfer.
Absolutely. I think Saik'uz is way ahead of the curve, especially with your community wellness committee, which other nations don't have. And those good practices and those good outcomes will continue, and we will build upon them in our work together.
So just hang tough there, Mike. I'm just checking online. Okay, no comments or questions online. Any last call for comments and questions? One more here.
Almost every presenter. I had the privilege and the heartbreak to witness within the context of a church setting, an elder not really who was in healing from their own past traumas, as well as the traumas that they've caused while under the influence of alcohol, while under the influence of living in a pain body based on their experiences. And it was extremely powerful. So what I'm wondering, there's a lot of people who have things on their heart that they want to correct, whether through our Bathlat system or through a private meeting with health or what have you. So I'm wondering, even though we have to wait for some of these larger provincial contexts, it doesn't stop people if they feel like they have a safe space to admit things that they need to work through in their own life, things that might be based on their own traumas that they've experienced. It doesn't stop people from saying, I need help, from having a place to, quote unquote, confess what they've gone through and make that a shared solution. And so I think just like what Marilyn was saying about, some strategic things that our community is doing here, because I'm finding in the people that I meet, because I work with people in Nakasley, I've worked whether through education or what have you, people have confessed a lot of things to me that they're not necessarily doing now, but they've wanted to stop and didn't know how, whether it's anger in the home or whether it's any kind of abuse. And so I would just like to see those pathways strengthened in a way that's protective and honoring of everyone, whether it be the person who's been harmed or the one who's harming, who may have also been harmed, that whole trickle down effect. I'd like to see something like that come up, because nothing stops us from coming, whether through our bathlats or what have you, but we need protocols, we need understanding, because it's so sensitive. You don't want to re-hurt somebody, but you also, when one person stands up like that person did that I witnessed, it was hugely powerful. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you for sharing that, and I agree that's very important. One of the things, it's not in my presentation today, but one of the key initiatives we're doing is establishing the traditional decision making in our communities, right? Which is going back to our Carrier and Sekani ways for resolving conflicts, for putting things at the table in the safe space, and coming up with solutions, right? That's something that we are doing intentionally, and Lincoln is going to talk more about that. That's going to be integral with the future of Carrier Sekani Family Services. When we talk about C6, for example, when we say we're going to practice differently, the difference that we will have with MCFT is that lens. Our default is not child removal. Our default is understanding what are the issues, what are the conflicts, or what are the things happening in the family, and how can we all come to the table and resolve that. That removal is the very, very, very last resort, right? That's why we want to take on C6. Yes, we will be still under CFCSA. We will still be under the regulations of the province, but we are going to use our carrier and Sekani lens even in assessing the situation of the child. Because if you know, when people ask me, Mike, what's the difference of CSFS C6 versus MCFD? At the point of getting that call, our C6 worker, at the point of getting that call, that C6 worker will be already thinking of, do we have aunties and uncles who can help? Right? Like, can we mitigate the circumstances for the child? Right? So I think I totally agree with what you're saying, and that will be a part of how we will practice C6 differently.
Hi, Mike. You talked about assessment. Is the assessment talking about the child, the parent, the home, you guys, of if your delivery is done right? I don't know what assessment you're talking about. I want you to clarify that.
That's a very good question. So assessment, let's say a community member is reporting a potential child safety concern. It could be physical abuse, it could be sexual abuse or the likes. And the assessment that I was talking about is right now, those potential child safety concerns are redirected to Ministry of Children and Family Development because they're only the ones with the legal authority to make the assessment whether it's considered a child safety concern. When we get our C6, we will do that assessment ourselves. We will have the delegation to evaluate the report.
Another question from the floor.
I just was looking at this operations plan and just wanting to understand that a little bit more. How do you individually recognize each community's own traditions and way of knowing for how they have historically with the Child Wellness Committee, for example, addressed issues of child protection? How do you have an overarching, you're saying this will be applied to all the communities, but how do you individually recognize each community within that operations manual?
That's an excellent question. So to clarify, the operations plan will be nation specific. So we have an operations plan written specifically for Saik'uz. So I mentioned earlier that Saik'uz is way, way ahead of the curve with the CWC, Child Welfare Committee, Child Wellness Committee. So in our mapping of roles and responsibilities, the Child Wellness Committee is part of it. Whereas in other nations, they don't have that. So it's very nation specific. But at the same time, there are constants or across the board, it will be the same. For example, as I've mentioned, for the assessment, it will be MCFD. The operations plan will map out that this function can only be done by MCFD. That one will not change for now. While we don't have the C6, whether it's NADLE, whether it's Saik'uz, that role stays on that lane.
But you know, your book says Nekana. Nekana means our way. Just recently, we ran into a problem with your group of social workers that were part of a meeting to keep children from being taken from the caregiver. And it was a lengthy, but we didn't seem to be getting anywhere in the end. Your staff went to the ministry and those those kids were just, and we didn't appreciate that. They should have come up to us first, to Saik'uz, rather than go to the welfare. And I think that's the steps that you have to explain what you can prevent in regards to your policy and procedure. That has to change. You have to collaborate and you got to work with us. It's just a reminder that these things shouldn't keep happening in the future. We will be at your table talking to you. So even though the delegation might be in your hands, it's eventually going to come back to Saik'uz, and we want it our way. The way we've handled child welfare all these years. Thank you.
I can respond.
Go ahead.
Sounds like they're let them.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, ask your question, and then I'll respond to some of the other questions.
Yeah, I didn't have a question, but I was at that meeting and the MCFD lady, she said we should have spoken with our people and you instead of going to them. So it was way out. She thought it was like a waste of their time because we could have solved it between us. That's all.
Okay. No, I think this is a good segue to talk about some of the historical ways that MCFD has treated the files. Chief Mueller did send a letter, and I asked for a case review because I want the facts in terms of how that case was handled by our workers and make sure that there are proper processes established so that your child welfare committee can be involved right from the get-go. Somewhere, somebody missed the boat, and I apologize for that. And that's why it's really important to really look at, we're going to be meeting with your chief and council to review the policies under the existing provincial legislation through MCFD, because at this point in time, that's what we are obligated to operate under. There are high-level policies, but there are different ways we can administer that policy at the ground level. And it seems like something did not happen properly. And I did ask for a case review. So it's dependent upon what the circumstances around the case, why the decision was made the way it did, and why was not the Child Welfare Committee consulted. So that is under review now. And certainly it's will never happen again. That's why it's really important that we stay connected with your Child Welfare Committee and work together and not separate. And sometimes we get new workers that don't really understand our system at CSFS, let alone all of the nation's practices. Also really important to differentiate is that C6 is under the provincial legislation. And we don't have, it's part of our delegated authority. We have several different levels of authority under the provincial law, and we have no choice but to follow that state of law because Indigenous Services Canada, back in the day, only funded nations who entered into delegation agreements with the provincial governments, and that's right across Canada. Today, we have an opportunity to develop our own laws based on child-centered programming. And all of us know that some of these cases are going to be very difficult. And that's why we need the child welfare committees in each community to guide us to make sure that the children are not harmed. Many of our families in all our communities has faced hardships. We spoke about addictions. And because of some of those issues, children fall through the cracks. And collectively, we need to make sure that children remain in community. And the start for that is building our clan houses, where we will train people, your aunties, your uncles, who the band approves to work and take care of the children in the clan houses until such time we find a safe place for them within their family or extended family or community. So that's the future state. But really important to differentiate that C6 is under the existing child welfare laws under the province of British Columbia. Jurisdiction and governance in child and family services future state is under federal law.
Hi, Warner. It's me here. You say new workers come and take, and they don't understand. How come you don't have them be shadowed by someone who's been there already? So they don't get this big issue that happened, right?
No, you're correct. We usually do that. So under the case review, I'll know more information as to what happened.
And in 1976, there was an agreement that was made between the province, Stony Creek, and MCFD. There was a thing that no child is to be removed from Saik'uz without our knowledge or do anything to step over us. That's what my mom, Mary John, Selena John, the powerhouses that started this. And to me, some places, I think we forgot about it. Or I need to remind you.
That's good, because that's going to be the baseline for Saik'uz.
Because I appreciate all your hard work in the Kairos County Family Services. But you got to remember, we were there a long time ago. In family services and checking on our children to make sure they weren't taken away.
Most definitely. And we learned from the best, and that was from your ancestors.
Masi.
Minnie?
All right, so we'll go one more question or comment from the floor, and that'll come from Deb, and then we'll get to the next presentation.
This question I have is recently we had started working a little bit with Carrick County Family Services around language, DACF. And I'm wondering, and I noticed all of the DACF that you have on your presentation is, I'm thinking it might be Lake Babine. So when you're building your houses, your clan houses, are you going to be, is there going to be an effort to teach language within that structure, language and culture? And if so, is Carrick County Family Services going to be work with local speakers like here to build that curriculum? Because would be, I think, a good step to have.
No, excellent question. I'm from Lake Babine, and I speak fluently, so these are placeholders. So where you see Narutin language, it'll be switched to Saik'uz dialect. It'll be switched to other dialects from the nation. So because I could speak, I could translate it, I'm putting that in a placeholder. So once the documents are all done, each community is going to have its own dialect. So it's a good thing that I could speak my language, because I could highlight placeholders in Narutin, which then will be replicated by Saik'uz, by Stella, by Chislata. So good question. That's an exercise where I don't want to start it right now because the documents are not yet completed. Once those documents are completed, it'd be easier for me to highlight some key sections where it needs some interpretation and translation into local language. Yes, the clan houses are going to be operated by CSFS with Saik'uz parents, and hopefully there's the Community Wellness Committee would assist in guiding that operational plan.
Yeah, so thank you for that. One recommendation or question, probably more of a recommendation from Maureen. Can't you develop a QR code that could switch it right to Saik'uz dialect, to Stelako dialect, to et cetera, et cetera. So I guess that's a recommendation to work on that.
No, that's a good one. Yeah, definitely all the language speakers, we will need you to translate and to transform some of the language in the legislation. And we're going to be coming to your communities around establishing regulations for the new law moving forward. Lincoln will talk about that process just after Mary.
On that note, Deb will give you some counsel here on the side.
I came up with the committee, so the people working, I sit on the jurisdiction committee, and that was one of our concern when working with it because all of the material was, and I'm glad you learned your language, that's awesome, was in Lake Babine, so we changed whatever we could to DACA dialect. And one of the things they did, if you got this poster here, that's K-Ba. That's K-Ba for our children. If you grab that and you go to, I'm not sure what, you'll see a QR code. You just have to point your camera at it and it'll take you to the pronunciation. And I know that one of your staff is really good at that. So my next project is to learn how to do this. Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out because it's really cool.
Thank you. I'm learning technology too. It's my technology staff that does that. So thanks for bringing that up. Definitely the work right now, it's mostly in English. And as I said, I'm using my language and my knowledge as placeholders. And where you see Narutin or Wet'suwet'en, it's going to be translated to your dialect. It's coming around the corner quite soon. And I'm looking forward to facilitating with the language speakers in each of our communities.
Just one last question about the clan house. I'll give it to you. You could read it out loud.
Why is the CSFS going to be running the clan houses and not the Saik'uz First Nations? Good question. Because many of the chiefs said that we need to ensure that we have the proper supports built into the safety and well-being of families. So it will be operated jointly. So it's a joint effort with CSFS and all our nations. And eventually, because it's going to be tied to the jurisdiction, once Saik'uz feels they're ready, they can start taking it over. But I'm looking, it took us 30 years to be where we're at Carrier-Sakani Family Services. So finally, we got the resources now to start building capacity. Before that, Mary and I used to knock on government door and beg for money. But right now, because of the Canadian Human Rights Court case, Government of Canada has no choice but to fund us First Nations on a needs basis as we move forward with developing our own laws. And I also see our laws, there's going to be about another 10 years before we perfect our laws. So CSFS is still going to be in all communities. It's not as if we're going to dump and run. No, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to maintain the status quo of moving forward, building capacity, and ensuring that children are protected. And I see that happening 10 years, probably far after I retire.
All right, so thanks, Mike and Warner. I think people are breaking. So let's go for an official break. So let's go for 5 minutes, bio break, coffee break, water break, conversation break, tea break, any break you want to make it. Let's have a break for 5 minutes. Yeah, because the crowd.
So Carrier Sakani wants to do some door prizes from the hallway. So,
I don't.
all right, so there's going to be a few. We're going to be calling names. So the first one is David Green. All right, so the second one is, it just says Kelsey. So I'm assuming.
Claudia.
Kelsey Antoine. So the third one is Darlene Barfoot.
These best is different though. We can give it to her. Right there, Sam's right there. Oh. Want to be here? Jay. Said she has to be here. These are the big ones. These are two.
All right, so the fourth one is Leslie Raphael.
Doesn't matter. The new one is. The big fishing one.
All right, so our last big one. Linda Holmes.
Okay, okay.
This is here.
Oh, family.
Preservation one.
All right, this is a family preservation one.
They left.
Oh, okay. Matthew Benjamin.
Do it again. Don't know who he is. Not that under. He must have been like one of the booth people.
Linda Holmes. All right, you said there's more, hey? So Juanita Peters. Is Juanita still here? Ah, there she is.
No, that's theirs. No, that was garbage.
Oh. Sharon Thomas.
Oh. This no, I.
Okay, so this one's for the food hamper. Wayne David. Oh, John again. Vanessa Vandelar. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, this one's for the coffee machine. Sean Carlson.
Because he's working. He's here somewhere. He's here.
Greg Raphael.
He's here. Leslie's here, yeah. And just give it to them.
Last one. George Teed. He is.
Wait, I'll go grab more. I have other door prizes, so we'll do those real quick. Okay. Who's Okay, let's get these door prizes going.
What is for this one?
Yeah,
For this?
yeah.
I'm trying to give my donuts to my mom, but like I don't want to give you very quickly.
Okay, blue tickets. Three, 6, 7, 0. We're gonna go quick, so please watch your numbers because we just want to do a few right now. 3, 6, 7, 0, 3, 6, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 5, 8. And we have, remember, we have people that are watching online, so we wrote their names on the back. This one says Reg Mueller. So Pris, you want to come grab Reg's? 5, 7. Okay, anything? That one. 3, 6, 3, 4. 3, 6, 8, 7. 3, 6, 5, 6. And again, Randy Whistler. Holy, 3 days in a row, that guy. 3, 7, 2, 8. 3, 6, 7, 1.
Oh, they're in the box right there, Ty. You can pick a gift card.
3, 6, 4, 9. 3, 6, 9, 9. 3, 7, 1, 9. 3, 6, 9, 5. 3, 7, 0, 1.
The table. Gift card.
Table or this table?
Big mess.
No. That's up. Holding up the line. You already got your prize?
Oh, I'm looking at the numbers that you called.
Okay. What did we?
Because I was outside.
Okay, just line up. This one, sorry. First round. 1, 9, go ahead, Corbs. What do you want?
Want that hockey stick?
Or do you want that Nintendo Switch?
Are you taking that stick, Corby? What do you want?
Okay, you gotta be quick, people are.
Someone put that switch?
Steven. Okay, hurry up, Corbs, hurry up before I start taking tickets. Okay, he's taking the stick. It's back there.
3, 6, 5, 6, Sharon.
Okay, go ahead, Sharon. Part?
3701.
Okay. Part for Sharon,
Okay,
part for
quick.
David. Okay, so we have 3, 6, 4, 9, 3, 6, 7, 0, 3, 7, 2, 8, 3687, 3634, 3699. I think we. Okay, we'll do a couple more. Emily Isidore. Sharon. Sharon, can you come grab one for Emily?
3628.
3728.
Anything from the table?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, or an envelope and they could be, they're just gift cards.
Okay, just wait, Carol.
3699.
Hurry up, Dad. There's Okay. Look, April. I don't even know what that says. 3699. Oh, that one's already called. 3640. 3663. 3665. 3698. Anyone for those? No. Okay.
663.
Okay, go ahead.
There you go.
Just checking, did you call this number?
Well, he already went.
Those items.
Okay, well, quickly, 3698 going once, 3698 twice. 3698. 3633. 3633 going once, 3633 twice. Gone. 3640. Watch your tickets. I'm going to go fast. We need to get this going. 3640. 3640. Gone. 3723. 3723. Gone. 3728. 3728. Anyone? 3728. Gone. 3670. 3670. Gone. 3687. 3687. Gone. We'll do more later.
So that concludes the draws. Congratulations to all the winners. There will be more later, so if you stick around, some big, 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 big name prizes. So hang on, hang tight. We're nearing the home stretch, so we'll get your attention for the next presentation, and that will be delivered by Mary T.G. Gray. It's the first time I ever said that, Gray. It's just amazing. Mary T.G. is what I'm used to.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, beautiful people. So happy and honored to be here. I know you're a little bit tired and you're wanting me to just hurry up, Mary, but I wanted to do something. Maureen's going to help me with this. You're going to be sitting in your chair. We're going to do a little kind of energy booster. So sitting in your chair, you're going to pretend to be an eagle. So move. See, move your arms. You'll be flying. Now look at how nice Maureen is just soaring around, soaring around. Do that for a while. Look around. You got your energy flowing. You're moving energy. Now, the one thing too, because I know that there's lots of clans here. Now put your hands on your hips, both of them in the back here. Stick your chest out. Stick your head out, back and forth. Now you're a bunch of grouse. There you go. Be grouse. From an eagle to a grouse. There you go. All right. So we moved a little bit. Okay. My report is up here. I just wanted really to acknowledge all of you for taking the time to be here. I know how important it is. One thing I always say is that information is power. The more information you have, the more information we have, the more powerful we are. It's information that changes the trajectory of a nation, but more importantly, of a life. More information that you have to make your decisions for what is best for you and your children, the better decisions that are made. But also the one thing too, when it comes to how you're thinking and the power of information, the more people that you have together, the more minds that you have together to collaborate, the better solutions you have, because everyone has a different viewpoint. And so that's why it's always wonderful to come back here, because over how many years, I realize I've been here for almost 23 years at CSFS. It seems like I just started yesterday. But in that time, it has always been a pleasure to come back here to really get advice, to listen to the community wellness team. Used to be the community-based team, and then we changed the names. But over the years, there's many things that we did together. The clan house was a concept that we started with Lake Babby Nation and Saik'uz. The original proposal.
Folks, I hear lots of chatter again. Pretty hard to hear the presentation, even now on the floor, let alone on social media. So just be mindful of that, okay? Thank you.
So just to repeat that, the clan house concept was over 20 years ago. That were, of course, a community-based team wanting to keep our children in the community. And, after all of these years, we're finally able to do that. And one of the things that I always say, and there's this big word that we keep talking about jurisdiction, and Lincoln will kind of update us on that. But really, jurisdiction is the simplest definition is that your ability to make decisions. And one thing for certain was that the community wellness team, that's what they did way back in the day. When there was such an increase of children going into care in Saik'uz. And so Saik'uz, again, propelling the work forward in child welfare, not only, I would say, locally, but provincially and nationally. Because there were women across the country, but way back in the 60s and the 70s saying, enough is enough. We're tired of our children being taken away from our communities. And one of those real strong voices came from Saik'uz. And then that was how the Northern Native Family Services and eventually CSFS came to be. In that time, the women came together. There was a homemakers association, all of these things. They went to Canada and said, listen, we want to make decisions. And that's how the delegated model came to be. It came from the wish of the leaders, but more so it came from the wish of the matriarchs, of the mothers. It came from the women with broken hearts to say, we've had it. And so here we are on the precipice of another era of change. And it's really exciting to be here, but we can't forget what our past was. And I think that's why it's so wonderful in Saik'uz when we talk about the community wellness teams. We have, Marilyn over the years when I first started, like I said, 22 years ago when I was only 20 years old, I was thinking, you have all these questions and Marilyn would always be there. This is how it should be. Minnie was there, like everybody was there to help me because I wanted to do it right. And I really want to thank you and acknowledge you for always being there for CSFS and supporting the work that we're doing. There's other things that we did jointly. The community wellness team, we provided training very unique throughout BC. In fact, the community wellness team training that we collaborated on, that we developed, that I got input from Saik'uz, is the foundational training that is now used throughout British Columbia. So that's again a testament to the strong minds of these great women. We also have tripartite protocols. There was a question about how is Saik'uz and their uniqueness going to be reflected in the work that we're doing. We have a tripartite protocol that showcases the roles and responsibility for Carrier Secani Family Services, for Saik'uz, and for CSFS. The foundational piece, the preamble, all of that of those tripartite protocols that we use in 11 nations came from the community wellness team's input. A lot of that. The draft legislation that we have right now, a lot of that, those stories, the way that we're doing things came from a lot of the elders that are long gone now. The principles of the potlatch, all the laws, everything we do, the way we conduct our work at CSFS comes from those teachings and those learnings. The family, the traditional justice, the dispute resolution mechanism that Lincoln's going to touch on comes from input from elders and hereditary chiefs that are long gone. And that's the foundation that we have at CSFS. So when we talk about our laws, our child and family well-being laws that we are under development, on that day when our law comes into force, that law is resting on a foundation of those voices and those shared spirits and shared hearts of many of our past leaders. And we cannot forget about that. And so the sanctity and the sacredness of what we're talking about right now, and then when Lincoln talks about, when we talk about our children, we can never forget that, for certainly those ones that are long gone, never forgot that. So it's a real privilege to be here today. One of the things I've always said is that we've had a jurisdiction. We do have jurisdiction to take care of our children. That's an inherent right. Nobody can take that away. That's something that the Creator gave to us. But what we haven't had are the resources to breathe life into our own laws until now. When we won the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case in 2016, there was no money for prevention. So the prevention program that I'm so glad to hear that is doing really well here in Saik'uz, there was no money to do that work. We went to court, the Caring Society, led by nobody else other than Dr. Cindy Blackstock. The AFN took Canada to court, and it was the first time in world history where a first world country's government was charged with discriminations by the citizens, and the citizens won. In this case, the citizens were First Nations children. So this landmark decision, that's how we got prevention money at actuals at the beginning on reserve. So we're able to develop these programs. So when we say we had jurisdiction, we did have some jurisdiction. We could make plans about our children, make sure that, this is how we're going to keep them safe. Mother is being physically abused at home. Let's move her out of the community. Let's put her in an apartment. We had lots of plans, but we had no money to fulfill them until now. And so that's where we're at right now. So I'm just gonna go through my presentation quickly, and then I'll leave a lot of time for questions. This next slide, actually I should tell you who I am. Just come up here and start blabbling. My name is Mary T.G. Gray, for those that don't know me. I come from Takla Nation. I'm Gikson and Carrier. I come from the Lakibu clan, the House of Negyep. I'm Wolf Clan, and my hereditary chief's name is Mausham Gabu, which is White Wolf. And so I'm the CAO of Child and Family now, but I also represent British Columbia on the First Nations Caring Society. I've been doing that since 2005. I'm also representing British Columbia on the National Advisory Committee for Child and Family Service Long-Term Reform. And I'm also the chair of the Indigenous Child and Family Service Directors Forum provincially, our Children Our Way Secretariat. So I'm going to go and give you an update sort of on the national level. And I did talk about the case that we just won in 2016. January 26th will be 10 years since we won that case already, 10 years. And in that 10 years, Canada has not complied. We've had to take them to court, not once, not twice, not 3 times. We've had to take Canada back to court 41 times. And we've won every time. Canada, we're back in court with Canada again. So while Carney goes out west, my little political soapbox, sorry, Bernard, I'll take a minute. While Carney goes out west and saying, oh, we want to do all of these wonderful building projects, we want to do all this stuff. Meanwhile, he sits there with Galmasty taking our children to court. And so I wanted the chief to ask him, well, these are our resources. What are you doing to protect our most special resource, our children? Where's the money? This is money coming from our lands that they are not using to take care of our most vulnerable. Certainly we see this in the Jordan's Principle case, and that's why we had to take Canada back to court. The tribunal ruled in our favor and said, Canada, you're not doing right by these children. There isn't substantive equality, etc. And what did they do? We're back in court again. So we're hoping that they drop that case. But if they don't, we'll win for the 42nd time. I'm sure of that. So I'm just briefly going to give you an update. This is all just new within the last few weeks. So we have Jordan's Principle, and we also have the ruling that we had about a year and a half ago, the final, or no, just about a year ago, I guess. The ruling was to end discrimination, make sure it never happens again, and to compensate the victims of the discrimination. So now compensation, many of you know, has gone out. Compensation for those children from 91 to 2024, April 2024, are eligible for compensation. And so we do have on our site, if you go onto the Carrick County Family Services site, you'll see compensation support at csfs.ca. If you go on there, email us or go onto our site, you'll see the information. There's also information on the child compensation, First Nations child compensation site. So again, I know I get quite a few calls, but if you go on there, definitely it'll be clear. We're also going to be having, there's going to be compensation for the caregivers eventually who lost their children in care. So if you're a parent or a grandparent and you have children and they went into care for reasons beyond your control, issues of poverty, you're also going to be eligible for compensation. Now, there's a caveat to that, and if it is the parent that actually abused the child or was the cause for the removal, those parents aren't eligible for compensation. So just to be really clear, that'll be coming up. So what we've dealt with the compensation. It was the largest settlement ever in Canadian history, and it's $24.3 billion. So on the day the compensation moved, like think about how much money is. The day the compensation came from Canada, went into the banks, it shook the New York Stock Exchange. It shook Toronto Stock Exchange. That's how much money we're talking about moving here. So, think about this. It took one person to say enough is enough. And that was Dr. Cindy Blackstock. And so she pushed forward and got the Assembly of First Nations to come on board so we could take Canada to court. And think about how many lives have been changed. And then we think about Jordan's Principle. So Jordan's Principle right now, I know many of you are probably disillusioned and you're tired. You've put in requests to get supports for your child or your children, and there's backlogs. And that's what Warner was talking about. Thank God Warner's on the Chiefs Committee for Jordan's Principle. So we're really pushing to make sure Canada follows its orders. Canada has already been found, the tribunal found in August, before that there's a lot of funding gaps and there's a lot of backlogs, and it would cost, we looked at it, the backlogs would only cost $48 million. Most of the backlog cases are only between $500 to $1,000. Some of them are things like car seats, just essential needs. Like, why don't you just pay it? And do you know what we found? It costs $504 to process a denial. That's so ridiculous. This is ISK anyway. So we're dealing with that. I just wanted you to don't stop submitting your Jordan's Principle claims, because just recently, about 2 weeks ago, a grandma, I love this lady, a grandma had her 3 children, 3 grandchildren, and they lived in this home. And the doctor and the specialist said they can't live in this home. You should see the pictures of the house. I've seen the pictures of the house. There's molds on the ceiling in one of the bedrooms, like all over. It's all over the house. There's no more other places that she could live. But in order for her to keep her grandchildren, she needs that house. So the doctor and the specialist says, you need to fix this. You need to, and again and again. And ISK, after months and months, denied it. They denied it again and again. Kids are now they have asthma. So she took Canada to court. And about just before Christmas, she won. This little grandma was strong enough, and so she won. So now Canada is ordered not only to pay that, but all the backlogs that you're seeing, all those have to be remedied in a very short order. So things can change, and we keep bringing this to court. I just wanted to give you an example of how bad Canada is doing. So when Minister Gulmasti says, oh, I've been talking to leadership about Jordan's Principle, everybody's happy, that's just bullshit, or just that's BS. So we looked at from April 1st to September 2024 in Ontario region. This is just Ontario. Canada paid, as they're obligated to, $37 million in Jordan's Principle cases. Okay, so that's from April to September in 2024. Then what Canada did is they sent out all those ridiculous bulletins to all the chiefs and to everybody that didn't even make sense. And it was more difficult for you to get Jordan's Principle funding. So after that bulletin, from April 1st to September 2025, Canada in that region only spent $800,000. So in 1 year, 37 million to $800,000. That's why we're taking them to court. So just be patient. We'll get this back on track. What am I next? Okay, next slide. So these are some of the conclusions to fix the backlogs immediately, and they're not backlogs. It sounds so nice. They are going against legal orders. Every one of those Jordan's Principle cases that doesn't get processed, it's going against the orders. That's why we're in court. We're saying to approve cases promptly. Urgent cases has to be dealt with within 24 hours. Non-urgent, I think it was within 48 hours. So there's many of these things that we've already looked at and that we've been trying to work with Canada. We've given them good advice. We have a work plan with them, and they just have refused to accept the work plan, for one. So we'll have like the Jordan's Principle Chiefs Committee that's trying to push them at that way. And then at the negotiating table at the higher level, we're really trying to push them, but we're going to need the support of communities and of leadership to take us to the place where there is truly substantive equality. I'm going to, next slide. Okay, some of the, these are some of the proposals to stop Canada's discrimination. I've kind of, we talked about a lot of this, but I also want to talk to you about, again, an update. So I'm sure you've seen it on the news. There was a big splash before Christmas. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ordered us to develop a long-term plan. And this long-term plan is so important for not only us sitting here, but for those not yet born 50 years down the road, 100 years down the road. The tribunal ordered that what Canada has to do is reform child welfare so discrimination is not only ended, but never happens again. And what they did in August of this year was truly amazing. I never thought I'd see the day. They said that those orders where you get the prevention funding in community, where we have post-majority, all these wonderful things, Jordan's Principle, they likened it to a legal permanent injunction. And so that you could have, there would be intergenerational equity. So that means it's forevermore. Like that's huge. It's something that I don't know that we would ever win, but we've won that. So with all of that, having said that, that the prevention program and the collaboration that you're having with CSFS, that we do have the funding to do that. We just have to get Canada online to make sure that they're upholding those orders. Next slide. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the youth services. So we do have collaboration between the Stony Creek Elder Society and the Youth Advisory Council. It's funny, I seen Megan here. Megan John was here. And when I first started working at CSFS 22 years ago when I was 40, Warner had said, no, Warner and Mabel, of course, bossy Mabel, you're going to take over the youth program and you're going to take over the elders, you're going to do this. And I was only there for a short little 6-month contract to help the CHRs. That's right, too. I was helping Helen. Who can help Helen Michelle? But anyways, I was supposed to help them with their cultural stuff. And so I ended up helping with youth. So Megan was one of my first youth staff. And then we had like a lot of the youth that came, and we had a really, really successful youth program. We had one of our first youth conferences right here in Saik'uz. And I just think about that because you look at how much our youth program, we didn't even have money to buy cookies sometimes. I had to use my own money for cookies. We had like no money, if you recall, Megan. We had little fundraisers, but I always think about that. Some of my best moments was, held here, where we had our first youth conference, and that was the first time we added on a little potlatch to the youth conference. So many of the elders came here and helped us with that. So it was wonderful. But we are having another youth conference on March 20 to 23rd. And that youth conference is going to be held in Prince George. That's what the youth want. And it's going to be from the ages of 10 to 14. This group oftentimes is forgotten. There's not a lot of things for them. So we're doing it from the ages of 10 to 14. And it's going to be all inclusive, all genders, LGBTQ+. We'll be providing some information on that. So that's exciting. We've had a lot of activities with the youth program. Of course, we have the CO Youth Center. And again, that's very busy. I love going there. It's got such a good feeling. One of the other things that we're doing right now is that we do have, again, a posting for Carrier Sekani youth worker that is being posted. So if there's anybody that I know that Saik'uz has their youth worker, there's funds for the youth, but once we get a Carrier Sekani, then they could work together. So you'd have 2 youth workers working together here in Saik'uz. So that's what we're hoping that it's been posted for a while. Some of the other things, the initiatives that we're doing, and I'm really glad that Jason's here, Jason Morgan, he's our Executive Director of Housing and Capital Infrastructure. We have certain buildings in Prince George proper. We have a youth apartment, which is an exemplar. It's a partnership between MCFD and BC Housing. BC Housing gave us one of their older apartment buildings. We were able to renovate that utilizing the new funding back in the day, the prevention money, Jordan's principal money, for a place called Our Place to Dream. And that's where we have youth that are aging out or that have aged out, and they get wraparound services right in their apartment building. And it's working out really successfully. They have to pay a minimal rent and for their utilities and rents, about $300 just so that they know. And it's working out wonderfully. But recently, in the last year, we got approved. It's the quickest project that BC Housing has ever seen from start to finish, from the time the proposal went into breaking ground. And that's on Brunswick Street in Prince George. And again, this is for our youth that have aged out, some of our young adults. But we also wanted to make sure that there was elders in there. So what we know from the opioid crisis, again, being responsive to communities, is that grandparents, many grandparents, there'll be a study coming out pretty soon by the Representative Children and Youth that shows how many grandparents have had to take care of their children because their kids, both parents have died of the opioid crisis. So we're finding that in Prince George. So what we're doing is we're keeping some of those 45 units for grandparents that are taking care of their grandchildren. It's going to be wonderful. And again, in the apartment building, we're going to be providing those wraparound supports. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to be working with the youth themselves, people in the community, to find out what that's going to look like and what that programming will be. We also have, of course, the post-majority services. And again, for those that don't know, The post majority is something that we fought for. We negotiated, we got Canada to agree. It's for those children that aged out and they're 19 to 27 years old, and those are actual costs. So we work with Saik'uz, we work with the other communities to make sure that that age group is getting the supports that they need. So that's educational costs, sometimes their emergency costs or their clothing. So we are working with that age group, and again, that's quite a feat. We never thought we'd see that. Some more of the services that I'll look at is the daycare service or early childhood development. This is really exciting too, because there's a lot of things happening. We have maternal child health workers, and they're the ones that help the mother and the new mothers. And again, this is prevention, because if you're providing those supports, those young mothers especially aren't at risk of losing their children. We have the middle years program, which includes the equine therapy. I know there's so many people that want to take the equine therapy. We do have a list of youth, and there is a bit of a waiting list, but it's an exciting program. We have Aboriginal Supported Child Development that's out here, and we provide the supports, and the Best Beginnings Outreach Program. So some of the exciting things that we're working on is that we're going to have a daycare. Oh, by the way, Warner's new name is Father Warner. He bought a church on Dufferin Street in Prince George. So, we're converting that church to a wonderful place. It's gonna house the Child Youth Advocacy Center. That Child Youth Advocacy Center will be the first First Nations Child Youth and Advocacy Center in Canada. And so what it is if children that have been sexually abused or physically abused, instead of having to wait and they tell their story, and it's really traumatic the way it's done right now, they only have to come into this beautiful, soft, nice center. I want like sound of the water and be very comfortable. And they tell their story once. And so then, the RCMP, because they have to hear the story, there'll be a lawyer there, a social worker, we'll have a mental health therapist. But what we're doing is not just the child that has been affected, but it's also the family. The family gets hurt as well. So those are the supports that we're looking at. So that now we finally have a physical space. We've been working at this for 15 years, hey, Warner. So I'm really excited about that. We also have the, one of the things Warner had talked about is doing the complex care. And we do have the start of what Warner was envisioning. So right now we partnered with the Sante Center, which is down south. And this is really important, especially for parents to hear. So what we did, we don't have a physical space right now, but that church, that's what we're doing. We're making it into, we're calling it the Carrier Sekani Child and Family Holistic Support or Holistic Wellness Center. And we have to include the child and family because we're the funding that we will receive under our operations will be from ISK, Child and Family, but also with Jordan's Principle. And so what we're doing right now is that we've actually completed assessments for 24 children. And so we have a child psychologist that comes up. We have occupational therapist. We have a pediatrician. And so they're doing the assessments. Now, this is huge. It's huge because some of our kids, as Warner said, the waiting is about 6 years. So what we did is said, forget it. We're going to do it ourselves. We're tired of waiting. And so we just hired through Jordan's Principle requests and through our prevention. And this is what we're doing. So we have 24 kids that have been assessed. So once that center is built, it's beautiful. I just saw some of the final drafts. There's going to be a sensory room, it's called, and it's for the children with high autism. And then there's another room, like a quiet room, another room that's for like kids with autism. So it's what they need. So there will be all of these service places in that center. So we're just finalizing that. And I just really want to thank Jason and his team for being there. The other thing too, like listening to you, one of the things that I know, what was happening with the parents from this community and other communities, especially the mothers, when they were going into Prince George, they have to wait. When there wasn't the doctor here, if you recall, when they couldn't give birth in Burns Lake and everywhere else, sometimes they have to go into Prince George and wait 2 or 3 months in some cases so that they could deliver in Prince George, because that's where the specialists are. What we found was that there was a lot of calls to the ministry when these families were staying at the Camelot Inn or wherever First Nations Health Authority put them up. So what we decided that we would ask for a building, so like a birthing center. So we are at the last bits of the information that is required, and we're going to have a mother support center. So that's where the young mother waiting for the baby to be born will be housed there. But it's also a good opportunity for us to bring in elders, to bring in others to help that mother, because some of the mothers come and they don't have that support, to help support them, to help them with breastfeeding, to help them with just early on child rearing in a really nice, soft place. So that's what we're doing. And then we also have the Sarah's House project that we're looking at that is going to be for those mothers that are using or trying to get off drugs, and we're helping them. So that's Sarah's House, and it's named after the late Sarah Hine. It was a dream of ours all those years ago, but now we're seeing all these dreams come to fruition. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to have Gwen come up here in a moment. But we have the community development program too, and this is where you're Mitch McCook, Mitch McCook that does all of the finance, and Mayor Mitch McCook always knows everything that's going on, which is good here. We have Chanel Holmes and Jeannie, and of course the amazing Gwen Cardinal as the ED of this program. I just wanted to tell you why this program is so important. So when we talk about jurisdiction and being able to make decisions and self-determination, this community service delivery plan is that it's a part of the jurisdictional model. There's funding there for CSFS. What are our roles and responsibilities? We have social workers, family preservation workers, etc. We have collaboration between CSFS and the First Nations. Those were funding for the culture camps, etc. But the nation themselves, there's funding there. So we need to be very clear as to who's going to do what and who's going to pay for what, so we could get the best bang for our buck. So this is the community service delivery plan. And again, it's your ability to make decisions as to what your priority needs are. And this is where, so Gwen's going to talk a little bit about this.
All right. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, everyone, for including us and including me as an invite to your community. I just want to acknowledge the work that Miranda has undertaken with her prevention team, because a lot of the work that we do is with Miranda's team, and also that 50 years of wellness committee. That's 50 years of love and teachings in community. So just want to acknowledge that as we move forward in this report. As Mary shared with you, it's a team of us that are behind the scenes. So we have Jeannie, who's our anchor here, and Saik'uz's own Chanel, who's a part of our culture team, who's present at a lot of your events, and who is organizing and supporting a lot of that collaboration that Mary just spoke about. We also have, and as Mary said, Mayor Mitch McCook. I hadn't heard that before. I was told by the king of fastball here, Robbie Antoine, that Mitch was the home run king for the last 10, 15 years for Saik'uz Tigers, the Stony Creek Tigers. 6 months. Oh, 6 months. Mitch, that's some tall tales you've been telling in the office. He was requesting more space for his timesheet to include Home Run King, I guess. And then he woke up. Lots of heckling going on here. Wouldn't be a good meeting without that. All right. So as Mary said, we can move on to the next slide. Community service plans. So community service plans, that's Mitch is the community service planner, a lot to do with prevention. So this is the work that actually that Marilyn and Maureen and Cheryl had spoke of around the cultural pieces, right? So a lot of nourishment, how we're nourishing our families in terms of that connection to the land. So there's a lot where Chanel is supporting that work in community. But also these are what we call them in prevention services or primary prevention. So that's your kind of initial piece of how we how services are community based and how CSFS collaborates with community. So all those wonderful services that were shared not only by Warner but by Mike and also Mary. This is where that prevention planning comes in, right? We're wanting to prevent and we're wanting to keep kids in care, our kids in community, in community care. A big piece of this is this work is really precious work. This work is about your future leadership, about your future knowledge holders, about your future, this is language, this is everything. So this is where some of that careful planning in the beginning, we really want to ensure that it's community led, that it's, and as we heard this morning or this afternoon around, this is based in Saik'uz worldview and Saik'uz practice and values. So just a big piece of that, we'll move forward to the next slide. I only have 3 slides, so I'm already on my 3rd slide. The rest of it was just comedy routine. But with prevention services, I just want to put this out there for folks. You heard a lot today around the C3, C4, C6, some of the delegated piece. The community service planning, so that was undertaken by Mary and Jason in previous years, and we had a very comprehensive community service plan that was in place until 2023. And as we know, COVID interrupted our lives, and so that planning cycle kind of fell to the wayside. And so Mitch is leading that with our team along with us around re-engaging. How do we start to ensure that that plan is current and it has room for growth? And so when you look at this slide here, the community service plan is our primary prevention. When Mike's talking about the operational plan, that falls into our delegated services piece, right? So the overall community service plan, that's community-based, and then there's some operational pieces that speak more specifically to child and family services. The other thing that we're undertaking in community development is we're assisting with a community needs assessment. So I know that we've engaged with some of the leadership here. We have some upcoming engagement around understanding that. So understanding your community's needs in terms of child and family, also in housing, capital, and infrastructure. And that's going to be that collaborative piece of understanding those needs, but how do we start to build that so we're meeting needs? And I think that's future when we're looking at those bigger plans. These are where we're wanting to the clan house pieces included. How do we get community ready for that? All right. So that was my 3 slides. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I just have 1 slide, and it's a really important one. I would say perhaps maybe the most important one. For those of you, I really think it's really good to look at this report. It's called the Don't Look Away report. And I put this as last slide because we're in this space of change and transition. And change, good or bad, there's always going to be stresses. And so over the years, whenever in child welfare, whenever there has been substantial change or transformation, regionalization process, you look at Manitoba, some of the studies that were done there. In British Columbia, Sherry Charlie was one of the ones that there was a death. Samantha Hall, she died while she was in care. All of these changes and shifts and transformations have one thing in common. And that's that they were changing a process or a way to be, and there was issues of communication and collaboration when there is a change, good or bad. And that's when children fall through the cracks. So this report, Don't Look Away report, to look at that. So Cheryl Thomas, who's been with us for like over 25 years, one of the best social workers, she was part of the committee that looked at the investigation of this case and came up with recommendations. Now, the Don't Look Away report, what it does, it tells a tale of a nation that was, was seeking jurisdiction, did the work, and they had their nation staff. And then MCFD was transferring not just files. Everybody says transferring the files. It's you're transferring children. The nation had chose that these children's first cousins, so they're like an aunt, an older first cousin would take care of these children. But they didn't do the checks, nor did MCFD do the checks and balances. Had they did that, they would have seen that that lady, the mother, the foster mother for all intents and purposes, the relative, actually already had some really serious concerns existing. But they placed the children there anyways. The children went there to the home and lived there, but not a nation staff or the ministry staff checked on those children. Because MCFD said, well, that's their jurisdiction. They want to offload. So they're like, that's their jurisdiction. And the nation staff, being overworked, did not check on those children. So what happened is a little boy who had complex, already had high needs. And you read about this little boy, and he was the funniest and he was the most vibrant in his class, even though he had like serious medical conditions. A little colostomy bag, there's all these things, always going to the hospital, the happiest child there ever was. And then what ended up happening is he would get visits on occasion with his father and never wanted to go back to this house, and he would scream and cry, he didn't want to go back. And nobody checked up on it. He brought his little complaints to school, still nobody checked on that home, because the nation said, well, this is a home, we're keeping our children in our community. And so what happened is that little boy got murdered by his relative. But before they murdered him, they tortured all those kids. They starved them. They made them do exercises hours on end, and they laughed and they defecated on these kids. That's so inhumane. So when I'm talking about this work that we're doing, and I talked about the sanctity and the sacredness, and it's on the foundation of the ones that came before us, that we have to make sure we do it right. There's another case here that's one of the most horrific cases of child welfare neglect that they've ever seen at the Prince George Hospital. And that was when I first came on into this role. And the nation had decided that their 2 kids was going to go with auntie. The nation let the auntie go. She moved to Prince George. Again, nobody checked on those children. Not MCFD, not the nation. Nobody checked on her. They found a little girl. It was all over the newspapers, in front of Value Village, dehydrated, hiding in a little, there was a little pothole. And thank God the trucker stopped, picked her up, brought her to the hospital. I got a call and they said, it may be one of your children. We don't know who she is, but she looks like she's about 2 years old. I went up to the hospital, and by this point, we finally figured out like perhaps where this child came from. And she wasn't 2 years old, she was 5. But she was so emaciated, and she was being held in her basement, her and her other little sim, by chains and fed like a dog. That's our kids we're talking about. That's a community's kids. So when we do this work, that's the solemnity, that's the seriousness that we have to take about it. So you know why we have the prevention program, we have our staff. And as I said at the very beginning, the best solutions comes from more minds coming together with different focuses, different ways of thinking and being. But we owe it to our children to do this work collaboratively, because we have to. So what our goal is that when we do all the work, and C6 and C3, all those, they're not transferable by us. We can't give Saik'uz C3. We can work with them to do the work that is said C3, and that's the voluntary services, that's the prevention services. We could work with that, but it's up to the ministry. We don't do that. We're delegated by the ministry. And for C6, when we talk about that, I know these numbers are crazy. What it basically means is that the ministry has the decision-making power to say, yes, this child is in need of care, and yes, this child has to be moved to safety. That's what C6 means. That's all it is. Maureen had a real good question about assessments. While we talk about C6, we've been doing this work and laying the foundation for 30 years. Those assessments that you're talking about, where they say, oh, this child is in need of care, those assessments were created in the United States by white guys, brought over to MCFD, and that's where the failing is. So what we're doing, for example, is all our staff, the family preservation workers, Cheryl's team, Sonia's team, we have been trained in science of well-being. It's a strength-based model of assessing. And you know the strength in families. So if that little kid, for example, is going to, say the little kid goes over, walks down the road, goes to auntie's house 2 blocks away, right? So parents are drinking, MCFD would come in and based on their checklist, oh, parents are drinking. They're not taking care of this child. But that child knows, mommy told me, go down to auntie's house. That's what the signs of well-being looks at. The strength of that family, the strength of that little one to make sure that that child is safe so that there wouldn't be a removal. That's a different in assessments, but we're already doing that work now at CSFS. Our family preservation workers, Cheryl Vandelar is one of the stars in this work. As soon as there's a call where there is a concern, our family preservation workers, you have your band designate, that's where we're there. It's not that we're just doing this child protection starting. We've been doing it and laying the foundation for 30 years. Now, finally, we have the money to do that. So I just wanted to say, rest assured, we've thought about this. So I just really want to make sure too that those potlatch principles that came from you, Minnie, like all of that, that's what's incorporated in all the work we do. That's what's incorporated into our legislation so that we can make sure that when all our laws are done, the work that Lincoln will talk to you, that there's barely a bump, that you're not even going to know that the law has changed because we're already going to have the money and we're already going to be doing the work. We'll just simply go from the provincial act to our Child and Family Services Act at CSFS, and there'll be nobody falling through the cracks. That's our big work, and that's a commitment that we have to make together. So I really am excited about it, and I just wanted to talk about the beauty of the community wellness team because that's where the rubber hits the road. This is where decisions are made. That's jurisdiction, and so when we work together, we get better outcomes for our children. There's a word in my language. It's a beautiful word, my Giksan language, and it's called Yagwalin. And what that means is walk tenderly, walk softly together. And it's around healing and stuff, right? And literally the translation is that you're walking on a bed of feathers. So when I say Yagwalin, it's go walk on a bed of feathers. And so that's what we commit to do with you. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and your wonderful, wonderful present, Masai. Announcements or get out? Oh, no.
Thank you, Mary and Gwen. Take some comments or questions from the floor. Hang on a second. I'll get to you. Hopefully I don't get into any collisions in the meantime to get to you.
Thank you. One thing that as you guys are giving your reports, and thank you for the work that you're doing because it's very much needed. One thing I think, we have to be also looking at how can we support parents being better parents, right? Gabor Mate says the very best thing you can do for your kids is to work on yourself as a parent. So that's some of the areas that I think that I'd like to see. Like I know Prince George you guys in Prince George offers a Caring Dads program, and I'd love to see that somewhere local, or how can we support a group of our young dads to go in and do that, something like that. We really need to be so that down it's the upstream thinking. So later on, we're not going to have as much to have to deal with because we have parents who have worked on themselves. And one other thing, and I always commend this, I love this. Do you remember and it was like Dakota and all of those young girls when they did the ECE training, Cassandra, it was done in community. And it was so awesome to see them as moms using the stuff that they learned. So I think not only did they get education that they can get out and work elsewhere, but also it just benefited them. So we really need to stress, how do we support parents at all ages and stages?
Thank you, Melanie. And we do absolutely. So the strategy that Travis and the health department is doing that, we're looking at that and how better we could provide services. We are establishing those men's groups. And then we do have fathers groups, and we do provide quite a lot. There's actually quite a lot of single fathers within our prevention programming. So we do, one of the things that we do have is a program called Bring in Tradition Home, and that's for parents. And we do that everywhere, like in our nations. And that Bring in Tradition Home, again, a lot of that work from all those 10 years, 12 years ago, longer actually, came from the community wellness team, the matriarchs, and some of the elders from Saik'uz. And what we did is we had the Bring in Tradition Home parenting program. And back in the day, and sure you'll remember, the Child Welfare Committee, that they would say, oh, these parents have to take a parenting program before they could visit their kids, remember? Or they could, it was ridiculous, even up to 12 years ago. And that parenting program was a parenting program that was based out of England. Nobody's perfect or Mother Goose. Well, we're not going to have like Betty Crocker cookies and however white people raise their kids. We're going to give them dry fish. You know? So then we actually took we had to fight and get the BC Acts developed a parenting program called Bringing Tradition Home. And so the elders and some of the cultural people provided input into that. Some of the, Maureen, you may remember that. And so the Bringing Tradition Home is based on Carrier Sekani ways. And so we're sort of the exemplar to show it. And then we had to fight to say to MCFD, we don't want your Mother Goose program. We want to use ours. So now we're able to use that parenting. We also have an initiative, I know with our prevention with Cheryl, one of the things that we're doing is whatever programs that are in the urban setting, that we are now going to try to make sure that they're in the community now that we have the funding to do it. So thank you, Melanie, it's just so that I could remember that. So for example, we have the PEACE program, which is children that witness violence. In Prince George, we fought for that, and now that's going out to all our communities. So we're really trying to get those programs into our community. So thanks for that, Mel.
So we'll go to 3 more questions from the floor, and we'll move on to the next presentation, because reality is I think the programs are all interconnected anyway. So if you haven't got the opportunity to ask the question now, there's still one more opportunity, okay?
Thank you. Okay, here's my thoughts as far as Canada losing lawsuits. That is nothing new. That's old, so new, that news is so old it creaks. That's just how old it is. Now, here's my question to you. Do you want to accomplish something? Do you really want to accomplish something? Here's what you do. You talk to your lawyers, whomever they may be, doesn't matter to me because I don't know who they are, and you tell them to go after the notwithstanding clause. That has been the bane of every First Nations people's existence. Once you get rid of that, you'll make an actual statement when that gets done.
Thank
I'll
you,
put it
Steve.
I'll put it on my list, but I agree with you 100%. Absolutely. That's always their default.
Thank you, Mary, for that. Don't look away. I had a family that I was working with, and it was come to my attention that this family is from Saik'uz, and I was working with them, but they were with their uncle and his partner, and I guess they were being abused, and they didn't tell anybody until they ran away. And then it was brought to our attention from your resource team. And they said that they were under the ministry's care, but then they transferred to Carrier Sekani Family Services. But it wasn't like nobody wasn't still like taking care of them. They weren't looked after. They weren't looked at. They weren't had any 90-day visits. No, nothing in all that time. So that's why those kids ran away. And this don't look away is like, that's what happened. They were overlooked. And the Saik'uz First Nations helped those kids get to their auntie, and now they're safe, and we visit them. But Carrier Sekani said that they don't need to visit. They just need to give the money, but they don't need to, because they're not in the care. So they don't need to check on them. So I'm just wondering about that. How come they weren't like taken care of? I don't know.
I don't know that case specific, but for certainly we could talk on the side just for the sake of anonymity. But one of the things that I do know, and if there was something that was a failing by us, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, that there has to be a conversation and there has to be a process. There is a process that we have. We have those partnership meetings. I really want to commend Chief Mueller for reinstating them and to make sure that they're running effectively. So that's those conversations. So there has to be two-way conversations back and forth And that's why we really pushed, and it's only been recently that with the prevention funding, that our caseload sizes at CSFS. So for every child, like there's a ministry, for example, there'll be one social worker to 40, 50, 80 kids even. And ours is a lower threshold, so 1 to 8. So in those cases, like where if we're able to, we have the staffing, of course, we're going to be providing that service. And in this case, I don't know the particulars about it, but sometimes if the child isn't in care and we're not notified, like we can't do anything. But if we are notified, there are things that we have. And I always say this, if your young people or anybody that's moving to Prince George that you think may be vulnerable, make sure that they go to our get a input at Cheryl Thomas's family preservation program, because you don't need any type of concern with the ministry to get those extra supports. There's nothing, just go there. If you need some supports, bus passes, things like that, we can help. So that's why we have to really make sure that communication is. And so that tripartite protocol, we have to review it, and we are going to review it, and really make sure that it's updated. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll have two more speakers from the floor, and then and then we have to move on to the next report. Like I said earlier, I'll give everybody the opportunity. We'll hear Lincoln, because everything is all connected here. And so the Don't Look Away report came out, I think, last year. I think it's online at the CSFS, I think summer of 2024, I think it came out, was posted. So full report is there if you're interested in absorbing that.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Mary. I was just, this is just a comment. You're talking about all the single fathers and that. What about the mothers? You know, like you got all this stuff going for the single fathers. There's mothers out there that need help too. And that need workshop. They all need workshop to learn to love their children again and know their children. Because I have my granddaughter in my care, and then I had 4 of them, but they migrate back to their dad. But yeah, I was just saying that because you know the mothers need help too.
No, I agree. Absolutely. We do have those programs as well. And it's really, you know what I really would like to see? One of the good programs before was like if the mothers themselves, when they start running it. We had a wonderful mother, she had 7 children, and she had lost her children to care. She got all her kids back, and then she ended up being the best facilitator. And so that we do have those programs in Prince George. We do have, if you want to start one in Saik'uz, if not already, there is funding to do that. With the prevention funding, we could collaborate with Dawn's program. We also have the maternal child health program, and that program is for the young mothers, especially the single mothers. So we do help hands-on going into the house, doing the home visiting. So if we're missing somebody, and we can collaborate together with a prevention team to make sure that the single mother has the support she needs, absolutely.
I was just talking with Minnie here, but she's very hard of hearing. But she was telling me some of the cases that she worked with back in the 70s, and when all those children were taken from Saik'uz. And she said a lot of the 60s scoop children have come back home to see who their relatives are and visit with and reunite with their families. And some of them, they searched for their children, but they couldn't find their children because some of them were taken down the states or taken by people that adopted them and changed their names. It took them forever to find their children. And she said, all that hard work, what you talk about, has been done, she said, by the child welfare. The people kept their eyes open for things that were out of place with children on the reserve, and they would go to the child welfare and they would start seeing what the problem is with the family and try to help that family out of probably addictions and poverty. That was the main cause in those days, but things have changed and now it's so totally different, you know. And she said she was saying that they did work with a supervisor in Vanderhoof. He used to come when they called him, and he said even the supervisor cried at some of the when they were going to have to take the child, and he said that it must have been a good supervisor because on all in my work I never seen a supervisor cry. And to me, there was the very few social workers and supervisors that I got to know in my time that I worked, and they worked closely with me and working with the families. So to me, if there's going to be a screening center, I'd like to know what type of how are you going to run that screening center, and how are you going to handle the calls, like in regards to if you want to remove children, or if you want to, you work with the communities to make sure their children are in their community, not out of their community. And those are the kind of questions she said about the clan houses. She's a bit confused as to why are you going to run it? Why are you going to run it, and why is not Saik'uz able to run their own? As we were talking, you were talking, so I told her that you already explained it, but maybe you could just do a short version again.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Minnie. And I think about the saying, I have stood on the shoulder of giants so I could see further. And you guys are the giants. So thank you for all the work you're doing. The clan house. So if you remember the concept way back, Minnie, you were on that planning way those years ago, Marilyn. And it really, what it was, if you recall, it's if children didn't have a place to go and you wanted to keep them safe. Remember, that was basic it. So they don't have to leave community. So now we're in this transitional place where we're still under MCFD law, and eventually we'll have our own law, right? But while we're building this clan house, we're going to be operating it under the way that our policies and procedures, but also the funding for the operations will come from CSFS. So right now we get funded for operations, and prevention funding goes to your nation. Some of the prevention money goes to your nation, but the actual operations and all of the licensing requirements and all of that you're going to need to run it right now while we're here at this space, we can do that. MCFD doesn't need to be involved. And so when we do the clan house planning for you, absolutely, it's going to be your people, your staff, your hereditary chiefs, your elders in there. And so the clan house, it's when, if there isn't a family that can take care of those children in an emergency setting, then we'll operate that in the interim. And then eventually we'll plan for more Saik'uz when we have our own laws, all of those things. So absolutely, we've been thinking about that. And I know that in those early years, 20 odd years ago, you were one of the ones that we planned when that very first proposal. Nothing really has changed. It's just that now we have the funding to actually build it and to operate it. So it's exciting. Yeah.
I just want to make a mention of, you talk about equine therapy. You know, I think there's 6 or maybe more of our kids go to it, and I find them more better. They're more ready to listen. They're calm. Whereas before they tell you where to go. So I really appreciate that equine therapy. Equine therapy or equine? Equine therapy, okay.
Gee, maybe
But
I need that.
Well, you learn to cart the horse and you take care of it, and the horse responds to you. And it doesn't talk, which is good. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go to Lincoln. Last presentation at the CSFS group. But before we go there, we do have a bunch of door prizes still to be given out. So we need to do those prizes after the meeting. We have Lincoln, and then we have the HR report, and then resolutions. So I'll try to get you out of here before 7:30 tonight. Okay. Lincoln.
Thank you, David. Hari, Denise, Zakoze, Skyze. My name is Lincoln Hallgren, and I'm in-house counsel and the executive director of Child and Family Jurisdiction with Carrier County Family Services. So I'm here today to bring you an update over the Nezke Ba for our children jurisdiction project overview. Next slide. So that's me. We also have a new central jurisdiction team. So I have staff that include clan houses, community wellness coordinators, project management, communications, and an executive assistant. Next slide. So Nezke Ba is for our children. Everything that we do is for the well-being of our Yinka Dene today and for the generations to come, and so that our children can live to their fullest potential. So the jurisdiction is the legal term, meaning that child and family decision-making will come back to our communities. However, after meeting with communities, it was clear we needed a term to reflect the heart of this work, and that is why Nezke Ba for our children was coined. Next slide. So what is jurisdiction? It's the legal right to make decisions. So CSFS is working with Saik'uz First Nation on the right to be the decision makers for child and family services. This means the future where Saik'uz First Nation is the decision maker for child and family services and well-being, and not the province and MCFD. We're reawakening our own traditional governance. And it's a recognition that each of our nations have the right to be decision makers in child and family services. In practice, it will be the application of our traditional governance and wise practices to child and welfare policy. We have always had this right and responsibility for child and family welfare. However, the Indian Act was designed to have the provinces lead to this, which was MCFD. So we are working to build and transition away from the failed colonial construct that is MCFD back to our own traditional laws. Next slide. So jurisdiction is not new to Saik'uz. We hold our hands up to the Child Wellness Committee, the matriarchs, elders, and leaders who have continued to stand for all of Saik'uz children. Saik'uz First Nation is the forefront of advocacy for our Yinka Dene children through the Community Wellness Committee. We would not be where we are without the dedication, love, and care of the Community Wellness Committee, the matriarchs, elders, and the leaders fighting for our children for generations. Next slide. So our children and family legislation comes from over 35 years of research, and it comes again from the knowledge and wise practices that were shared by our hereditary chiefs, our matriarchs, elders, knowledge holders, leaders, and our communities. So the law comes from our people, our matriarchs, our hereditary chiefs, elders, knowledge holders, elected leaders, and community members. So building the child and family law. CSFS and the Carrier County Child and Family Well legislation will act as a framework for our nations to develop their own regulations. So the key features are it's overarching in general to ensure that our communities can use the legislation to fit your own unique needs. Once brought into force, as I mentioned, provincial laws and MCFD will no longer have a say or apply to children and families of our member nations. So the framework is that Saik'uz will be able to develop your own regulations, and my team will be coming back many times to visit and learn from Saik'uz your traditional governance and practices to help inform the regulations so that the legislation is Saik'uz specific. The legislation is Saik'uz's, not CSFS's. Once in place, we will transition from MCFD and move the legal authority to our nations. Again, We will have a practice in place where CSFS will continue to be the service delivery of child and family services. Once Saik'uz First Nation has internal capacity, even if it's a phased approach, that is where we will enter agreements where CSFS will step back and Saik'uz First Nations provides the service delivery while CSFS transitions into a center of excellence for training. So the governance structures under the legislation are the Society or Authority Board, the Wunini Council, the wise ones, Elders Council, and community wellness teams. It's community specific so that we have community decision making, and it ensures non-biased decisions starting with the family and the community and extending beyond only if needed. So the bodies will oversee the operations and regulations of our policies. All bodies will have the appropriate community members on those bodies, and community decision making is again at the center of this governance structure. Next slide. So the Society or Authority Board is like the Board of Directors today, where they have the responsibilities of oversight of management, including financial management, policies and procedures, strategic objectives, and et cetera, et cetera. And they will report to the Wunini Council on the strategic objectives and making certain regulations. It will be elected members of your council that sit on the authority board or a designate that is approved by your chief and council. Next slide. So the Wunini Council, the wise ones, they will provide guidance and oversight to the authority board and have representatives that are appointed by your member nations. They could be clan leaders, hereditary chiefs, other leaders appointed by your nation's customs and practices. And again, they will provide a strategic vision, provide guidance to the authority on objectives and regulations, and will periodically review the law. Next slide. This will be a new body for Saik'uz, the Elders Council. It's an active council that will be made up of 2 to 4 members from each member nation. And they are going to be active in dispute resolution and decision-making about how children are cared for when consensus cannot be reached among the parties. And they may review custom adoption as well. The colonial construct has pitted families against each other, and it is our practice, our clan practice, that we come to consensus on decisions. And with the children in mind, we hope that the early on stages through traditional decision making, we can avoid any conflict and come to a consensus-based decision on child and family well-being. And again, if that can't happen in the early stages, that's when it escalates up to the Elders Council. Next slide. Community Wellness Team. Well, again, Saik'uz is on the forefront and the lead of this, as you already have had a functioning community wellness team for decades now, even before I was born, and have been advocating for Saik'uz children and families. Again, the responsibilities are for prevention, to monitor the well-being of children and families in your community, and participate in the collaborative planning meetings regarding families. Next slide. So service delivery, CSFS will continue to provide child and family services until Saik'uz First Nation is ready and has capacity. Again, this may be a phased approach. And again, that's when CSFS will transition to a training center to ensure our nations continue to have internal capacity. Next slide. So moving forward, we will be coming back. As Miranda said, you'll have to get used to my face because I will be visiting quite frequently so that we can socialize the law with Saik'uz members and have feedback, and again, to develop those regulations and policies that will make it Saik'uz specific. So next week, I'll be meeting with your elders and your chief and council, and through their guidance, we will plan dates to come back to discuss the law. Again, we'll be learning from your community on your specific regulations and policies. So we look forward to coming back so that we can learn from you and help us establish regulations for Saik'uz. Next slide. Again, Masai, and my hands up to all of the elders and knowledge holders and matriarchs before who have led the work for 30 plus years, who have led Warner, who is now leading me, and I have the privilege and honor to meet with your community wellness teams, Maureen and Marilyn. It's a privilege to be here and to learn from you. So my heart goes out to you, Masaicho. Oh, and on the next slide is our jurisdiction Facebook or website where you can follow the journey as well.
Thank you, Lincoln. I'll open the floor for comments or questions. Maureen?
I tried to be fast. I heard there's a Canucks game on right now.
Gee. You talked about customary adoption. Are you going to do it in each community the way they do it? Like how we do it is far different from Natley, from Stella, from Burns Lake, from.
Absolutely. And that again will help with the regulations, help us build those custom adoption approaches for each of our nations. So
And
that it
you
is-
can even copy like right? Like why re-be?
Absolutely.
Why do it again when there's the wheel is already made?
Absolutely. Thank you, Maureen.
About, I'm getting old. Probably about 13, 14 years ago, maybe longer. There was a MCFD was changing in how they were doing adoptions way back then. And so we were actually one of the ones, and I came to Saik'uz again. We had the committee and some people coming to say what custom adoption should look like. And then we actually were able to compel some changes at the provincial level. So there is some of that early research that this would be based on.
All right. A call for maybe the last call. How's that? Any more comments or questions before the Carrier-Sicani Family Services team leaves? Okay.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Warner for his work in the nations. And he's going to receive a honorary Doctors of Law degree from UNBC this fall. And it will, like, it's all about his work with grassroots people, and which is guided by our elders. And Masicho, for all the work that you do, and it's good for other Native people to uplift those who work so hard, and like all of you, to help the families and the children in the community. And I thank you for everything.
Hi, my name is Melissa Thomas. So I lived in Prince George. I'm a single mother, and I wanted help through prevention through PG, and I wasn't able to receive help because they didn't know how to help me because I wasn't involved with the ministry. So there is sort of like a gap in clarity of what they need to do. And yeah, anyways, that was my comment.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. I don't know where the confusion came in because we do have Jordan's principle, and maybe we'll do a better job at defining the role and responsibility for that team. There's only like 2 or 3 of them working for the not only tribal area, but they also, because they're so good at their job, somebody from Chilliwack and some from Rupert call them as well. But we'll try and expand the workers there, but definitely we'll make sure that staff are aware to advertise their services.
All right. So
comments. Just in closing, thank you, David, for keeping us in line, and thank Mary for not going all night because she has such a wealth of information. She could talk and talk and talk. But I just wanted to say that this work is not new work. Even when I started 40 years ago, it was started by the movers and shakers from Saik'uz, the Saik'uz Seku, I call them, and they worked at it for 30 years. So 30 plus 40 is 70 years. And we're finally at the stage where government, through the work of Cindy Blackstock, realized that they were discriminating against us as Indigenous people. And that has stopped. Even so, today, as Mary said, government is still trying to deny access to resources and to a quality of life. They've been taken to court how many times? And First Nations still want on human rights. So the work, although 70 years in the making, we now have the opportunity to develop systems and programs that will really influence the health of your future. And to me, it's really important that we are all involved in this journey because we have to mentor younger ones to take over the service because it's not going to take overnight to heal. It's going to take a long journey. And it's really important to educate the youth. It's really important to educate those that are coming after us so that they could continue on this work. So I'm guessing it's going to be another 20 years before we're at a peaceful state of healing. And that starts with really taking care of our own. And who best to change systems but us as Indigenous people, because we've been brought through the rigor by the government and MCFD. We know their tricks. We know how they operate, and we know that they used our children for financial gain. We can do better, and we can only do better if we walk side by side and if we are in the same canoe going the same direction. Masai Cho, Nokaisi.
Thank you. Before the CSFS leaves, we have a presentation. But before we have the presentation, I want to acknowledge just a small feat or an accomplishment that I just witnessed 30 seconds ago. Melissa Thomas said she couldn't speak in public. She just finished speaking in public, and I think she did quite well, right? So you don't have to be fearful to speak in public. Like, just get used to it, and it'll be second nature. So on that note, I'm going to give the microphone to Jordan, and she's going to do some stuff here. There's gifts and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So I really want to thank the presenters today and all of the work that they've done and the time that it's taken to do this presentation here today. And I want to offer gifts to everyone who has taken the time. Thank you very much, Masicho.
All right, so now we're going to skip over the HR report and get right to resolutions. Yeah, we'll begin resolutions in 2 minutes, okay? And then I'll probably need your help. All right, so we'll get into resolutions. We had 8 submissions. Most of them are recommendations. And I'll get into that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to read each one. And they're not going to be up on the screen, but they're written just by folks here on the floor, in the floor. And some of them are money wise, and some of them are, they need to be followed up by the administration, is what I'm saying, for more information, to get more context out of it. So here's one. It's a money thing. We want a raise on $100 more per month. Groceries went up, and we're going to need more money to last for a month. So that I'm going to table with the administration to find out exactly where it's coming from. Like, I don't know the economic status of the person that's writing this. So as long as we have this in the record, I'm going to give this to the staff for them to write it in the record so that they could follow up. And then so I'll read the next one. Band members receive another $500 for New Year's. And so when so that that could be converted into a resolution, but be mindful that the resolutions that do get passed here are not legally binding. They're recommendations, okay? So you have to be mindful of that. And so I'm just going to test this one to see if it'll pass for a resolution, because I think we have enough information here to understand the thrust of the write-up here, that band members receive another $500 for a New Year. So I'm assuming that it's that you got a Christmas bonus this past Christmas. So I'm thinking that that person is probably thinking another $500 on top of that. So it's not a bad thing to have an extra $500. But what I'll do is ask for a mover and a seconder on the resolution, because there isn't one here. Remember, it's just a simple, all these resolutions are recommendations. Mover. Okay, Audrey. Okay, we got a seconder. And then so I'll just go for a quick, if you're in favor or not. Okay, so I'll go, all those in favor of the resolution, raise your hand. And then we'll count you. We'll count you. So hang tough, we'll count you. You got to be 18 and over and a band member, of course. And so if the folks online can actually hear me too, you could raise your hand if you're in favor right now. That's the count that's being tabulated. And Claudia will give us the number of 53 plus 4. All right. So I'll go to those who are opposed to the resolution. Raise your hand. Also online, you could raise your hand if you're opposed to the resolution. There's one online so far. 2, so it's 3 opposed. You got those numbers, staff? Okay. Resolution's passed. Next resolution, more spa days at the office. Need a mover and a seconder. I'm assuming that you have spa days already. Do you? Yes. More spa days. This is the members forum, so I'm seeing if there's any appetite for more spa days. So a mover, any seconder? Seconder? All right, you got. All right, so it's got a seconder. So there's enough strength to vote on it, so I'll do that right away. I think it's pretty clear. More spa days. All those in favor? Keep your hand up. Also online. Raise your hand, and we'll count you. I think for everybody. Yeah. That's what I assume, that there's already spa days for members. Yeah. Yeah. And then let me know when you're done counting. Let me know when you're done counting. Yeah, I'm assuming that there was existing spa days for all members. That's my assumption based on what I've got written here. Yeah, I'm not worried about how we're going to do it. I'm just gonna get the pulse of the floor. So how many do we have? 20 plus 2, 22 in favor. All right. So I guess I'm assuming that band members already get spa days. So that's my assumption based on what is written. And if it go, okay, didn't know that. So so since we got a resolution, all those opposed, we got counted those in favor. Anybody opposed? Raise your hand. Also online, raise your hand. And then let me know when the count is done. Hmm. All right, so for those that are opposed, raise your hands. For those that are opposed. Ten, and so 2 online, so 12. All right. And what is the tab? What is the score there? 22 in favor and 12 opposed. All right, resolutions carried. Remember, these resolutions are recommendations to chief and council, okay? Next one we have, and they keep coming along actually, build a new dance hall. build a new dance hall is the next resolution. All those in favor? Or first, a mover and a seconder, first of all. Looks like we got enough movers and seconders. Just pick anybody's name. Got it? All right. So yes, looks like we have enough for a vote here. So let's go to all those in favor of a new dance hall. So okay, so let me know when you finish counting. Those in favor online as well. You got it? 42? 42? And online? 47. Okay, sorry. So 50. 50 in favor. All right. Any of those opposed, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're opposed. Same with online. Counted them? Okay. Anybody online? Got that 3 opposed? Okay. Okay, next one, drug dealers for on reserve. I'll just read what I've got here as it's written. All drug dealers must be removed from the village due to selling drugs. They must get help. And I'm going to add be drug free to move back home. So a request for a BCR, for council to sign a BCR to that effect. Does that make sense? So this recommendation is that a BCR be written by a chief and council to remove all drug dealers that are selling drugs and that they must get help as well to move back. So 2 basic criteria. I'll need a mover and a seconder. So say your name, mover. Yep. Need a seconder. Max. All right, so there's enough strength for a resolution and recommendation to go to chief and council. I'm going to ask for those all in favor of this resolution. Keep your hand up for all those in favor, as well as online. $53, $54. Yeah, I should, yes. 54 in favor and 3 online. And any of those opposed to the resolution? Any online opposed? Nope, none online. So it's resolution's passed. So the next few recommendations are more to do with family trips and more policy issues that exist in some cases. So they're not really, I'm not going to bring them to a resolution because I'm just going to read it out loud so that the staff could note it. And for the staff to follow up on in the appropriate departments, because we don't have enough information on how these programs originate and where the money comes from. And so I'll just read one here. First of all, off reserve youth trips. Off reserve should be included in field trips and trips out of town with the on reserve activities. So however that works, recommendation for the staff to follow up on this. And in following up on it, I'm going to also recommend that that the staff do it at the earliest opportunity and you don't have to wait for the next AGA to report on it, okay? So that there's activity happening on these recommendations. So that your voice is being heard and, this is a people's forum, so I want to make sure of that. And then also on field trips, here's another note. I want to see more 13-year-olds for trips and involvement for them always left out in more cultural involvement with workshops for them. Thank you. So it seems like there's a call or recommendation that more 13-year-olds, more youth be involved in these trips and more cultural involvement, really. So the staff will follow up with that request. Now, next one. There's a suggestion that we bring back the essay checks to the first of the month. That's fairly straightforward. There might be like I don't know the background of the timing of these checks, but follow up with appropriate staff and chief and council, and they'll report back to you at the earliest opportunity. So here's another one about foster homes. So in other words, we need more information on the foster homes, but I'm going to get the proper personnel here to follow up on it. So how is it that Stony Creek do not have foster homes? Used to have 2 foster homes, now none left, and they should look into foster homes in Stony Creek. I know in dealing with this like years ago myself, I know there's criteria around it, and I think that my belief is that there's always recruitment for foster homes and always the drive is always alive, I suppose. So I'm going to leave that to the staff and the chief and council to report back to you on foster home, the status of foster homes here on reserve. Here's another recommendations for the health center. Used to be for men's programs and women's programs. When they move into the new building, they need to have new sewing machines if they can. Okay, so, all right, so I'll leave it to the staff to articulate that the sewing machines. Okay, so there's another suggestion here, and I won't bring this to a resolution, but I think it's more employment law related. Drug testing before hired for any work. mandatory. So I don't know that you could, I guess, if we pass a resolution here and do something that we shouldn't be doing because we don't know all the little intricacies of the laws here. But I think the HR department will do the due diligence that's needed to make this happen. And I'm guessing that they already do that. Next recommendation, more family trips to Edmonton, etc. Pretty please. Pretty please, Chief and Council. It's pretty please, Priscilla. More family trips to Edmonton, etc. Pretty please. Okay. Next comment here, fix the multiplex. So I don't know if I think it was mentioned yesterday at the report. So that's underway as I understand it. So that's happening. All right. So I had a conversation with one of the people proponents who passed resolutions in the past years. And so the question is really, it's just a question, it's not a resolution, but how do we know when we put resolutions forward if it was dealt with? And so what my recommendation is really simple, is that have the staff follow up on these comments and resolutions like right away. And so to report back to the members at the next general meeting, rather than waiting a full year to report back. And they still keep coming, like as we have more resolutions. I think I'll try to get you out of here before 7:30. I have two more. All right. What time is it? 5. I'll do my fastest here. Okay. But we also do have door prizes, right? So you got to stay put for that. Disney trip funding. It's been asked where this monies have gone to the community. Would like to request ASAP what's been done with it. Question, has it been spent? So I'll get the general manager to follow up on this question. All right, so here's the one that'll convert into a resolution. It's the last one. So we'll beat the 7:30 mark. Okay. Yay. It's all money again. But like again, I said, this is recommendation. It's a motion for $10,000 checks to all band members, like Nitai Bun. Provide $10,000 to all band members to help with cost of living and inflation, like Nitai Bun band did for their members. So I think that's pretty straightforward. So like I said again, the resolution is needs a mover and a seconder. Max and Shane. All right, so we'll bring that resolution. This is the last one of the day to the floor, and we'll have a vote in favor. All those in favor? Okay. Yeah. So there's a question or request to repeat. So basically, the thrust of the resolution is that we the members. I'm not a member, but you are. A $10,000 check to all band members, like Nitai Bun. I'm assuming that Nitai Bun got a $10,000 check for Christmas. But maybe they did, maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm just going to go by what it's written. And so, like I said, again, this is a recommendation. It's not binding on chief and council. And so they'll have to look into it and report back to you at the earliest opportunity. And so we have a mover and a seconder, worthy enough of a vote. So I'll bring it to a vote right now. All those in favor of the resolution? that make sense? Keep your hand up so you could be counted. And all those in favor online, keep your hand up. Thirty-four. And any online? 4, okay. So those in opposed to the resolution now? Opposed to the resolution? Keep your hand up if you're opposed, so we'll count you. Oh no, cut it off here. Oh. Okay, how many do we got? 9, and any online? All right, so I thought we had enough, or that is the last resolution, but there is 2 more that streamed in. It is the community's forum, so I will read this one out. We need a new Saik'uz First Nation bus. So I think that's just a simple request that the administration can handle and follow up. Last one. We need to review or change policy so that KO holders' consent comes first and not after engagement with industry. So we have, that is the motion. There was some discussion with the wind farm and that Ernie John was opposed to it. And so that is the basis of this resolution, is that the consent comes before process of accepting or carrying on with the wind farm. So Shanna moves, and we need a seconder. Got him, Gary? Okay, so we got mover and seconder, worthy of a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, raise your hand. Keep it up. Okay, so a review or change in policy so that KO holders' consent comes first and not after the engagement with industry. So before the consent comes, KO holders need to, I guess, give the final decision is basically the thrust behind it. And so, yeah, so we had a mover and seconder. All those in favor of the resolution, raise your hand, and you'll count you. All those online as well, we'll count you. And when you finish the count, let me know, and then we'll find those who vote the other way. Okay, so those in favor, keep your hands up because it's hard to count. 23, anybody online? 1 plus 1. All right, so any opposed to the resolution? So keeping in mind, this is a call for a review or change of the policy, right? It's not just a referendum on the wind farm itself, for example. It's just a review, a call for the review or change in policy. So anybody opposed? Raise your hand if there's one. I see one. Anybody online? Okay, I see one there and one online, so that's two online. All right, so the resolution has been carried. And that concludes the resolutions. Thank you, everybody, for submitting. Like I said, I'll bring it to the staff for their follow-up and making a new elders building. Okay, so what I'm going to do, there's just informed from the floor before we leave to create a new elders building that was submitted yesterday, but we don't have it here. But what I could do is we'll note that down for the staff to follow up so that your voice is heard. Oh, I see.
I just wanted to put it out there, like, I'm just concerned about what's going to happen to the old health center. And I wanted to see a place for the men and women to gather and to do healing, and also that we can have that building. And we have sewing machines that was purchased by Karisakani, and there was 2 hide machines in there. They're brand new, and they're in that sea can. And it's really hard for people to open up that sea can too. And there's sergers too in there. And what happened before was that I wasn't there, but the women were asked to leave because they didn't have no staff member there. And they were in the midst of cooking the meal, and they were doing beating night. And that shouldn't be happening to our own members. The members are the ones that make up Saik'uz First Nation, and these are our buildings. And that's embarrassing for that incident to happen. But I just want to see a place where if people were hungry and they could cook themselves something in the kitchen and clean up after themselves, or else if they needed to shower, that there was a place to shower, or else we don't have no washer and dryer in there, but if they needed to do their clothes because they're staying at people's homes and they just want to do their clothes, that it could be a place for them. And that's what I was wishing for that health center, and that don't have to bring the sewing machines in and out, and that they'll have its own tables. And people, like, if they really work on their beading and their crafts or regalia, they can make money for providing for themselves, and the men can do that too with their carving and anything that they want. And I know that Chimamok, they're the ones who supported us lots. And so anyways, I just wanted to put that out there before anybody tries to claim that building.
All right, so we had a couple more suggestions here. And then we're going to get to the draws, and then that'll conclude my chairmanship here for the last 3 days, okay? So there's a recommendation that a new hockey rink be built in Saik'uz. So the staff will follow up on that. Much needed for the children. Is there going to be a new elders building? Is the question. So the staff will follow up with that question. Are there going to be more houses being built? That topic was covered in the housing meeting. Yes, the drive is to make more or build more houses. And so, I think the staff could follow up on that, just like the rest of these resolutions, at the next meeting or the earliest opportunity. On that note, before I actually leave, I want to hand these to the staff here so that it's in their capable hands. And I want to say thank you to the chief and council for inviting me for the 11th straight. And I recall I did it twice in the 90s. So some of you might remember, but anyways, I did the chairmanship here twice in the 90s. So that makes it 13 years. So thank you very much. And I do want to note to say to the staff and the chief and council here that I do chair work all over the north and from to different bands. And this one here is probably the most comprehensive report to the members in all of the, even in the 90s when I did two chairmanships in the last 11 years. So you do have that tradition with no matter who your chief and councils are, that they deliver the reports in a really comprehensive way. So you're completely up to date and they never skip over anything versus, some of the other nations that I've seen. They just basically skim the top of the reports and the activities and report on some activities, but not all the activities. But here it seems like you report on all the activities. So, that's really good. And that tradition is alive and well this year. And lots of credit to the chief and council and to the staff. Lots of work happening. And even more in the future because we're just at the front end really of the major projects that are happening in Saik'uz territory and all of Yinka Dene territory. And we all continue to work together to be better citizens and be better people from the land, as the Yinka Dene means, right? So thanks once again, and hopefully I'll be back next year for 14 straight.
Thank you, David. Masicho. You always do a stellar job in keeping us in line and keeping the meeting in order. And we really appreciate, David, you're taking the time for the last 3 days to chair this meeting. I think it went really well. And we just want to give this gift to you. And thank you, David, for chairing. And we will probably see you next year. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody here for all of especially our elders, because I think this year we have more elders in the audience than last year. And it takes a lot because, first of all, these chairs are horrible. They're very uncomfortable, but for the elders to be here from right till 8 in the morning, right till maybe 7, the last couple of nights. And so we want to thank you. All the membership that are online watching and listening over the last 3 days, we want to thank you for taking the time to, get up to speed at what we're doing in community. And I would like to thank all of the staff, all of the departments that is here in our administration office, all the hard work that you've done over this last year, the reports that were given out these last 3 days. I think there was so much information, and I was talking to somebody yesterday saying, maybe we could cut it down to 2 days, but there's no way. There's just way too much going on, and the administration has grown so much over the last 10 years. There's just no way to try to get all that information out in a couple of days. So 3 days, even 3 days is kind of like, oh, maybe we could do more than that. But anyway, like I said, on the first day that maybe we will look at doing our AGA in September, like a 2-day, not September, sorry, August, like a 2-day AGA in the summertime, and then have our our audit presented at a later date, because the reason why we had such a late AGA was because our audit was not ready until September. So that's something to think about. We're already in the planning stages of setting dates for next Christmas and the activities that's going to happen then. So that's when we'll talk about the our next AGA. There's a couple of people, well, there's more than a couple, because so many of you worked really hard. I think the membership really saw all the work that our staff were doing throughout the last 3 days. And even before that, like, you know, it takes a lot to plan the agenda and make sure the reports are in the manuals and stuff like that. It takes months of planning. And so it's not just, this takes about a year to plan. And so I want to thank Mar, our communications person. I don't know actually what your title is, Mar. Manager. Okay. So Mar, thank you for having the Zoom option set up for us and putting out all the communication and working and helping with the book. And Sasha, yes, Sasha also. Chantel, thank you. Chantel played a big part in making sure that we had the minutes from last year, and actually Chantel helped a lot to you all know that Andrea is away on mat leave. We had an EA for a while that took a medical leave, wasn't here for very long, and so our chief and council minutes were like months behind, and some of that was why the audit was late, because they needed minutes up to, you know, certain months or whatever. And Chantel worked really hard with Andrea too, and we got Andrea in to help to try to get all of our minutes up to date. So we do have a couple. We are up to date now, thanks to Chantel, who did a really great job getting us getting those, because it's really important to have those minutes adopted, and you know, because you have your action items that you've got to follow up. There's just a lot to it. And Chantel worked really hard to get us up to speed. There was other staff too that kind of, you know, we had Vincent kind of helping and supporting the council because we had no one in that department for our executive assistant. And thanks to Desiree, who came on here. And we're hoping, you know, things will just run a bit more smoothly. And Claudia, thank you so much. I think we need to give her a big hand of applause. She's worked tirelessly. Thank you, Claudia. You've always, anytime it comes to organizing an event, like that's who you need to hire is Claudia. And April worked hard with her last week, and even before that, and Carrie to buy the prizes and do some shopping. And anyway, sorry. Yes. Yeah, like really late nights, early mornings. And I just want to acknowledge you guys. Saraya, thank you for coming for the 3 days to make sure that everything here, the tables were ready, the setup was ready for our caterers. Thank you so much for taking the time to do that. Of course, our special projects team, everybody chipped in, like all of our staff chipped in. You see all of our wood crew over there. They were here every day, and I'm keeping the fire going out there, and just working really to make this a really, I think the AGAs over the last 10 years, I mean, I just see that it's getting better and better. And I just really appreciate the respect that we could show each other, because we are all human, and, you know, we are not perfect. I have, you know, like my own personal issues that I have to deal with, and try to just keep it, you know, on the side, and just to do my job, to show up and try to do the best that I can. And sometimes it's tough, but I really thank the people who keep me up in prayers, and to my to my council who support me in the role that I'm in, because it's it's not an easy role, and but I do really I really love what I do. I just want you to know that. I wake up every day and there's not a day that I don't dread coming into work. I look forward to coming into work. And I want to thank Cora for for being the lead for our staff. And as you could see by all of the reporting that came out from all of our departments, Cora played a big part of that. And we're trying to run this business as professional as we can. We have hiccups, and we're not like we do have issues, but we do really try to do the best we can, and Cora has done a great job making sure that our AGAs and the things that we run out of our office, like on a daily basis, that it goes smoothly, and we try to do the best that we can to provide those services to our membership. And yeah, I thought the reports were really good this week, and so I just want to thank you all for coming. And tomorrow, the office will be closed. We're going to be closing it just because I think the staff need a day to kind of, sleep and relax. And so the office will be closed. Okay. And then so we're going to get Elder Maureen to say a closing prayer, and then Claudia will do prizes. You guys, there's lots of prizes, so make sure you wait around. Merci.
Thank you, Priscilla. You're very loved in this community. Everybody take your hats off if you got hats on. I'm going to say it in English. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Thank you, Creator, for this week. Thank you for your kindness, making our people talk to each other instead of disagreeing. Try to bring everything positive here. From their heart, they talk. They didn't talk from their mind. When you talk from your heart, you're gentle. But if you use your mind, you create animosity. So I thank all those who came, did their participation. I like all the presenters. They did a wonderful job, and I appreciate it, Creator, because this is Saik'uz First Nations. I'm really proud to be from here. And I really enjoyed all the work that has been done, from the men's group to the cooking staff to the cleaning up. Gee, they spilled something already. Somebody cleaned it up before I came back out of the bathroom. That's how much care was taken this past 3 days. And I wish you all a very happy evening. And those who are traveling, you get home safely. Leave all the big animals, little animals on the side of the road till you go by. I ask you, Creator, in your name. I thank you for all the food you gave us. The different variety, it really made it stand out this week too. You nourished me really good. Really good, Denny. And I thank you, everybody, and I hope you have a good January. I'm going to celebrate Chinese New Year, so I don't know about you. I want to dance. And thank you, Creator. I appreciate you. Love you. Love you all. Ba cha ye cha doni cha mbuzi ben dohone.
Merci. Good night, everyone.
Okay, we have lots of door prizes, so please listen up so we get through them really fast here.
All right, so these are going to be the black tickets. This was black and white. They're from social development. I didn't get to do them yesterday. $799 and $704.
Fine.
Okay.
$704, anyone? $704, going once, going twice, gone. Next one, 626. 626. There you go. Okay, there was some draws earlier with the hall. So Ben Alexis won $100. Jason. Oh, prevention. April Antoine, 250. And Carrie Palmer, a laptop. Okay, so now we got the blue tickets. So, as you know, we do have community members at work, and they've come after 4 o'clock, so they all got tickets, whoever signed in. So if you notice some of the people working. Okay, I'm gonna just call out a whole bunch real quick. 3635, 3631, 3618, 3616, 3726.
On the table, 3618. Right there. It's
right here.
it's Claudia.
616.
Or you can pick whatever from the table.
3681. 3667. 3725. 3738. 3708. 3682. Here. 3627. 3659. Just make a line.
Where is he?
3628. Just wait, Danica. Just wait till he's. Just wait.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Make a line up this way. We'll make a line up this way. Corbin, move your chair. 3722. 3626. 3621.
3682.
Okay, go ahead, Danica. You're too slow. 3624. Okay, line up, Max. Go ahead. Freeland, if you haven't picked, you better hurry up because I'm gonna. 3659, 3659. Go ahead, Tracy. 3659.
If you can slow down, if you.
Yeah.
And that this kid's number 36.
Okay, through 3726, 3681, 3627, 3626, 3628, 3621. No. Helmet with that.
Isn't there a pick?
Yep. 3691. 3673. 3668. 3678. 3637. 3594. 3645.
Okay.
3726 going once. 3726 going twice. Gone.
3696. No.
3681 going once. 3681 twice. Gone. 3637 once. 3637 twice. Gone. 3627. 3627 once. Twice. Gone. 3626 once. 3626 twice. Gone. 3628. 3628. Anyone? Once, twice, gone. 3691. 3691. Gone. 3668. Anyone? 3668. Gone. 3591. 3595. 3705. 3666, you little devil. 3611, Amari. Three 3602, 3582, 3623. You're working. Which one was it?
3602.
3602. So that's an example. Mike is still getting paid, so therefore he wasn't eligible for a ticket. So if we are still on the clock, we're not eligible for tickets. 3592. Yeah. 23. Yeah, go ahead.
3592, yeah.
3650. 3644. 3625. That one's Corey John online. Lester. Donna. Anyone want to pick a gift for him? Lester's coming. He's online. Three 3690. 3729. 3669. Go ahead. Pick one.
Oh, sorry. 3669.
There.
3729, yeah.
No, I'm seeing if I.
Which one? What's your number?
619. I'm looking at
3691. 3630. Okay. Lester, your mom already grabbed him something. Three 3703. 3689. 3603. 3664. Yep, go ahead, Brandon. Okay, 3591. Anyone? 3591. Twice. Gone.
3650.
36. Right there. 3595. Anyone? 3595. Gone. 3630. Oh, Danny Lyon. Danielle Mueller. Chris. Danielle. She was online. 3690. Anyone? 3690. Twice. Gone. 3703. 3703. Gone. 3689. 3689. Gone. 3603. 3603. Gone. This is Leona. Anyone know Leona? But does anyone know her last name or anyone? Barfoot. Anyone want to pick for her? If not, we will. Okay, just pick Leona. She got some earrings, some anti-earrings. 3693. 3648. 3597. 3597. 3648. 97. Go ahead.
That work? Almost that work? Yeah. Yeah.
Which one was that? 48.
No, we can, yeah.
So he was 48?
Yeah, 3648.
3710. 3711. 3727. 3720. We have 3710, 3720, 3711, 3727. 10. 3720, anyone? 3720. 3720, gone. 3727. 3727, gone.
Oh, nice, baby.
Oh. 3727 was Jason. Go ahead, Jason. 3684. 3684. 3641. 3641. 3677. 3586 says Marcus. Marcus. Chester. Still here, Chester? Anyone see Chester? No Chester. 3653. 3653. Seven left. 3616.
I'm over here. Yeah, any of these on people.
Anyone? 3641. 3641. Gone. 3677. 3677.
3641. Yeah. Yeah, anything I heard that.
3677. Gone. Oh, right here. Come on. Pick from the table. David Jr. 3716. 3716. Going once. 3716. Twice. Gone. 3607. 3607. Sienna. 3707. Who is? When you got 3707. Oh, Wade. 3586. 3586. 3586. Eli. Oh, yeah, it's Marcus.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Five left.
4 after.
3652. 3652. 3596. 3596. 3655. 52. Go ahead.
Much you want?
Penny.
25, 50?
96.
Oh, that's better than pizza. I know. And why you drink yourself?
3655. Anyone? 3655. Gone. 3643. 3643. Gone. 3679. 3679. Anyone? Oh, Sharon. Okay, we have some big door prizes now. Apple Air Max, AirPod Max. Here, Ty, you can pick. I ain't picking. Oh, you already won. 3620. Callie. Do the
Take your place, both out.
for the TV. You can blame the Alberts.
Oh.
Set up, set up, Ashlyn.
Shut up.
He closed his eyes and couldn't see through the box. Papa's baby, that's why.
Guess what?
For the PlayStation 5. One's the lucky one. Oh, it has a name. Liza Antoine. Liza. Right there. Look what you won, Liza. Right there. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Please be careful outside. It's slippery. Ask for assistance.